Good morning, everybody, from the Right Side Broadcasting Network studios here in Auburn, Alabama. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And I'm Robert McNeely. It's such a pleasure to join you, Matthew, for the coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention.
A lot of big news, of course, this week. And, of course, 48 hours ago. Bobby, your thoughts, what was it like? What you were watching, you heard that happen, and then what was your initial reaction to it?
Well, it's a visceral, horrible gut reaction that the President of the United States, Donald Trump, went through something so horrible, so terrible, and we're going to dive into that today, but we extend our condolences to the victims. I've been to many Trump rallies, and you're bringing families there, you're bringing friends, people are breaking bread and enjoying the camaraderie, and to have something so violent, so terrible happen, it's just never expected.
Exactly, that in front of tens of thousands of people just 48 hours ago. I know the news cycle right now is already talking about some breaking news, and we'll get to that in a bit, but at the end of the day, everybody's still reeling from what they saw, what they witnessed, what they felt. And Bobby and I were talking before the broadcast a little bit about the American heroes. Corey Comparator, 50 years old, of Sarver, Pennsylvania, an American hero who lost his life. David Dutch and James Copenhaver, also injured on that day, July 13th, which we'll always remember, Bobby. And just your thoughts about, let's go with Corey. I mean, the fact that he was able to put his body in front of his loved ones, what a powerful thing he did.
And what a great man to protect his family from the line of fire, so they had a chance to get out of there. And words really cannot sum up how our heartfelt condolences to the family. Really a terrible situation.
Exactly. And so a lot of prayers from the country. And one more point about that is the fact that President Trump puts a GoFundMe page out there. As soon as the incident happens, hours later, we hear from President Trump on Truth Social, and then he's already thinking about the other people and the family and the friends of the loved ones. So you see the proof in the pudding with President Trump. He's not a guy that is just about what he needs to do for the country. He is a selfless person and keeping the people in mind. So obviously we're still feeling, again, the aftermath. Of course, that's going to take a while. But American heroes there, and President Trump with that fist bump like that. What did that mean to you?
Well, just the absolute courage. You get to see someone's courage truly in the line of fire. President Trump saying, fight, fight, fight. And the generosity not only of the Trump campaign, but the American people. I was at church yesterday morning, and it was really a solemn homily, a beautiful reminder of how we need to come together as a country. Even the priest during the Mass had mentioned the beauty of our Declaration of Independence, our Constitution, those who risked it all 248 years ago to bring this country together, immigrants who have come for a better life in this nation. And the church has been central to that American story. The Bible has been central to our Judeo-Christian values and our Bill of Rights, our freedom of speech. The fact that we can dialogue in an open forum and disagree without being disagreeable. So this was a beautiful 48 hours. As bad as a situation can be, you see the generosity of not only the Trump campaign, but the American people in action.
Exactly. A powerful message by the social media director for the campaign, Dan Scavino, today on X, talking about all of this, and as well as unity and strength and resilience as we move forward. And you were mentioning some things about the history of our country. I mean, you think about even at the end of the Gettysburg Address, he says it's for the people, by the people, right? That this would not perish from the land, right? That it would be a government for the people and by the people. And unfortunately, we're seeing, some things from the left where they were trying to pull that away from our great nation. And President Trump simply, and other candidates out there, and of course we the people, just want it restored. We want our Constitution to stay the law of the land here. So Pfizer Forum, that's where this is all taking place, of course, this week. This is day one of the Republican National Convention. And Bobby, we were talking earlier as well about the breaking news that happened. Before we get to one of our sponsors with the Birch Gold Group, Judge Cannon has dismissed classified documents, the documents case against President Trump.
Right.
Shouldn't even been there in the first place.
Correct, absolutely. And it seems by the minute things are changing in favor for President Trump and what has been happening for him the last few months, whether it's these ridiculous criminal prosecutions, ridiculous civil cases. Clearly these district attorneys were colluding with the Biden administration. And now to have someone actually try to take President Trump's life, it's so important that the rhetoric does get toned down. And sometimes I feel that those on the left, particularly in office, folks like Congresswoman Maxine Waters, talking about you need to get up in your Congress people's faces. This type of stuff, even the President of the United States, Joseph Biden, talking about a bullseye being on Donald Trump. I think it's now time for that to scale back a bit so we can have that civil discourse once again.
And it should have been scaled back from the start. I mean, the whole thing of extremists and then calling people that are in this country extremists when they're not extremists. We know what extremists looks like, and that's not what the people are doing.
Oh, no question. You can't hate 80 million of your fellow citizens who happen to vote for a major presidential candidate. People are not necessarily defined simply by who they vote for president, and I think it's a important reminder in these last few hours to have that once again here in our great country.
Exactly, and then we look at some of those numbers, Bobby. Think about it: 80 million, sure, but probably 150 million.
Oh, there's no question.
Right?
As we're looking back at 2020 and between now, and it seems that President Trump's popularity is increasing and ever growing because of the events of the last few weeks and the last few months.
That's right. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We're here with Bobby McNeely, and what we're going to do today, of course, is give you all of the live coverage. We have a number of interviews we'll be getting to. Of course, we're going to dive into how the RNC works and how the delegates are chosen, that kind of thing. And then, of course, we do want to thank our sponsors as well, the Birch Gold Group. Bobby, as we know, the BRICS nations, they're trying to devalue the U.S. dollar. But we have something as a backup plan, don't we?
Oh, we do. And you look at the last 50 years, this was part of the Nixon administration's goal of getting out of the gold standard, which, in my opinion, was a massive mistake. But the U.S. had the petrodollar to work and fight on the world stage. You now have the Saudi Arabians trading the yen with the Chinese. You have them trading with the Brazilians. So the dollar is no longer as strong as it once was. And with us printing money nonstop, especially during the Biden administration, the way inflation has risen, you need to protect yourself and your family. So Birch Gold is an excellent choice.
Exactly. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. And on top of that, the printing of the money at the printing press, right? Basically, all that money going out to Ukraine as well. I mean, we're paying for all this stuff we shouldn't be paying for. Our dollar value is unfortunately going downward, but we have to have that backup plan. So text Trump to 989898. Well, there's something I texted you yesterday about, and it was from Taylor Budowich from the MAGA Inc., right?
Right.
And there was a quote that he shared on an email that I sent to Bobby, and Bobby said, quote, back to me, love this, with an exclamation point. So I want to read this quote to you because this, in a nutshell, I think is the direction that we have to, as Americans, go forward. This is what he said. By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, fight. So we shall. We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden. And we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again.
It's such an exciting message. And today the focus is make America wealthy again. And I've enjoyed really diving into this platform, especially the last few hours with some communications changes, with some different points. But what's beautiful about the RNC platform is that this wasn't passed by the lobbyists. It wasn't passed by the consultants. It was passed by the MAGA agenda, which makes up the American people and common sense. It's really interesting to watch in the last, say, 2 decades as the Republican Party itself has become more of a populist movement and has invited people in, like the working class, like the middle class, who may have felt more pushed away in the past.
Exactly, and that you touched on a good point there, because today and this week is all about the everyday Americans. That's the big highlight of the week. President Trump didn't want to have it about elitists or anything like that. He wants it about the American people. So something that you don't usually see at a national convention is a number of everyday Americans stepping up to the stage. Usually it's, the politicians, which will have great MAGA candidates, and we'll have, Carrie Lake's going to be up there, Matt Gaetz, Donald Trump Jr., and a number of other, pop culture people as well. But everyday Americans, Bobby, will step up there. And that's what President Trump says. As you know, we've been at the speeches. He goes, when we win the White House.
Right, and it's so exciting to see that in a leader. I've had the privilege of maybe seeing about 25 Donald Trump speeches, whether that be MAGA rallies, whether that be Turning Point USA events, whether it's been policy speeches. And one of the key components that unites all of these speeches is the idea that he's not only saying we the people, but he'll actually bring people up on stage and talk about policies that are actually affecting their lives. One of the most amazing and remarkable things I got to saw is right before Rush Limbaugh passed away. And it was a Turning Point USA conference in Florida, and he introduced Donald Trump. And President Trump brought up several student leaders, and he actually said to the audience, several of you probably will be standing here one day. Amazing to see a leader looking to pass on his legacy while in the moment fighting for crucial issues for the American people.
Exactly. Rush Limbaugh, I love when he would say the lamestream media,
right.
Because exactly what it is. The lamestream fake news, of course, President Trump coining that phrase as well. And it's now, it has stuck. Like, it's going to be around for years to come. So we were also discussing the security around the Pfizer Forum. Anywhere from 16,000 to 20,000 people can fit into that arena. So the perimeters of security, obviously on the heels of what happened 2 days ago, and on top of that, obviously there's already going to be a lot of security there. Let's talk a little bit about the perimeter situation there, Bobby, where we have to obviously keep it protected.
Oh, no question. And the local Milwaukee police have been really extraordinary, as they always are. And we want to thank our Secret Service. We want to thank our police officers, because anyone willing to put themselves in the line of fire to protect their fellow citizens, they're really just extraordinary people. But there are certain security checkpoints that are built around this stadium, roughly by several yards, and they call it steel walls, steel gates, so that they're making sure they have to protect the delegates as well. And it was beautiful to see. I've actually been keeping in touch with my home state delegation of Georgia, and they enjoyed a party last night of red, white, and brew. So
very nice.
So it's good to see that, and I even saw some pictures of former Governor Walker of Wisconsin, which I'm sure the Wisconsin delegation is having a wonderful time hosting this, and his beautiful family. They seem to be enjoying that same party. So the delegates seem to really be enjoying it thus far and feeling safe, and thanking law enforcement involved.
And also the delegates, of course, representing the voters of each state. So in Wisconsin, there are around 30 delegates that are going to be there for the state of Wisconsin. There needs to be 1,215 actual ballot votes, in order for him to be the official nominee. He's gone way past that, upwards in the 2,000 number, Bobby. So
no question.
It's going to be great to hear when they say, the state of Iowa selects, Donald J. Trump, right?
Well, what a fun moment for a delegate who, and sometimes it tends to be a high-ranking government official, a state official who might make that call, and it might land on that state just based on alphabetical order. We've seen it change over the years, but sometimes that lucky individual gets to say that one moment, it makes it official. But former Ambassador and Governor Nikki Haley also has asked to relinquish her committed delegates over to former President Donald Trump for his nomination. So that was somewhat exciting to see that unity message coming together as they had somewhat of a tough campaign, and even though she was way behind in the polls, had a hard-fought battle, she seems to be uniting behind that MAGA platform as well that unites all kinds of Republicans, something very different than the message you're hearing from mainstream media.
And also, when each state says Donald J. Trump, they'll clap behind them, usually just that state does. But I think for today and throughout this week, when that happens, I think the whole entire arena, each state will left because
Right.
of the situation of the country, the situation we're in the country, and on the heels of what happened 2 days ago.
Oh, I anticipate something that's going to be somewhat drawn out, maybe a few minutes. It'll be a significant moment in American history because, presidents are threatened. It's a regular business. And it's sad to see that people would be inspired to do something so terrible. But we have not seen this, an actual attempt on the life of a president or a former president since President Reagan. So very important to send our condolences and keep talking about this. I think it's important to reflect on this as Americans, and again, no one builds up like the American people.
Exactly. So we the people, of course, you're watching the network that is covering the people all the way to the president, every event, every rally, and of course here at the RNC, what we're going to have a little bit later is when the sessions start in Milwaukee, we'll be tossing to every speaker, so you're not going to miss a thing watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. And it wouldn't be possible without you, the viewer here, so go ahead and share.
In the Atlanta metro area.
Exactly, and then Sam's Club is where my wife and I are members, so we do the same thing,
Right.
and it's worth that extra few minutes because that 20 cents is still 20 cents a gallon, Bobby.
Oh, it does. It adds up with everything, and you look at, just say, an average family of four. They've been struggling the last 4 years, and I think that's the biggest thing as we'll really dissect this MAGA platform, the Republican platform for the RNC, not only its simplicity and straightforwardness, but its actual ability that policies can help shape the middle class and help the middle class. Because we look at the last 4 years versus President Trump's first term, what an amazing difference. I mean, I even remember the time when former Governor Jeb Bush tweeted out, "Congratulations, Mr. President, we're over 4% in the GDP," something they debated on stage back in 2016 that would never happen, according to former Governor Bush.
Exactly, and that was $1.87 per gallon, the national average under President Trump, and then he in 2020 on the campaign trail saying if Joe Biden gets elected, you're going to have gas prices up in the $5 to $8 range. I didn't think it was possible to be up in $6, $7, but the people on the West Coast did.
Right, almost prophetic. And that's a major point today I noticed in the platform with energy independence and drilling once again. I think that will be something that's very interesting to watch. President Trump is fortunate enough to be reelected, which it is looking like. So much can be shaped in the next few months here with an election, but people, I think, are really coming behind that because those policies brought down the cost of everything and made us energy independent and safer as a result.
Exactly, and speaking of safer, tomorrow, Tuesday, Make America Safe once again is the theme. On Wednesday, Make America Strong once again. And then on Thursday, of course, Make America Great once again.
Right.
That is the most powerful 4 days I can think of when it comes to politics.
Oh, and I thought they did an amazing job. If you look back at 2020 and COVID, and Marcy McCarthy, who we will be interviewing in the coming days, the DeKalb County GOP chairwoman, was actually there at the White House and said, what an amazing backdrop. But I thought they organized that so beautifully, but I think this will be an even more powerful event in a great city like Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a city of broad shoulders, not as broad as Chicago, but just to the north of it, with people from the middle class who have built up this nation, and Wisconsin a really crucial state for the Electoral College, and the polling there looking very close.
Yes, many electoral votes up for grab in Wisconsin and all of the swing states out there, of course. I mean, there are 19 alone in the state of Pennsylvania. So we're hoping for some great things coming up here. Of course, this is day one. This is Make America Wealthy once again, the theme day for the campaign. We have a lot to get to. Obviously, we're going to have interviews and speakers from the RNC. And also, Bobby, we're going to talk about the 20 promises that are on the GOP platform.
Absolutely. And I'm very excited to dive into this and really dissect this with you. I think it's the most robust platform in recent memory of not only what is planned and what is trying to be executed, but we also have a situation where the last time this was attempted was President Grover Cleveland, and he was the 22nd and 24th President of the United States. He made a comeback, and we have not seen this happen a few times in American history, but nothing in our lifetime. So President Donald Trump really doubling down and having a message of prosperity for all Americans.
Exactly, and that's what today is all about. So we'll dive into those 20 promises. Of course, Agenda 47, it's kind of a hybrid thing where it's all mixed in together, but it's all the same promises for the country. So we'll dive into that in a little bit. Speaking of finances, I actually caught up with Philip Patrick at the Birch Gold Group just recently, and we talked a lot about how easy it is to get some more information on that info kit. So we're going to get to that interview here at any second, but you know, we know with the BRICS nations, again, they're always trying to devalue the dollar.
Oh, no question. And I think what's been really extraordinary in the last few years has been this movement between middle America and globalist policies. And it's not so much Republican and Democrat, say as it was a number of years ago in differences of policy, but really a Washington uniparty, a deep state, whatever you'd like to call it. Clearly certain politicians enjoy the power that comes with that. I think it's really interesting to always watch Nancy Pelosi's stock trading. There's a Twitter account solely dedicated to the stocks that she buys and sells. And I have friends who follow that. I look at that every once in a while because the American people might go to jail for that. You might get in trouble like Martha Stewart did.
Exactly.
But if you're a congressperson, you're not allowed, or you can do that.
Yeah,
so
and
it's
that's,
interesting.
That's always interesting to see that when they sit in these nice offices paid for by the American tax dollars,
right,
and then they're not even representing really what the American people want. And that's what I was mentioning earlier at the end of the address there by Abraham Lincoln about this is a government by the people and for the people, right? And he was saying that would not perish from this land moving forward. Now here we are in 2024. That's exactly what you're saying in a smaller way in the sense of the finance aspect.
Right.
But taking away our rights, taking away our freedoms, and it not being a government by the people.
Oh, exactly. And that was the first great test for America. Could it stand on the documents that were written? And of course, many things were tested, including the idea of slavery. But Abraham Lincoln's words, truly prophetic. Also, Donald Trump's words, I think prophetic in this time of what he had called out several years ago as he was leaving the presidency. And what an opportunity we have as voters, as an American electorate, to make quite a difference in decisions here. I think even in my lifetime, I have not seen such a stark contrast between two different visions for the United States in what Donald Trump and Joe Biden are proposing.
Exactly, and what Joe Biden is proposing is everything, in my opinion, anti-Constitution, anti-God, anti-freedom, right? And then, we see Bidenflation, if we want to talk a little bit about that as well, and all of these prices on that consumer price index. I mean, you look at some of the statistics here. Let's talk about, we'll go with margarine. Margarine, 56.2% it has increased. Motor fuel, 48.3%. All kinds of things. Energy, 39.7%. Eggs, 38.9%.
And that's why I think they're going to hit on this topic really hard today on two key components. Not only is it affecting the working class and middle class families, but our seniors. We need to keep these programs in place for them. And President Trump, actually, I think that was one of the largest contrasts, maybe perhaps with Governor DeSantis during the primary, was that President Trump was working on trying to keep these Social Security, Medicare, even Medicaid intact, mostly for our seniors, and driving that so they could stay in their homes, they could stay where they'd like to live. And all these costs, of course, are affecting folks that are no longer currently able to work.
Exactly. And speaking of DeSantis, it looks like he is one of the speakers at the RNC.
It's exciting.
Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, a number of others there. Franklin Graham will be speaking, Lee Greenwood. The senior advisor, Alina Habba. Let's talk about Alina Habba.
Wow.
I mean, she is a rock star for President Trump. So are a number of other people that go on camera in New York City, D.C., Atlanta, whether they're recorded or live with networks or they just do press conferences out there. They are on point.
They really are, and great legal professionals that have had an onslaught of attacks, not only on their family, but on their professional careers. And they have stood as courageous warriors, not only for President Trump, but for the rule of law. And I think that's the main difference here, is that this is not a traditional partisan divide. This is, are we going to be able to rule ourselves under our constitutional system, our constitutional republic, and respect the rule of law and everyone's rights, and that includes former presidents.
Exactly. And speaking of former presidents, the fact that they continually call President Trump always a former president. I get technically he's a former president, but they've called President Clinton usually. They don't always say former President Clinton. It's just a respect thing, in my opinion. I don't like seeing ex-president or former president. Give President Trump what he is due. He was the president. He is, I believe, should have won last time, let's be real, and then hopefully for a third time, which, speaking of a third time, this would be the third time that he would be the official nominee. So a lot of great moments to be had at the forum, FISA forum today.
I'm really looking forward to it and seeing all the coverage on the ground. And, delegates should actually be moving in right now. I just got an email regarding that they needed everyone in their seat by at least 11 Central. So they should be just probably piling in just about now and getting ready for the day. A lot of business at hand for the delegates, and there are procedures that go into things like this.
Exactly. So they already adopted, the committee already adopted President Trump's 20 Promises GOP platform. So already on the same page, of course, with Laura Trump and others there at the top, that we know that this party is moving forward united. And I was talking before we were talking about the finances a lot there, and we know that with Philip Patrick at the Birch Gold Group, he kind of breaks down exactly what we need to know. Again, it's text Trump to 989898. Take a listen. He's joining us live with Birch Gold Group. Thank you so much, Philip, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So obviously it's text Trump to 989898. What will people really receive right away once they do something like that?
Yeah, so by texting, they're going to get access immediately to free information on how and why to invest in physical precious metals. It's a really informative, I think, 26 page guide. So it's going to give people everything from A to Z, why precious metals, how to buy them. And from there, they're going to have access to people like myself who can help hold their hands and walk them through the process.
So in some of the economic news right now, we're seeing that some of the latest jobs report are actually showing that unemployment is rising. So what does that tell us about the economy right now?
It doesn't bode well. The unemployment numbers came out, I think, last week, and unemployment rate rose unexpectedly to 4.1%. This is tied for the highest level since October of 2021. But this has been a consistent theme. It's been creeping up from 3.4% for about the last 15 months. Now, what's interesting and obviously concerning is a lot of the numbers being put forward are being aggressively revised down. Non-farm payrolls, for example, came in at 206,000, revised down from the initial estimates of 272,000. We've got even Jerome Powell now, the Federal Reserve Chairman, saying, hey, there's an argument that the numbers could be overstated. But what's dangerous about this is the employment numbers could be the catalyst for the Fed to cut rates. And if they do, the inflation problem could surge.
Well, I mean, do you think that's just rhetoric that they might cut the rates there with Jerome Powell, or do they really mean business there?
Look, I'm starting to think they mean business. Powell was suggesting at end of last year, and we saw terrible inflation reports on the back of it, so he's had to soften his rhetoric. But he's been looking for an excuse. I think the Fed are a little bit political, particularly since there's been a lot of pressure. Even CNBC reported Democratic committee members are urging Powell to lower rates. So there's pressure there to do it. What concerns me is the Feds have said for a long time they're data dependent, but they're not suggesting which data they're looking at. So this employment report could be the catalyst to cut rates. I think it could be too soon. If we look at what happened with the Bank of Canada, Canada got inflation to 2.2%, cut rates by a quarter point. Next report came in at 3.8. So that's the big concern for me. It's too soon.
And speaking of concerns, a lot of people, of course, looking forward to the election, just north of about 100 days away until the general election. So we saw, as we were talking before this interview, off camera a little bit, we were talking about the debate. Well, we know President Trump won that handedly. So there's a lot of strong support for President Trump. So say he wins the White House. Does all of what you just said kind of go out the window, or what are we dealing with here?
I wish that was the case. Listen, this, and we've said before, and I've said a lot, this is the most important election of my lifetime, because we need to change the trajectory that we're going on. And we know what another 4 years of Biden means. It means massive deficit spending, and ultimately that will put us to the point of no return. However, Trump has a tough job. You know, this guy is obviously a patriot, because I can't see why he would run again, right? He left the country with an incredible legacy, a great market, and what he has in front of him is a very, very tough job. So we need Trump to change the trajectory. But if we look at the policies he's touting, bringing manufacturing home, opening up pipelines, these are very important policies for the country, but they take years, if not decades, to materialize. So, you know, I think we've got a tough storm to weather no matter who gets in, but of course, we need Trump.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. So given everything you told us, what can Americans do to make sure that they have a strong and a firm foundation with their savings accounts and that kind of thing?
Look, I think the first thing, the most important thing is education, right? And that's why we encourage people to get the free information. It's Trump to 989898. That's going to empower people, because I think when you understand what the problems are, the solutions start to appear. And I would urge everyone to be looking at precious metals today. And it's because of the things that we're talking about, right? Inflation, we have recession, we have a world running away from the US dollar. These things are all very positive drivers for gold and silver. It's the same reason that central banks for the last 2.25 years have set records in terms of gold buying. They're holding dollars too. They're seeing the purchasing power of those dollars disappear, and they're hedging it with gold because it is the best way to do it.
And finally, can you tell us a little bit more specifically the insider baseball thing, in the sense of if somebody actually gets gold or silver or the precious metals, what exactly do they get physically?
So look, it's going to depend on the individual. So for those that are buying in cash, we deal with physical metal, whether it's investment grade bars, from the smaller bars to the larger bars, government minted coin, things like American Eagle, Canadian Maple Leaf. So a broad suite of products are available. Our job is to talk customers through the options, give them the pros and cons, but ultimately they'll choose what makes sense. And we can help people who are looking at a cash purchase to take possession of physical metals, or those people out there that have retirement accounts, they're exposed to the markets, and they're looking for physical precious metals within that account, tax deferred. We can facilitate that as well.
Again, and it all starts with this info kit, right?
Does indeed.
Awesome.
Trump,
okay.
989898. You'll get that. You'll get access to me and my colleagues, and we'll be there to guide your viewers through.
Exactly. You got to the point before I did. Text Trump to 989898. Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. Thank you so much for joining us once again.
Thank you for having me.
So always great to talk to Philip Patrick there with the Birch Gold Group. I mean, those guys are doing great things. You hear a lot about Birch Gold, and again, it's just text Trump to 989898. You get that info kit. I had it somewhere. It's actually right here. This is the info kit that you get in your mailbox, and you can also get a digital one. So just text Trump to 989898 for more information on Birch Gold Group. So we were talking before about the 20 promises with the GOP platform from the Trump campaign. Let's just dive into number one. I mean, seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. Bobby and I could talk about that for the next 3 hours. And we might.
Right, and it's interesting because President Trump built his campaign initially in 2015 when he came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower in New York City on this one issue. And every consultant said, don't go near that, don't touch that. It's even interesting when you look back at former Republican candidates who may have been somewhat interested in open borders, given influences from perhaps the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or different outside groups that really enjoy the open border because of the cheap labor.
Exactly. So we've got an increase in crime now. We've got the fentanyl killing Americans, killing people around this country. We've got the possibility, can you believe this, that it might be non-citizens possibly voting in our elections if the Democrats don't I was going to say something pretty, if they don't grow a pair, let's just be real.
Right. They just blocked the bill in the House to make sure that I guess occurs, because they've done it in New York City, they've done it in San Francisco, so it's happening in certain municipalities. And you could really go back to the motor voter movement during the Clinton administration that had pushed a fast tracking of government-issued state licenses to people who were not necessarily qualified based on their immigration status. And now we've seen this come to a head, worse than ever before, worse than the last several decades, and that's been the byproduct is we don't know where a lot of people are coming from, and you have an increase in crime. Therefore, every community, every state has become a border town.
And isn't that something? I remember flying to, actually you're from Chicago, right?
Yes, sir.
So we'll talk about that here in a second, but I flew through Chicago. I was on a connecting flight, and I remember there I saw a number of migrants that were there being picked up by people at Terminal 1. There was a story on some of the national media as well, and we saw the migrants. I interviewed some of them, and they said they were from all different kinds of countries, Venezuela or Congo, right? That kind of thing. So as you said, each state is a border state because of the flights and the buses and the trains. Who organized that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, because even State Senator Colton Moore out of Georgia was at Hartsfield-Jackson. He represents more Northwest Georgia and Marjorie Taylor Greene's district, right near that area. He actually saw a back room of DHS agents filing in illegal aliens, and that is the proper term for it legally, is an illegal alien. There's nothing wrong with saying that. That's not racist like you might hear on some mainstream outlets. That is the true terminology for these undocumented migrants, is illegal alien.
Exactly, and so shutting down the border immediately, right? I mean, I was watching on X the other day, I was paging through there, and I saw on the border, I believe it was of Poland and Belarus, right? And these soldiers from Poland were just around the area because some immigrants were trying to get across even there, but there's other places where there are actually walls being built, right? Why is that a problem for the United States? We, I think, know why, because they're trying to have a legal immigrant invasion into our country.
Oh, no question. They want to replace certain voting blocks, certain groups who have exited these major cities as a result of bad economic policies. And what's so interesting about our immigration policies as a country, for asylum purposes, once you want Ukrainians, Polish, Belarusians who are affected by the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, Russians as well who are affected by it. It's Chicago has a huge population of Poles, has a huge population of Ukrainians, and people have family back over there who can't necessarily get over because of the war-torn areas. And how backwards is our system, because our Statue of Liberty represents bring me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses who are yearning to be free. And you allow people just to walk over the border who we don't know, who are clearly committing crimes. And it is something that will change in the next Trump administration for sure.
Exactly will, and we'll get to number 19 on the promises that has to do with securing our elections. Before we do, we have to thank one of our sponsors, BelleWood Designs. Now, responsible gun owners know it's important to keep their firearms secure, especially if you have kids around. But if your firearm isn't close to you when you need it most, what good is it? Well, you see what's there right there. You can go to BelleWoodDesigns.com and use the RNC code for 10% off. Beautiful designed equipment right there where you could put your firearm in places that others won't know where they're at, right? But it's in a more convenient place. Always good to have it in a convenient, if you need it, hopefully you don't, but if you do, it's right there for you.
And I think in days like this, the average response time for the police, with the amazing work that they do, is still over 6 minutes. Seconds could matter in a dangerous situation. And the amazing thing about lawful gun owners, very responsible people usually lock it up, place it away. In the middle of the night, you might not know how quickly you need to obtain that weapon. Exactly.
So there you go. That's the information right there. BelleWood Designs. Use that RNC code. You'll get 10% off. A great company there, BelleWoodDesigns.com. Use that code RNC for 10% off. Now, Bobby, we were talking about the elections in the sense of having secure elections, right? Number 19, secure our elections. This is of the 20 promises for the GOP platform, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship.
Right. It's pretty straightforward, and that's, how is that controversial in this day and age? So I moved from Chicago, Illinois, where it was illegal to show your ID to vote, but they had paper ballots. Now I'm down in Georgia, a little bit different. It's only a machine, but you can show or have to show your ID, which I appreciate. So there should be some perhaps uniformity. What's great about our federalist system is that the states decide these things. Secretaries of state actually are most responsible for this in their offices. And they're currently actually have just enjoyed one of their conferences where all the 50 secretaries of state came together. I hope to address these issues. I'm sure it was brought up, but it kind of makes common sense that if a citizen wants to have a paper ballot, they probably should be able to do that.
Speaking of that conference, that was in San Juan, Puerto Rico over the past 4 days. The West Virginia Secretary of State, Mac Warner, actually got an interview with him. We're actually going to post that interview, I believe, on Rumble. So a Rumble exclusive with Mac Warner, the West Virginia Secretary of State, who is 100% on board in the state of West Virginia for securing elections. He has spoken about it since prior to 2020. He is a Trump supporter himself, and in my opinion. He hasn't come out and said that or endorsed that, but we know that you got to have secretaries of state that have the good of the nation in mind.
Oh, no question. And it really calls to the question, should this actually be a partisan office? Most states, it will be on the ballot as a Republican or Democrat, but really the key crucial thing to run on if you're running for Secretary of State is free and fair, secure elections. They also have many other functions, depending the state you're from, the DMV, things that are not necessarily popular, but overall, that main focus is making sure that every American citizen has the right to vote and to do it in a timely and convenient manner.
Exactly. So again, taking back what I said there, I know that he is for secure elections, and that's all he wants to have done, of course, in West Virginia, throughout the country. But yeah, so that Secretary of State conference in Puerto Rico, yeah, I hope exactly what you said. I hope that they have these things on the docket there. But we've got left-leaning Democratic secretaries of state that won't go forward with something like that.
Well, and there's history of this. I mean, if we look in the last, say, 50 years, remember the Chicago Democrat machine saying vote early and vote often. There have been movements of heavily Democrat cities that have been able to, whether it be through certain organizations, certain groups have been able to funnel and push out high volumes of vote that people wouldn't necessarily challenge them. And I think it's coming to a head with what's happened in the last few years. And both sides will not necessarily find a way to agree, especially in municipal elections when you're having drawn out, recounts, and they can't count it in a night. It takes months. It takes so much time to go through all these things that it really needs serious people who are going to appropriately audit and make sure, regardless of political affiliation, that each and every American citizen has that right to vote.
Speaking of Chi-Town, I remember I was at a rally, I think it was in Reno, Nevada, and there was someone on, I think it was Truth Social, that messaged on a reply and said that they were from Chicago. And then there was someone there as well in front of the stage, right? Mm-hmm. Comes over and wanted to talk to us on the phone from Chicago. It's interesting to see the amount of people in a city like that and around that area that are supporters of President Trump.
Oh, no question. I think he's arguably the best Republican presidential candidate, at least numbers-wise, in the Chicago area, maybe since Eisenhower. And I think it's because these topics, these issues are resonating with the American people, with the American middle class, having a chance at that American dream. It's not cliche, it's in danger. The housing prices are skyrocketing. Just the percentages of inflation, it's just wild what's going on right now.
Yeah, Biden-inflation, Bidenomics, all of it, terrible. We see that Maganomics will be the way we go if President Trump wins November 5th of this year. Can you believe it, Bobby? We are north of 100 days until the U.S. general election.
The time flies by, and it's nerve-wracking, it's exciting. It's really a remarkable time. I tell my neighbors that sometimes we'll get into some very interesting political discussions, but it's a beautiful thing that we can have that discourse and discuss these things. But what a historical time. Rarely do you see a moment where a man stands up and says, I had great policies, this was a team effort, and I am making this comeback. That was a big point of his, I think, at that June 27th debate as well. He said, President Biden, Joe, if you had done good, I'd be gone. But no, it didn't work out that way, so I'm back to do this. And it's just exciting to see the robust nature of President Trump, and I'm sure he's energized and excited about the RNC this week, no question.
And speaking of the RNC, I mean, obviously in the back of our minds and weighing on our hearts a lot, of course, is what happened 48 hours ago. If you're just joining us, I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will be taking it to every speaker all this week at the RNC. We have a live stream there. It will be right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network that you can have the pre-show. We'll have interviews, and we'll also be going to every speaker, catching every moment there. We do have a member of our team in Milwaukee, so it's great to have someone on the ground there. But at the end of the day, we know it's going to be a great moment once President Trump takes that stage. 20,000 people in there. It's going to be probably the loudest. I wish somebody would use that app. You know that app with the decibels on the phone?
Right. Oh, exactly. Oh, yeah. Just to see how much noise is going to happen. Because I have an interesting prediction for this, because they're going through business right now. The delegates should be just walking in. We're talking to some folks as well who are on the ground, who we personally know from different delegations, and I'm sure they're super excited for what's about to take place. But there is some business with the platform and getting through all of that. So I expect President Trump to probably come out sometime this afternoon, maybe early evening, and maybe that is with the Republican ticket and his named vice presidential candidate.
Yeah, so today might start out amazing with President Trump getting the presumptive part of that title taken away, and he will be the official, for the third time, the Republican candidate for president of our great nation. And then, as you mentioned, who will be the vice presidential pick? That's been the big question as well. But back to what we were saying here with the incident that happened 48 hours ago. For those of you just joining us, we covered this, of course, at the top of the broadcast, and I want to talk again about the American heroes who were shot at that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Corey Comparator, a 50-year-old of Sarver, Pennsylvania. I actually know some people in Sarver, PA, being from more of South Central Pennsylvania. But an American hero there that got in front of his family and took a bullet there. And then two individuals who are in stable condition, David Dutch of New Kensington, PA, and James Copenhaver of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. I actually attended college in Moon Township at Robert Morris University there. And I know there's a college called Robert Morris in Chicago as well.
There is.
And so, but the point is here, we still are a united front dealing with some really tough times right now as a country.
Well, there's no question. It could have happened to anyone. I mean, I think that's what the chilling effect is. And again, we see the response from the Trump campaign, raising nearly $4 million. I'm sure that will grow for these victims, for the families. It's worth saying their names because they're great Americans. And this gentleman Corey was teaching his children civics, and then did the ultimate thing, sacrificing for his family as the head of the household, the husband, and protecting them in the line of fire. Just an extraordinary man. Was in the line of service himself as a firefighter.
Exactly.
We need to celebrate people like this who actually put on a uniform and go out to love on and support their neighbors. Because, I mean, to do positions like that, you really just have to love your community.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And he worked at a volunteer fire department there in Butler, actually called the fire department just the other day to share condolences, but also to hear from Allison, I believe a family member there, and others to see if they wanted to share their heart about their loved one. Because at the end of the day, an American hero, Corey Comparator, 50 years old, from Sarver, Pennsylvania, simply going to the rally to enjoy it, to be with fellow patriots, fellow United States citizens that love President Trump and just love our country, and has fallen to his death. But a believer, a Christian, and I believe, as many of you do too, he's in heaven, and we're praying for the family. And Bobby, we know that going to those rallies, maybe in the back of our minds, could something happen? We always see the security there. We know there's a lot of questions going on right now as how this could happen. That video, as many of you have seen, you sent it to me. I saw it last night as well. You saw the gunman. He was on the roof.
Right.
And there were people saying, there's the gunman. You saw him moving around a little bit, trying to alert law enforcement. So, it's easy to play armchair quarterback 2 days later, but my, oh my.
Well, and I think we'll have an investigation into this, and that's what's appropriate. And again, we want to thank our Secret Service, thank our first responders for all they do. But there has to be something here, because that's been another criticism of the Joe Biden administration, has been the DEI hires. We're not saying that's the case here, but there have been moments where they've been chosen because of skin color, because of gender, over maybe a qualification. We're just thankful that the Secret Service did respond so quickly, and I'm sure we'll get these details as formal investigations do happen, and as the Secret Service, I'm sure, will release more information on all that did take place with their findings.
A number of the United States Secret Service agents, of course, did an awesome job there to be able to get right covering President Trump, and some of those agents are the ones that are with him at every rally, every speech, every event. I've seen the exact same people right there with President Trump as he would go around shaking people's hands. You have one of them right behind him, and then there's a flank to both sides and all around. So great job by the Secret Service there. And one other note to that point, riding a motorcade one time covering President Trump in the New Hampshire area. The day that Ron DeSantis stepped away from running for president. And I just remember just talking with the Secret Service agent just a little bit, and just a great person that loves his job. And so at the end of the day, we know that there are great people that are trying to help President Trump and protect him. And I know recently, as there was a Truth Social post that we both retruth recently about, was it Devin Nunes asking for more security for President Trump?
Well, and it makes sense too, because this was the thing about the January 6th committee and Congressman Benny Thompson. He attempted to remove Secret Service details for former presidents. Really, that was going after President Donald Trump. It was ridiculous, not good, clearly unsafe, and I would like to echo former Congressman Devin Nunes, now the CEO of Truth Social, and his calls for enhanced security at these rallies. President Obama, when he was elected in Grant Park in Chicago, had a glass shield around him. Perhaps that's where we need to move, but clearly we need to re-examine the safety at these rallies for everyone.
100%. The Wellness Company, we want to thank them as our great sponsor as well. Ivermectin, Z-Pak, amoxicillin, and more. Always great to have one of these kits with you, regardless whether it's at work or in your car or at your house.
Yeah, it makes sense. Just stay safe out there. And it seems like we've gone beyond the curve of the pandemic and COVID, but these are great life remedies and can save a life in a situation that you don't have something on hand. So, it's being prepared in days like our present day.
Exactly. And I remember saying in a recent broadcast, my wife and I actually got COVID over Christmas a couple years back, and it would have been awesome to have some ivermectin, right, or hydrochloroquine, that kind of thing there. But also, guys, this isn't just, they're not just going to mail you an entire thing of prescription drugs, right? It's going to be a medical form you have to fill out, and then once that's all on the up and up and approved, then you'll get the wellness kit there. So go to makecaregreatagain.com, makecaregreatagain.com. You're going to get 15% off if you use the promo code RSBN, 15% off with promo code RSBN. One final point about the Secret Service I was thinking of before is the fact that when President Trump becomes the official nominee, what I'm hearing, and I've heard it on various networks as well, is he will have more Secret Service applied to him. Sometimes with so-called former presidents, the Secret Service, it's maybe less numbers or less involvement. But now that he is going to be the official nominee, let's be real, maybe they should change that.
Right. You know, it's interesting because I've seen this the last few years. When I was with Vice President Pence for a Turning Point activity, a Turning Point event in Rosemont, Illinois, just outside of Chicago, I had the pleasure of being with the team for about a week, and you see how they make every preparation and plans down to the absolute second of where that sitting office holder is walking. So it's really an extraordinary thing, but once you're in office, it is a longer process to get into a venue. The most alarming for me, and this was just policy, was I went to the first CPAC that President Trump spoke at after leaving office. I realized, and all of us commented, wow, it's a little bit light compared to what it was just a few months ago. And it's maybe a policy that they have to readdress. Perhaps Congress has to then allocate these resources and these funds to make sure that all former presidents and families are as protected as possible to ensure nothing like this happens again.
So we've been hearing a lot about the security and the perimeters at the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee. We have a number of photos from the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee that we can show you. But I also want to show you, if producers, if we have this one ready, the shot from 2016 inside the RNC, what that was like for the American people. I mean, at the end of the day, of course, a lot of excitement there, a lot of celebration for President Trump in 2016. What a moment that was.
Oh, it was remarkable, and what a great and powerful speech then. And that, I think, was the birth of the MAGA doctrine, of really what he was going to present. You know, if you can remember, Senator Ted Cruz in his keynote speech, vote your conscience, and how perhaps divided the party was going into that convention. A much different situation now, and to see someone like Senator Ted Cruz and President Donald Trump as the closest of allies and partners in pushing good common sense policies for the American people. So I'm very excited about what's going to take place this week.
Yeah, it's going to be loud, probably louder than a Milwaukee Bucks game there, I'm going to be honest. I mean, sure, the Bucks are good, but the RNC this week, it's going to be very loud at the Pfizer Forum. I'm with Bobby McNeely. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We're here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We've got plenty more coming up. We'll be right back after the break.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth. giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby McNeely and Matthew Alvarez here joining you live. And we know that today's theme at the RNC is Make America Wealthy Once Again.
It is, and the Birch Gold Group is working hard to make that happen. There's no question about that. And this group is, really in this time, 50 years ago, the U.S. petrodollar was the argument for Henry Kissinger's foreign policy in the Nixon administration to get the U.S. off the gold standard. A huge mistake. And we're paying for that now because the dollar was the world's currency and traded in oil, traded in energy. But now the Saudi Arabians are working with the Chinese. They're trading the yen. They're working with the Brazilians. This makes us very vulnerable, and you have to protect you and your family because the average American taxpayer is paying hundreds of thousands of dollars based on this inflation, based on the ever-growing national debt. So Birch Gold is trying to help folks become financially secure.
Exactly. You're talking gold, silver, precious metals. You have financial backing with a 401k backing there, and also tax-sheltered IRA. So all the information you need is right there on your screen. Text Trump to 989898. You'll get a digital response right away on your phone. And then also, if you want to get the actual Birch Gold info kit mailed to you, it's right here. It's a beautiful folder document here. So this can be in your mailbox. So text Trump to 989898. And I was meaning to say, make America wealthy once again right now, because you had some great contacts with different interviews out there.
Oh, no question. I actually had the pleasure of speaking with Heike Marima, and she is a student who graduated from Baylor University and is now living in California, and she is focused on what is the next step in her career. So she has focused on really interesting things, what she faced from the far left on campus, her amount of student activism, but also that's one of the biggest questions for millennials and Gen Zers, especially the Gen Zers who graduated recently. How am I going to make sure I have a strong financial future? And I'm sure their parents are thinking about it as well as they're reaching their retirement. But we'd be happy to throw it on over to my interview with Heike Marima and see what she has to say as a young Gen Z voter. Heike Marima joining us from California, and so happy to have you on RSBN and to talk about your experience as a Gen Z conservative and the experiences you've had on college campuses.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me. It is an honor to be here.
So what's it like being a Gen Z conservative in 2024 in such a pivotal election with so much happening all across the country, especially in a leftist state like California?
Yeah, so I just graduated from Baylor University in Texas. And so my experience as a Gen Z conservative was tame compared to, I know, a lot of Gen Z students who are entering college or graduating college from other states and public schools. But still, you have to be careful of what you say and how you say it, because people that are running these universities, the establishments in these universities, still want to have a hold and control on free speech, on conservative values, because that's not the narrative that they're trying to push. In fact, they're trying to push leftist narratives, as we've seen around college campuses across the nation. And it's discouraging for people like me who want to have a conservative voice on campus and who want to talk about Christian values, conservative values, and all of that.
So Heike, at Baylor, did you experience any specific discrimination from the faculty? You mentioned that it's somewhat hard with those in charge and the administration who are somewhat calling the shots for the students on campus.
Yeah, I personally didn't experience any discrimination from the faculty, but I've known of people who have experienced those things. Minor things, of course, it's Baylor, a Christian university, but it still occurs. I know clubs that were trying to have events hold on campus and very much had a hard time doing so. Eventually, most of those groups succeeded, but still, the fact that we have to go through these hoops and barriers and obstacles to do so is quite unfair, considering other groups who maybe hold different ideologies wouldn't have that much of a problem doing so.
And what skills did you learn from being on a college campus that you'll take into a professional career when it comes to, sharing your belief system?
Yeah, I learned that you have to have courage regardless of what obstacles are ahead of you in terms of speaking what you believe is truth, speaking your values. I learned how to have civil discourse with people who believed differently from me. But ultimately, I learned how to be unapologetically myself in terms of being Christian and conservative in a place where it's discouraged, it's persecuted. That's something that if you want to live your life doing, you have to have the courage to do it. And being on a college campus is similar to a battlefield in which you have to navigate these obstacles in order to do so. So it was great practice for that.
So what are you currently up to now that you are a graduate of Baylor University of Texas? Are you back in California? Are you going to go more into the public sector, the private sector? What would you like to do as a Gen Z conservative?
Yeah, and so currently, I am working some part-time jobs, just trying to financially support myself and sustain myself in hopes for a brighter and better future ahead. But I would love to go into media and just continue to express a voice that I think is underrepresented in the media, just like conservative, Christian, young people that I know exist, needing to have that voice. And so I want to strive for a position where I can be that voice for others, especially in culture where Gen Z is currently entertained and engaged with. I think it's important that there are conservatives in those spaces that are able to voice those values in a wholesome, entertaining, and engaging way. So that's the goal there.
And what are you most looking forward to this week from the RNC and what's happening in Milwaukee? Is there a specific message you'd like to hear from President Trump or any of the other leaders that will be keynote speaking at the RNC?
I really am hoping that Trump is continuing to instill hope and prosperity, like I know he will, into the American people, especially as Generation Z, as we enter adulthood. We are struggling to believe that there is this American dream out there where you can buy a nice home, have a family with lots of kids, retire at an early age and enjoy your wealth. We scoff at the idea that that's still possible. But I think Trump needs to instill and encourage and be adamant on the fact that it is possible, especially under his administration, as we've seen before 4 years ago.
And Heike, what would you recommend for those now coming into college? You've experienced it. You've been right at the ground level of leading on your college campus, whether it be private or public. What would you recommend for the next group of students or who are currently or coming into the college experience in the United States?
Absolutely. I think it's important that students who go into college keep grounded with who they are, that they don't forget who they are, that they don't forget their values, even as they enter a place where their values can be swayed left and right. They may hear certain people and certain establishments continue to diminish and belittle their values, but to be grounded in who they are, to find mentors and a community that will encourage them in that, and to work hard to achieve the grades that they need to achieve, and to get a job perhaps, to continue to financially support themselves and learn those principles. I think those are very important things that students should know going into college.
Well, Heike Marima, I know that there's hope in the future. You give me hope. You give me optimism as we're moving forward into an exciting next few weeks, an exciting next few months with the 2024 election in our live coverage of the Republican National Convention. Thank you so much for taking the time today, and please come back and visit us.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. And it's always such a pleasure speaking with young voters, perhaps the first time they're actually voting, but they go against the narrative of young people don't care about this country. They're off doing other things. Someone like Heike has a very bright future, and we're excited to see what she accomplishes in the near future.
100%. It's always great to see people that understand what's happening in our country and aren't disconnected from that. I mean,
right.
On all of the social media platforms, all of them, we're seeing people of all backgrounds supporting a freedom movement, a conservative movement, and also supporting President Donald Trump.
Well, and it's all under this umbrella of free speech, because I think in the last few years, we've seen people who have become engaged in the culture that never necessarily thought they were going to be interested in politics because they were canceled or they were thrown off of different social media platforms. And now we have things like Getter, Truth Social. So many people made that happen, including President Trump, in order to get free speech back online and the sharing of information. And again, with the tragic events of the last 48 hours, we get to see things in real time thanks to these phones in everyone's pocket. Everyone has a camera, and it's a good way to share information when certain outlets and certain people in the mainstream media have an agenda and want to quelch the truth and not share information for the American people to decide.
To your point, we know that the mainstream media has been up to that for as long as I think media has been around.
No question.
All of the propaganda, all of the lies, all of the things that they're trying to cover up. But thank God for conservative media, Bobby.
Right. It's a blessing to be here and to be with you, Matthew, to cover what is sure to be such an exciting week. We know the delegates are in the Fiserv Stadium right now. They're getting down to business. The gavel has been rung in, and it is the start of the 2024 Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Exactly. Day one. So we're looking at Make America Wealthy once again. That is the theme of the day. There's a theme every day, and we will be here every day. Bobby will be here tomorrow, and then I know Vanessa Broussard will be here on Wednesday and Thursday as well. As you take a look at the Fiserv Forum, you're talking upwards of 20,000 people there, Bobby. A lot of security, right?
Oh, no question. And this morning, the Milwaukee police chief was talking about perimeters, steel gates, steel walls, and I'm sure a heightened sense of just, of course, what happened in the last 48 hours. People want to feel safe, but we know from the people we're talking with, different delegates from different delegations, there was a red, white, and brew. I have to say that 10 times to make sure I'm saying it correctly, but we know former Governor Scott Walker of Wisconsin and his beautiful family were in attendance, and I'm sure that the Wisconsin delegation very happy and hospitable to delegates from throughout the country.
Exactly, around 30 delegates there from Wisconsin. Of course, President Trump needed about 1,215 votes to become the official nominee. Well, he's way up in the 2000s. So
right.
It's going to be a great day there at the RNC. Once again, we're going to show you every speaker when they take the stage. Every moment will be here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We also have plenty of interviews to get to. And it is great to be here with you, as Bobby mentioned just a minute ago. So this next sponsor, I kind of wish my wife is watching this one, Angel Paste. At the end of the day, we know that this is a product that is a miracle cream that actually transforms the health of your skin naturally. So if we have the graphic to put that up, but also Angel Paste is a product that you can go to on a website there. And do we have that graphic, guys, for Angel Paste? But it's a miracle cream that transforms the health of your skin naturally. So there it is. I know that my wife loves the lotions and all that, so I'll probably have to get that for her. A great product there. Always great to work with companies that are, Patriot first, right? America first. And also great products that are not bought and paid for. Like, we're not a bought and paid for network. We work with great sponsors that help make this thing possible.
High quality products made in America. In certain cases too, when you go to the store, I know I look through some of these ingredients and I'm like, what's red 5 or yellow 4 or blue 3 or whatever the number is. I don't want to put that on my body. I don't want to eat that necessarily. So it's great to partner with these Patriot, America First loving companies. And thank you. So we can bring this to you, be on the air, and also bring you the live coverage where other networks, quite frankly, might just cut away and talk about other things.
You make a great point, and that happens a lot. One more quick point about Angel Paste. It's made in Spring, Texas. Everything sourced in the United States. And Angel Paste also sticks to America First by hiring veterans. So a great company there. Go ahead and take a look at some of their information. It's angelpaste.com. Use the promo code RSBN. And Bobby, you were just talking about the live coverage, right? And you remember in some of the earlier speeches in 2015, 2016, President Trump would say the mainstream news networks, the fake news, wouldn't show the crowds and wouldn't, a lot of them would dip into coverage and then come out because they think they have something better to say. Well, at the end of the day, President Trump has the best thing to say, and it's make America great again.
Oh, no question. And today we'll highlight making America wealthy again. I'm sure they'll talk on these topics of being energy independent, which we were 4 short years ago, keeping seniors in their homes. Let's bring down the costs of Medicare, of Medicaid, just the financial obligations that the taxpayers have to put into these programs. It was one of the cornerstones actually during the primary debate, even with Governor DeSantis, about whether or not we need to raise the age for Social Security. President Trump has been very committed to making sure seniors get back what they paid into the system, and it's a highlight of his populist movement. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of that today, but what I'm most excited for is the potential for the Republican ticket to come out on stage together this evening. We're not 100% sure on that, but we're highly anticipating who President Trump's vice presidential pick will be.
And when we find out, obviously you will know, and hopefully you'll watch it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Again, we've got the live stream there in Milwaukee. We'll be bringing that up soon. But again, you see session 1 expected to begin at 1:45 Eastern. So we're getting closer to day 1 from the forum. For the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee. Again, upwards of 20,000 people there, so always good to see that. And the crowd will be electric tonight.
Oh, it's a fun family reunion. I went through the list earlier this morning they actually print all of the delegates and all the alternates together in alphabetical order and by state, and it's just great to see familiar names, some folks from my hometown who have run for office on a couple of occasions, and they're great patriots. They're doing what our founders envisioned, who put their pen to paper on that declaration, July 4th, 1776. Just celebrated 248 years of this great country, and now we're living in almost a surreal moment. It feels like a Tom Clancy novel of day by day, the things change moment by moment, but freedom is only inches, milliseconds away from being lost. And what courage on President Trump's part to say fight, 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 to get hit by a would-be assassin's bullet, and to stand strong and go into Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the Republican National Convention, seeing Trump Force One land there on Sunday evening. What an extraordinary time.
And then on Truth Social, he said just yesterday, based on Saturday's terrible events, he was actually going to delay my trip to Wisconsin and the Republican National Convention by 2 days. But President Trump said, quote, I've decided that I cannot allow a, quote, shooter or potential assassin to force change anything with scheduling or anything else. Therefore, I will be leaving for Milwaukee as scheduled at 3:30 p.m. That was yesterday. And he said, thank you with an exclamation point, DJT. So, right in the face of a terrible moment, obviously in that moment, American spirit, American fight, American courage, American strength. And here we are this week. This is going to be a great day.
It's so symbolic for what the platform committee has put forward. Again, this was not lobbyists. They were not high-paid consultants who put this platform together that might have in the past. Hundreds of pages of legal innuendos that American voters really didn't have the time to look through. Still smaller than some of the bills that come out of the House or the Senate, but
right.
Still a lot to read and digest. But as you look here, you're looking at roughly 16 pages of an extraordinary platform that really speaks to all Americans of all political ideologies, people who are in the middle class, people who want a strong nation again, and who are concerned about the future of millennials and Gen Zers, and people like Heike, who we interviewed, who clearly is really excited about getting her career started, having just graduated from Baylor University.
Exactly, and so we will be diving into those platform promises, the 20 promises that the campaign and the MAGA kind of way forward when it comes to the Republican Party. Mm-hmm. So we'll dive into that shortly. So once again, the Pfizer Forum will be a packed house tonight in Milwaukee, actually during the day right there at 1:45. We were talking at the top of the broadcast, obviously on the heels of what happened 48 hours ago, the amount of security and the perimeters, I'm sure, are going to maybe even be more rings of security now.
Right, and what the Secret Service does with my interactions with them through my own career, it's always operating in a sense of prevention. And for the local law enforcement partners, that's what we're clearly seeing with the police chief in Milwaukee. Perimeters have expanded to a certain extent. They're calling it a steel gate or a steel perimeter. Sometimes several different code names occur, so if there is another would-be assassin, they don't know exactly what they're speaking over different channels. But I have full faith in those men and women who put on that uniform and are there out of love of country, love for their community, and who go day in and day out to secure their neighborhoods and do what's appropriate to make sure everyone's safe.
Exactly. And producers, if we have that photo of President Trump where he is putting his fist up, 2 days ago, that'd be great to see if we can access that photo and put it up on the screen there. I know we're working on some things, but I wanted to also read this quote from Taylor Budowich from the MAGA Incorporated. It kind of sums up, and I read this at the top of the broadcast, but I think it's something that really needs to be a theme of kind of going from how horrible that was, but to the unity and strength moving forward. So he says here, quote, "By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, 'Fight!' So we shall." The quote continues, "We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden. And we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again."
And what a great quote from Taylor, because that was President Trump's position, especially reiterating it in several interviews, but also at the recent debate on June 27th. Our retribution is simply success. Success at the ballot box, peacefully and patriotically. That's how he wants to settle these things. And this is how we do settle these things in a constitutional republic. We have a democratic form of governance. And President Trump is the biggest cheerleader for America and for this system. So this goes beyond partisan politics. It's not just Republican and Democrat. This is about the future of the United States. And if we really can self-govern, I believe we can with a leader like Donald Trump.
Amen. And we are just north of 100 days until the United States general election. Bobby, we see that photo on the right side of our screen. You see President Trump there moments after that bullet grazed his right ear. What do you see when you see that image?
Pure courage. I think if you would really sum up one word, it's fortitude. There's courage in combat. Few people will actually have a situation as profound as that. And he got right back to his feet. And also thank God, too, he seemed to have the sense to drop to his knees relatively quickly. A horrible moment. But what courage on the part of President Trump and really all those attending. And the gentleman right in the background there, he's throwing a fist right back. He's fighting on too. And this is just courage from the American people, and it shows that MAGA is not just one man. It's an entire movement of millions of Americans.
Millions and millions of Americans, and people, I believe, from across the free world love Donald Trump and love the United States because it stands for freedom. We're talking countries all around the globe. One thing that some of the fake news reported was that he fell down. He didn't fall down. He went down out of safety in that situation. And then the Secret Service, of course, were huddled around him. And then, Bobby, while he was walking over to that motorcade, still pumping his fist in the air, the chants of USA. I mean, that was I just still, in some ways, can't believe that happened because, we thought about, the security of the president. Of course, you always do it with the president. But it was like a movie played out in front of us. It was very powerful when he was putting his fist in the air and showing that he is a strong person and our country is united.
Oh, there's no question. And to have that fortitude, to have the sense to say, Secret Service, stop for a moment. I need to say goodbye.
Exactly.
and tell the folks that I'm okay even in this moment. And that's something you saw in some mainstream media about immediately criticizing the words fight. Now, I thought it was very courageous. Why? I mean, try getting shot at a speech and then go on. Teddy Roosevelt famously got shot in the chest, and he gave spoke for about 90 minutes, but that was before the modern Secret Service. I have a feeling that President Trump might have wanted to stay there and finish the speech.
And that's what I'm hearing, those reports as well, that he actually wanted to continue the speech, but also, you know, he's over at the hospital probably getting checked out with the ear. He wants to get back out there. You know, at the end of the day, and then fight simply means if you're fighting for your country, you're doing exactly what Taylor was saying here. We will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country. So, wow, a lot of news, of course, over the past 48 hours. So we'll be getting back to the RNC here, and I know we've got a sponsor to thank as well.
Oh, we do. We have the Tax Network USA. You can't let the IRS simply take advantage of you. So call 1-800-357-1415. That is 800-357-1415. Or visit tnusa.com/RSBN. The Tax Network USA doesn't just negotiate. They also protect your assets from IRS seizures and manage your yearly returns for compliance. And we were talking earlier about just investing in your financial future. There are so many questions happening in the days and times we're living in. You want to make sure you're financially healthy, and you want to make sure you're not paying too much to the IRS.
Exactly. And so if you've got any back taxes or you're concerned about any of that, guess what? These guys right here, Tax Network USA, as Bobby just mentioned, 800-357-1415. You got to protect yourself from the IRS, as you see right there. Settle those back taxes. Get everything taken care of. At least reach out to them. They're not going to be talking to anybody else. They're just going to talk to you, and they'll let you know, hey, this is what you need to do to get everything taken care of. So, the Tax Network USA. Now, Bobby, as we know, there are delegates that we know that are in Milwaukee. There's someone that we actually spoke with earlier. His name is Bill Wells. He's actually the mayor of El Cajon outside of San Diego there in California. He is a California delegate. He is somebody that deals with the border on a daily basis, right? So we know that that's one of the top GOP platform promises. We'll get to that about sealing the border here in a second. But here is the mayor of El Cajon, California, just outside of San Diego, Bill Wells. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Tell us your thoughts, first of all, of course, about the terrible incident that happened in Pennsylvania just 48 hours ago.
Well, I think this is inevitable. You know, you spend a good part of 5-6 years telling people that the person that they're against politically is not just against them with some of their ideas, but he is the Antichrist. He is the worst person that's ever lived. He's the most dangerous possible scenario where the world's going to crash and burn, and your personal life will crash and burn. You know, most people understand that this is just wild rhetoric, even though it's distasteful. But there are some people that don't understand, that take it too far. I'm a doctor of psychology. I've worked with abnormal psychology all my life. And I know that there are people that are hearing voices, that are having visual hallucinations. They get ideas of reference, and they feel that this is a call to them to step up and save the world. A very, very dangerous situation. And so I think that we shouldn't be surprised that it happened.
Right. And so, I mean, at this point, we know, of course, but President Trump still strong, even in the midst of that chaotic moment there with the famous fist pump in the air and saying to fight, fight, fight. And of course, the fight meaning vote hard, work hard, pray hard, all of those type of things. So, a very interesting day today, as you will be there at the arena. So I'm sure you're looking forward to that, as you are a delegate from the state of California. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the breaking news that actually happened within the past couple hours, where Judge Cannon decided to dismiss this whole case out of Mar-a-Lago.
You know, I've been giving a sports analogy to my friends and family for a couple of weeks now, where you go to a game and there's a fast break, and on some a steal and you're up 8 points, and suddenly you've got the momentum. I feel like the Republican Party has the momentum right now, not just the Republican Party, but the whole conservative movement. And, you know, the dominoes are falling one day after the next. And I think what you're seeing is the beginning of a tidal wave, this red wave that we talked about 2 years ago that didn't manifest. I think it's manifesting right now in ways that even political pundits and consultants couldn't have possibly guessed. So I'm just watching. I'm running for Congress right now. All of these things affect me significantly because of the down ballot voting. So we're just watching in awe and waiting to see what happens next.
Same here. We're right there with you on that. Finally, before I let you go, can you talk to us a little bit about the border there? Of course, you're right there in a border state in California. What do you see in your area? I know you're a little bit outside of San Diego, but not too far.
Well, actually, my city is one of the 3 trolley stops where border people are dropped off. We're seeing about 250,000 street releases into the San Diego area in the past 6 months. We're seeing 30,000 Chinese people brought in. It's a 6,000% increase. We're just seeing the border overrun, and that is starting to affect crime. It's starting to affect local services like emergency rooms, other social services. And, you know, I think the average person in California is dealing with unbelievable prices that the rest of the country couldn't possibly understand, but thank God. We're also dealing with the biggest homeless crisis, which is manufactured by the Democrat Party. And we have about 5 times the homeless that any other state has. And so we've got all these problems. And now you add this other created problem. And yeah, it's a significant issue for the people that are living in San Diego and the rest of California, because we have to pay for all this.
Exactly. Well, Mayor Wells, thank you so much again for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Have a great day. I'm sure it's obviously going to be very historic there in Milwaukee.
I'm excited. Thank you for having me.
So that there, the mayor of El Cajon in California, Bill Wells, a California delegate. Always good to see people from all across the country, of course, supporting President Trump there. Before we get to our next talking point and topic, we do want to talk about the wellness company. Of course, this emergency kit is something that has ivermectin and a Z-Pak and amoxicillin and all kinds of things to kick out any kind of bacteria or virus in the system there. So MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Isn't that awesome? Wouldn't you want something like that, whether you're on a trip, a vacation trip, or at your house?
Right, especially if you're in the middle of nowhere, if you're on a hike, very fluid. And you want to thank people like, you know, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Pinsky, who had the foresight. These are true professionals who have studied this for years and years and have helped make this available for the average American. I think it's so important given these viral cases, and we seem to be over the hump with that, but it's nice to have an emergency pack just to be prepared.
Exactly. So all you have to do is go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com. You see right there on your screen, it says RSBN for the promo code. You get 15% off. So at least go to MakeCareGreatAgain.com, surf around that, check it out, and then of course from there a medical form needs to be filled out, and you'll get exactly what is approved by the doctors there. Ivermectin, Z-Pak, amoxicillin, and more. The wellness company emergency kit, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Now, Bobby, we were talking there, the interview with the Mayor Wells out of California about some of that breaking news today, which started out the 24/7 news cycle on some of the major, so-called major news networks out there. And they were talking about Judge Cannon saying they're going to dismiss the case, the documents case against President Trump. So, you know, obviously on the heels of what happened 2 days ago, and then on top of that, the Supreme Court saying, you know, President Trump or presidents are immune to official acts, you know, certain kinds of situations there. So this was kind of like the thing that was going to happen anyway, right?
And I think this was the one of those smoking gun cases, because in certain situations you had more civil, frivolous litigation happening. But what you have here is a situation where former President Trump could have been in incredible legal trouble as a result. But simply, the judge said here, Judge Cannon, that it was unlawful and that the clerk was directed to close this case just on its face. So pretty extraordinary development this morning as we begin the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And while you were talking there, I was thinking about make America safe again, make America strong again. At the end of the day, all the talking that you're going to hear today from all the so-called pundits out there and whatever, what about two regular guys right here at the Right Side Broadcasting Network that simply love God, love the country, love the Constitution, and love Donald Trump? Am I right?
Amen. And that's what it's all about. And we want the future collectively to be bright for generations to come. You know, we are the dream of our ancestors. What's amazing about America is that you can come from any land around the world and hold up the red, white, and blue and love this country and become an American as if you were born here. And I think this platform that the MAGA movement within the Republican Party has proposed and moved forward and now has been adopted and accepted showcases that all Americans from every racial background, religious background, any kind of background can get behind such a good set of policies.
And there are 20 GOP platform promises. As you mentioned, the RNC Platform Committee has already adopted President Trump's 2024 GOP platform to make America great again. You have the list there, right?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you pick one of the numbers there out of the 20 promises and we can talk about it.
Absolutely. Well, you know, this will be interesting too. You know, number 11 here, the rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again, I think really builds into the theme today of making America wealthy again. We've seen the large cities mostly run by far left, progressive, Democrat policies that have really bought into theories versus proving what works on the ground, like effective community policing, making sure infrastructure is there, making sure roads are paved so people can get to their jobs, making sure there's great infrastructure for public transportation if that's the case. We've seen a decline in that in America's great cities, and it has been really a stain on our soul. And I think the president's very optimistic about returning this to its once glorious days of our big, bold, beautiful cities.
Exactly. And of course, you've been to D.C. as have I, and it's wonderful to see the White House, the Pentagon, all of the monuments and that kind of thing there. I remember seeing the Thomas Jefferson Memorial. What a great founding father he is, right?
Oh, no question.
I mean, it was awesome just to be in there. And it's almost like paying your respects and honoring some of the greatness of our country. So we want that city, as does President Trump, to make it safe, clean, and beautiful again. Now, those of you just joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we have, of course, been covering and discussing the terrible assassination attempt that happened 2 days ago. And I know that some of you are watching and maybe wondering why we're not talking about the shooter a little bit more and that kind of thing. Well, we have covered that, and I'd like to bring that topic up again because the roof that this shooter was on and the people outside there, Bobby, we both saw the video. I know many of you have seen this video. They were pointing to the shooter. They were showing the police there, or at least law enforcement, or at least somebody you could hear towards the end of the video, a lady saying, "He's on the roof, he's on the roof." How can 120 yards away from where the leader of the free world, you consider him the leader of the free world even though he's not the president, yes?
Oh, no question. And as you mentioned before, even certain leaders are still meeting with him on a regular basis at Mar-a-Lago. Viktor Orban from Hungary. There have been some calls to support Donald Trump internationally, and that was happening in congruence with the NATO summit that was in Washington, D.C. Again, two very different visions for not only America but the world, with certain leaders speaking out in support of President Donald Trump. And you have to think about these things, or at least be concerned about them. How does Secret Service move forward? Of course, we're so supportive of all our men and women in blue, whether that's federal authorities, state or local authorities, and they have a very difficult job. They have to be 100% correct always. But we have some questions following what happened 48 hours ago of how does someone climb up onto a roof, sniper has a clear shot of him, and there seemed to be some wait time there. So investigations will follow. We'll see what comes of this, but I think again, you have to ask the questions of what's happening in the Biden administration, because directives are coming from the top down. We've seen the mix of DEI or gender-related, gender dysphoria, whatever it might be the topic of. It's affecting all elements of the federal government, and I think there'll be some changes as a result of this.
100%. I don't have to say anything more because you said it right there. Mm-hmm. You know, that's what that needs to be done on various areas and leadership in various parts of Washington, D.C., and the corruption that's around the country as well. So that's what the swamp's all about, you know. So that's what President Trump wants to do, is drain the swamp. It's still drain the swamp. I believe it's still build the wall. It's all of these mottos and themes from 2016, isn't it?
Right. Oh, it really is. I mean, it's and rarely do you have an opportunity to look back at. It could be a party repeating policies, but the individual is different. We now know the record of President Donald John Trump while he was in office, and the people he surrounded himself were, I think it's the biggest difference, are the cabinets between President Trump and President Biden. President Biden employing much more bureaucratic individuals deeply entrenched into the Washington machine, whereas President Trump said, let me look at your resume, just as a business person would, just as he built his empire with his real estate corporation, and put the pros in charge. And that's why I'm so excited to see who he picks for his running mate. Potentially today we get that information, because it's probably going to be the right man or woman for the job.
Of course it will be, and it's going to be a great, as President Trump is great, the vice presidential pick today will be great, and we are so looking forward to it. I know many of you guys are too. Everyone watching right now, genuinely, we thank you for tuning in here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is all about you. This is all about us in the sense of we the people. We're in this together. I know that the past 48 hours has been extremely difficult, but with God, all things are possible. So we're going one step at a time, and we're going to make it through all of this. And today is going to be an absolutely awesome day with the RNC. Speaking of the RNC, producers, do we have that shot of the 2016 photo where the excitement was happening there? We'll get to that here in a second. As soon as we see it, we'll talk about it. But it's an amazing photo of just the thousands and thousands of people in the arena in 2016. And before we get to that photo, we do want to also thank one of our sponsors. You were talking about the free Trump book before. You got that for somebody, didn't you?
My nieces.
Awesome.
I want them to know what President Trump has accomplished. You know, they're toddlers, and they are just a joy in my life. And they sometimes tune into RSBN with their parents. So
you might want to wave and say hello.
Just in case you're there, I love you both very much, and you're two goofballs, and behave, be nice to your mom and dad.
Yes.
But the free Trump guide, what an incredible history book for young folks and for the kids to learn really how great this country is. Because it's not just about President Donald Trump and his many accomplishments. It's about the foundation of this great country.
Exactly. And what it's doing is reversing the indoctrination that's done by a number of school systems out there. Not saying every school system or every teacher, but why not get this book? It's freetrumpbook.com, just a small shipping and handling fee. We'll get you that book there. And my wife and I actually are expecting in October, so that might be a good book to have under the tree in December.
Oh, congratulations, Matthew.
Thank you.
This is what it's all about. It's about future generations. And as I mentioned shortly before, we are the vision of what the founders had put together. A constitutional republic based on Judeo-Christian principles that all men are created equal under God, and that really the sky's the limit of your vision. But responsibility comes with that too. And I just really wonder, I'd love to talk to them now, and did they really envision it, sea to shining sea, this incredible God-blessed land? And I think in the last 48 hours, we really have recalled, I've had conversations, and even going to church yesterday, just that essence of unity and turning our eyes, our collective soul toward God once again, hitting our knees and asking for repentance. It's an important thing.
Amen to that, 100%. And I know we could talk about that, of course, for another 5 hours on that topic right there. And we thank God for being with this network, and thank God for being with this country and President Trump. We know what happened there 2 days ago, and we thank God for his protection. Look at that photo there, Bobby. Isn't that awesome?
That was Thursday night of the 2016 convention.
Yes.
Right after President Trump had accepted the nomination as a private citizen. I mean, that's also, I think, a remarkable thing of all this is he's mentioned about it before, and something it's one of his proud moments because although for being a tough, courageous, boisterous warrior, President Trump has these very humble moments. Things going back to his apprentice days that he doesn't want to talk about, like the gentleman who changed his tire on his limo and he ended up paying off their mortgage when he found out that they needed some financial help. This man accepted the Republican nomination, a major party nomination, just 8 years ago as a private citizen. It's remarkable when you think about it.
But it's a regular guy. It's a we the people position, right? Mm-hmm. And that bar has now been set as a president is, right? For under President Trump. So that's what we're looking for, of course, moving forward, is President Trump to win, but also in future elections in this country, that we would have people that are the real deal, that are not career politicians, that are just collecting just some dollars and some fame off of the people and not really working for the people. But we know, Bobby, let's talk about two things real quick. One, let's name some great politicians right now in Washington, D.C., which that only may take 5 minutes, unfortunately. But let's talk about that, and then I want to shift to another topic in a second about the global foreign policy with President Trump and how awesome he is with that as well, with, as you mentioned, Viktor Orban or Jair Bolsonaro with Brazil back in the day when he was the president as well in Brazil. But back to the political leaders. I'll name one, you name one, and let's talk about both people. Let's go with Matt Gaetz and share with us a thought
absolutely. Well, Congressman Gaetz is such an interesting individual to me because he actually executes on ideas and promises that he's made to his constituents. He fully supports his first district in Florida. He does not sugarcoat them, whereas some, unfortunately, tend to do that or will make promises but break them. Matt Gaetz, I think, is a young version of President Donald Trump. Someone very committed to the constitutional republic, aggressive, and will not back down from a floor fight. And it's exciting to see that with legislators because it takes a lot of courage to be in Washington. It takes a lot of courage to not take lobbyist or PAC money at times because there are plenty of snakes in our beautiful federal city that try to control legislators like they're puppets, and Matt Gaetz is not one of those people. He's a very courageous person.
Representative Eli Crane, Representative Andy Biggs,
right,
Arizona.
Oh, no question. There's a team of people that are in the Freedom Caucus that are perhaps independent and stay away from more of the caucusing movements, but regardless of that, have a joint love for the Judeo-Christian principles and the foundation of our constitutional government. I also think it's interesting, too, as a Republican Party, it's become such a big tent in the last few years under President Trump's leadership in the MAGA movement that sometimes these ideas will be conflicting. We've seen that with Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, but still those principles are the same. But why do they sometimes argue? They're working for their constituents. They're working for principles to make this government better. And sometimes there's going to be disagreements in a large setting. But I just think back to 2016. I think about Senator Ted Cruz of his keynote speech. Look, vote your conscience. To now, the policies that he's enacted, he's been the right-hand man, the partner of President Trump in the United States Senate, perhaps one of the greatest warriors in the Senate. Personal opinion of mine, I'd love to see him as the next majority leader in the U.S. Senate because not only a gifted orator and gifted speech giver, debater, but someone who would uphold these principles, these policies in the United States Senate.
I'm also thinking about Representative Matt Rosendale out of Montana. Of course, you mentioned Representative Boebert. Of course, MTG, a rock star in the conservative movement. Senator Josh Hawley. Right. And also, let's just go back to Arizona real quick, as it's the 6th largest state in our country, right? U.S. Senate candidate Kari Lake.
Right, an outstanding person and someone who I met years ago as a newscaster when I was actually working for Turning Point USA, and we moved the main offices out west. And what a wonderful person. Did not know her political inclinations, and someone who was called to public service. And I think that's what's kind of neat about this recent movement. Again, people who have had extraordinary careers, whether it be in the news, whether it be in the medical field, who don't need to put themselves through, put their families through the onslaught of just the constant criminal investigations or the bigotry in some cases, but they have put their names forward to make America great again, make America great once again. We had some communication change at the RNC, which is kind of an exciting thing. That was, President Trump is full of surprises, and so is his team.
Exactly, and that's going to be awesome today to see what time this all comes together when it comes to the vice presidential pick, but more importantly, of course, the official nomination for President Trump, and then secondarily, the vice presidential pick. I want to name a couple more people. Representative Byron Donalds. There's a number of people out there.
Oh, absolutely. We have Senator Rand Paul. How extraordinary has he been, and a great gentleman and scholar in the use of the filibuster. One of my favorite moments was when he actually took on Senator McConnell, both in their own regards masters of the Senate. But it was neat to see two senators of the same party, mind you, from the same state, battling over important legislation that affects all of us.
Exactly. And other than politicians, we're looking at Franklin Graham will be speaking at the RNC, Lee Greenwood. We mentioned earlier Alina Habba, the lawyer and also Trump campaign senior advisor. That list goes on. Charlie Kirk, TPUSA.
Absolutely.
Dana White, the CEO of the UFC. I mean, so many people to speak, but also everyday Americans are getting the stage throughout this week.
Right.
That names that you might not have heard of,
right,
but you might after this week.
Absolutely. In particular, and her name is escaping me at the moment, but I believe the gentle lady who runs Doral will be speaking on behalf. So you're going to have some Trump employees speaking at this, talking about the greatness of that company, and a company, mind you, that has been under an extraordinary amount of assault ever since President Trump became president. He had moved all of his assets into the control of Eric and Don Jr., and still that was not enough. With this whole thing in New York with the reevaluation on the property and what was happening down in Florida, the nonsense with that, we could clearly see that Mar-a-Lago was worth a lot more than what they were saying.
Exactly. Well, yeah, way more than $18 million.
Exactly.
We know that. And speaking of New York, the Trump Tower there, you've been?
I've not been in Trump Tower, actually. Been to Mar-a-Lago a couple of times, but I'd love to see the Trump Tower. I heard they have some of the best food and bowls there. So
yeah,
try
definitely.
that out.
There's some good food there, and it's a gorgeous building, just like any of President Trump's buildings are gorgeous, and there is some gold within some of those buildings as well. And as I say that, a kind of fun transition to Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. Those BRICS nations, it's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And Bobby, the list is going on. It's more than just those 5 nations.
Right, and this is what's so crucial about, besides inflation and just the printing of money, the United States used to be the leader in petrodollars. So the U.S. or the world will look to the United States currency, the dollar, as the almighty strong force in world markets. That has changed under the Biden administration. And this is arguably a major mistake of the Nixon administration. This was the Henry Kissinger foreign policy to get rid of the gold standard. But you can protect yourself. You can convert a 401k, an IRA, into pure solid gold, silver. Have great options for your family, so if a doomsday happens, you'll be protected financially.
Text Trump to 989898. You'll get an info kit similar to this one right here in your mailbox, or you'll get one on your phone. I remember I texted Trump to 989898. That'll give you all the information you need just to get kick-started on all of that information there. As you were talking there, Bobby, I was thinking about, of course, it's hard not to think about what happened 2 days ago. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking about how our correspondents, Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, had to experience something like that live.
Right, and I texted both of them, and I just said, I'm so sorry you had to experience that, but the courage, the incredible reporting, if you were watching live, they did an extraordinary job outside of the hospital at the event itself in Butler, Pennsylvania, and it's just such a pleasure to work with you, RSBN, and with great patriots like Nikki and Vanessa, who were in the line of fire. Everyone was that day. And sadly, we had patriots pass away as a result. They were killed because of a terrorist, quite frankly. And to have that courage to keep going, that's a very hard thing to do in the field. And it's just such a pleasure to have them as colleagues and to see how graceful they were in covering the immediate facts that came right out of what happened on that horrible day.
Exactly. And I also sent a text to Vanessa, but also Nikki. She posted something on an internal communication here at the network, and she showed a video of the Patriots prior to the shooting. And then also Vanessa, when she was live there, and she'll be here in the studio on Wednesday and Thursday, she was showing the people. And the crowd was getting a pan shot from our camera, right? And you could just tell the amount of love there at that event.
Right.
And that was just really awesome to see that from Nikki and from Vanessa there. And then moments before this took place at around 6:10 on Saturday, the people behind President Trump started chanting, "Thank you, Trump." And the whole place was chanting, "Thank you, Trump," because he was talking about he could be out there and, he said, quote, the Mediterranean or out at the Atlantic or the Pacific or, just, enjoying life. But he's doing this for the country. And then they started chanting, "Thank you, Trump." And then moments later, we saw what happened. But we know that God himself, I believe, 100% was involved in being able to push that bullet away. That's what I believe. Some say possibly luck. But at the end of the day, we know that we have a commander-in-chief that we hope will take office come January of 2025. As we approach the top of the hour here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, 1 o'clock Eastern, and then of course, Bobby, 1:45 will be the start of the session. So can you talk to us a little bit before we get to the Birch Gold Group? We'll get back to them in a minute, but the fact that all the protocol and all the business that's happening today before we hear, Iowa selects Donald J. Trump.
Oh, exactly. And they should be gaveling in right now if they have not already. The delegates have business to attend to regarding the finalization and the full adoption of the Republican National Committee's recommendations, the MAGA principles, and the platform of the GOP moving forward. And what I'm struck by is, having been involved in some of this in the past, that this was really driven by the delegates, by American patriots, by people really wanting to get involved in the system. Not just people from Washington, D.C. who were high-paid political consultants, lobbyists who had legal mumbo-jumbo, although important, all through a platform that really no one could understand at the end of the day and didn't want to take the time to. It was too long. We have 16 pages here of a very straightforward platform.
Exactly, and then it gets narrowed down to those 20 promises, and as we know, the phrase goes, less is more, so less is more, as you know, and sometimes keeping it simple is much better, right?
Right.
You've got the 4 themes for this week, Monday through Thursday, right? So let's go over those themes again. And then let's dive into some of these promises. I'm sure we might have a commercial break coming up here in about a minute. So before we get to the 20 promises, let's just go over the themes, and then we can go to the commercial and we'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network with more interviews possible. Looks like we have some live interviews coming up as well, just as we did the other day on Saturday. So theme number 1 is today, of course. It is Make America Wealthy once again, and I believe we have 3 other great themes there as well. Bobby, we know that it is Make America Safe Again.
Safe again.
And then we have...
we're going to wealthy and safe.
And strong.
Strong.
And then great, right?
And then great.
So wealthy, safe, strong, and great. So today is day 1 of the RNC. So we are live here in Alabama. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back. We are with you, the American people. We're right there with you. We love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back after the break.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez.
And Bobby McNeely. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Matthew, to cover the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Exactly. So we're looking at a 1:45 start time for session 1. We're happy that President Trump is doing well and is going to be in Milwaukee, already there, of course, but is he in the building? Not yet, but I'm sure soon he will be entering that Pfizer Forum. Once again, 16 to 20,000 people in there, but a lot of security, a lot of perimeters of security there. And Bobby, we were talking during the break a little bit with one of our producers, and we were talking about the vice presidential pick. You know, obviously the big thing is the official nomination for President Trump, but Bobby, man, I'll tell you, this vice presidential pick is going to be huge.
Well, I think it's gigantic considering President Trump is successful. He has 1 term left per the law. So he is a lame duck president from day one. That pick makes it a little bit more crucial on who could be potentially the presumptive Republican nominee come 2028. And I think this is something that we know with President Trump. He has a foresight to be very careful on how he approaches major issues like this. And we still don't know exactly who that person might be. I'm thinking, though, some of the Florida picks might be more unlikely, because my thought is that the electoral map is just so crucial. Would they be willing to give up those 30 votes? Per the Constitution, you can run together with people from the same state,
right,
but you would have to forfeit those electoral victories, and Florida is more or less becoming a slam dunk.
Yeah, so hearing a lot of different reports all around of maybe who it could be, but at the end of the day, instead of speculating, I mean, we're speculating in the sense of here are the names that we've heard,
right?
But at the end of the day, it's Donald Trump's day.
No question, and I think he will be probably surprise us coming out together with that presumptive vice presidential nominee perhaps later today.
Yeah, and you could watch it right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have a live stream set up right there, and of course we have someone on the ground there. We'll be working behind the scenes, but they will be there watching everything as it unfolds. So any information that we get will be directly from our sources at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And go ahead and follow us on Truth Social, and go ahead and sign up for a newsletter if you'd like. It's rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. You get a lot of great information right there.
That's fantastic. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. We also have some great sponsors that we want to thank for putting us on the air so we can bring you full unbridled coverage of what's actually taking place. RSBN is the one network that follows President Trump at his rallies, goes to different conservative policy conferences. We talk to regular everyday Americans. We've had some great interviews that have happened today and will happen throughout the week. And they're actually doing the work that changes their community right at the ground level. These are great patriots. So we want to thank Angel Paste specifically. It's a miracle cream that transforms your skin naturally. I don't use it often, but I might have to, given that I got a lot of sun recently. We're out on Lake Lanier in near Atlanta, Georgia. My gosh, my skin was peeling, and I did not like buying a foreign aloe product that just did not have aloe.
Yeah.
It had all these chemicals in it.
Wow.
So Angel Paste is great because it's American made. It is giving you younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles, and you can get this by going to angelpaste.com. Use promo code RSBN to get 10% off your order. Angelpaste.com, nice, healthy looking skin with that product.
And I mean, it's a product made right here in the US of A, so always good. And they hire veterans as well at that company there. So some more information you see right there on your screen. Angel Paste, a miracle cream right there for you. A lot going on, of course. The RNC will be gaveling in soon, it looks like. They may have already done that. But also, we're hearing that the President Trump's VP announcement is highly likely today. So this is going to be quite a day. Various places, networks reporting that, but really, who cares about the mainstream networks, to be honest with you, because it's been so left-leaning for so many years. Like, what percentage do you think? I mean, I've looked at the numbers. My guess is 95 to 98% with the conservative media as the other 2%.
Oh, it has to be out there because that's the other thing we've seen since President Trump leaving office. Even an outlet like Fox News that would cover him on a regular basis would show a rally and then cut to something else like it was irrelevant. I mean, these MAGA rallies, many of you have been there. We've attended some ourselves. These are massive gatherings, and they're absolute love fests. I mean, they're the best time. Actually, I got a kick out of the Democrat primary this year because it was Congressman was Dean Phillips out of Minnesota. He actually went to a campaign event and then went to the MAGA rally in the line to talk to the voters. And he actually did an interview and said, "These are great people. I didn't realize how nice everyone was, how happy everyone is."
Exactly, right. and that's the way it is at the events. And we're seeing that throughout the country, no matter where Bobby has been live, no matter where I've been live, or Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, Paul Ingrassia, and others. We've seen it from Detroit to New York City. There was even an event where President Trump wasn't even at, and you guys still tuned in and watched it, where Representative Byron Donalds and Dr. Ben Carson in Atlanta were doing an American Business Roundtable on behalf of the Trump campaign. So things are happening, whether it's a deep blue city or whether it's a red state. People are really starting to realize, okay, well, they're waking up. And if they haven't woken up, they have this from this past weekend.
Oh, no question. It's been, I think, as you mentioned, eye-opening, humbling, so sad that there were actually victims there. And our thoughts and prayers are with the families affected by this, because you wait all day for these events, too. It's long lines, it's hot, and your president is there giving a speech, and something so tragic happens. But God will bless the broken road, and I think we will come together stronger as a nation as a result.
An American hero right there, Corey Competori of Sarver, Pennsylvania, and the two others that were also shot. The names are David Dutch, he's 57 years old, from New Kensington, Pennsylvania, and James Copenhaver of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. So one of our other sponsors we have to thank right now and want to thank, of course, is American Finance. Of course, if you're dealing with any kind of financial situations, whether it's debt or other things, this group right here will be able to help you save an average of $854 a month. That's quite the boast right there. But give them a try right there, because this is something that needs to happen. We're dealing with so much Bideninflation and Bidenomics that we need this.
Oh, no question. And you look at the average family of four and what they're spending just on groceries. Everything counts. Every dollar counts. And soon we will hopefully have some relief when President Trump is elected and puts these full promises, this platform into action once again. And we know that will happen given what happened 4 years ago. He has a record, so does President Biden.
We keep saying it here at the network, the gas prices, $1.87 a gallon, national average under President Trump. And then obviously we still are dealing with prices that are way too high. And on top of that, the consumer price index, any lodging away from home, up 45.1%. How about motor vehicle repair? 40.1% increase. Just looking at the list here, electricity, 31.6%. Wow. Think about it. Obviously, you live in Georgia, I'm in Alabama. We've got some heat down here, and I know you got heat some up there in the Northeast, out in the South, out in the Midwest, everywhere in the country. Northwest, might as well name all the sections of the country. But the electricity prices with the air conditioning.
Oh, and these could be life or death situations. And for those who are living paycheck to paycheck, which is most of America, we need relief, whether it's at the pump, whether it's just to fuel your home, whether it's cooking, air conditioning. And that's the theme of Monday today, is Make America Wealthy Again. So I'm very excited to see the speakers presenting on this topic today, and everything that these policies go into the decision-making process that actually affect you at home, and how crucial that is, not only in Washington, D.C., but throughout our cities and our state capitals.
Exactly. So we'll be getting to some more interviews here and also some more analysis as we await the session number 1 to start there in Milwaukee. Exciting times right now for the country, because we know that we are writing a united message moving forward, and that we are hoping that we will be able to make America great again. And wait until President Trump takes that stage. How long do you think, Bobby, that the amount of time that the people are going to cheer and clap when President Trump takes the stage? How long do you think it's going to be?
I think we're going to have something like a 5 to 10 minutes.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Yep. Something, and I think that could be today, because I have this feeling that he is going to walk out there with his running mate, and it's going to be just an extraordinary moment with the entire, all the delegations from all 50 states and territories ready to cheer President Trump on. It's going to be a magnifying. I know we had up earlier the picture of when he accepted the nomination from 2016. I think it's going to be bigger and bolder.
Oh, yeah.
And what a backdrop it will be. Even though 4 years ago, I mean, with COVID, the backdrop of the White House was spectacular.
This is going to be a moment, I think, for about, like you said, I'm going to think about, it's going to be about 5 minutes of just an eruption of crowd noise. And it's going to be a moment that we can all reflect on what's going on with our country right now. It's going to be a moment that many tears will be shed, I believe. I believe this is going to be huge when he steps out there, because this is on the heels of something that we didn't want to happen, and it happened. But hey, you know what? We also have the photo, if we could bring it up, producers at all, of President Trump with his fist in the air and saying, "Fight, fight, fight." And again, let's not let the left-wing media lie about what fight, fight, fight means. Why not go to the exact quote? And how do you pronounce Taylor's last name? Is it Budovich?
Budovich.
Budovich, okay. So the quote again, "By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, 'Fight.' So we shall. We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden." This quote here from Taylor Budovich with MAGA Inc. He also says, "And we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again." So if you want context on fight, there it is.
It's so exciting, and what a team of people, team of professionals coming together to not only help the victims by starting the crowdfunding, the GoFundMe. It's raised almost $4 million right now for what took place, but to respond with such professionalism. And this has been President Trump's message. Even from the debate, he said the retribution that the so-called left-wing mainstream media is talking about is simply our success at the ballot box. That's the retribution. It's being successful. It's winning on a platform that's 16 pages long, if that. Talking about 20 major policy points broken up into chapters, broken up into congruent themes. And President Trump has always been one to never stop fighting peacefully and patriotically, something certain politicians and certain left-wing sources don't really mention.
Exactly, and when you have the proof in the pudding, when you have the video evidence and the audio evidence of what happened on J6, President Trump said, quote, to march down there peacefully and patriotically. Okay. Now let me take that back and paraphrase. I know he said peacefully and patriotically. Did he say march down there? I have to look up the exact words, but he did say, quote, peacefully and patriotically. So that's the message that we've seen from 2016 to 2020. A lot of the left, they call him all these names. They say, oh, you're going to do this and do that if you're president again. If he was that guy, Bobby, he would have done it all back in the day.
Oh, there's no question about that. And that's what's so concerning about we're looking at this question of how much staffing and who in Secret Service goes where with the former president. That also has to be relooked at, because if you look at the same January 6th committee of people like that was manufactured by Speaker Pelosi at the time, but you have Representative Benny Thompson, former Representative Liz Cheney. Thompson specifically wanted to remove all Secret Service protections for former presidents. That was directly targeted at President Trump. And it was unfair, it was uncalled for, and hopefully now we'll have something more robust. I mean, even when President Obama, when he was President-elect Obama, and one Grant Park, Chicago, had a glass enclosure around him. Perhaps we need to move to that, because President Trump likes to be with his supporters. I think he gets a lot of energy from these MAGA rallies and vice versa. It's an incredible experience to engage with the leader of the free world. And we don't want that to end necessarily because of a would-be maniac assassin, but we'll see how this is now addressed with public policy to make sure that President Trump and visitors of the MAGA rallies are safe.
Exactly, and I was talking to some buddies of mine yesterday about all of what went down on Saturday, and one of the things we talked about was that exact point. How will it look moving forward? And it looks like, if you just want to take a page out of President Trump's book, he pumped his fist and he went to that motorcade. And then on top of that, he posted on Truth Social right away about thanking law enforcement, but also keeping the family of the victims in your thoughts and prayers. And then on top of that, he says, you know what? I'm going to be in Milwaukee. This is the show must go on, and that's what he is doing. So I believe that there will be more events, obviously, and of course there will be a lot of security out there, even more than what was seen on Saturday. And we're moving forward because that's what he wants to do. And I forget who said it, but basically that's what President Trump does. He keeps going, regardless. It might have been Paul Ingrassia, but that's what he does. He keeps going no matter what.
Oh, he does. And it's very clear in this policy, too, of how clear it is, how many topics are directly talked about that he touched on in the first administration and will come back to address with a second Trump administration. And that's what's so interesting is the person he picks as his running mate, what's their expertise in this platform? I've been thinking a lot about that, too. And I'm sure, as he said, President Trump, that the person he selects, that man or woman, will be ready on day one, God forbid anything does happen. And unfortunately, you have to think about those things when something crazy happens like it did 48 hours ago. Is that person ready for the presidency? Someone like Kamala Harris is not. And clearly from the Biden-Harris ticket, there is a weakness. With this Trump and yet to be named person, there's going to be strength in that. So I'm very excited to see what takes place after the regular session of business today at the RNC.
And you and millions of people.
Right.
I mean, we are all in it together. We're watching with you guys. Thank you so much for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are exactly 25 minutes away from the session 1 that is expected to begin at 1:45 Eastern. Of course, that is 12:45 here in the Central Time Zone. Thank you to all of you watching from all around this great country. We're with you. I know it's been obviously a very difficult past 48 hours, but we're here to be with you, and our thoughts and prayers are with the families and the victims of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, just north of Pittsburgh, some 48 hours ago, as you mentioned there, Bobby. We also wanted to thank one of our great sponsors. I believe he was saying the wellness company, or I'm not sure which one we have to thank at this point. The free Trump book, thank you. So we were talking before about how great this book is, because I mean it's reversing the indoctrination of what students are learning out there too.
Oh, exactly, and actually teaching American history. And what's great about this book is it's not just President Trump, it's about these policies that are in this platform, but also documents with the series of the Declaration of Independence, the United States Constitution, the idea of the Judeo-Christian Foundation, and the Bill of Rights. Why we separated from England in the first place. All these questions are important, and with an electorate that may not know these things or can't answer these questions, it could lead to a nation in peril. How do you reverse that? How do you fix that? Educate your children about the greatness of America. And that's what the Free Trump book is clearly doing. You can get that at freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. I actually got these series of books for my nieces. So if they're watching today, make sure you're reading, because your uncle's going to give you a book review.
Yeah, exactly. A test, a 10 question test coming up right after the broadcast. So that's awesome. Now, Mike Huckabee, of course, writing that book, or at least working with a team to write that book. And,
absolutely.
He has a show down there in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Yet another great patriot.
Oh, no question. And an American pastor who became governor of Arkansas. Now, to see his daughter becoming the governor of Arkansas, and perhaps someone who will be very influential in the next administration as well, whether she stays as governor or perhaps in another role, we have yet to see, maybe this week. But Governor Mike Huckabee, like those founders, like those many pastors who stood up in their church and said, this is where the line is drawn. This is a question of moral destiny. Where is our character as a nation? Someone who is maybe a modern founding father. I have great respect for former Governor Mike Huckabee.
And when you say that, that's a whole. I mean, we could talk about that for a few minutes as well. I mean, you think about Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon, right? Modern founding fathers. It's a beautiful way to say it, right there. We got a number of people that are really sticking it all out there for the country,
right? And they don't have to. I mean, it's about signing away your sacred honor. Your monetary value. Some of these people, even former Mayor Giuliani, he's been hit with so many costs with his legal fees over the fact that they're doing the right things, that they are doing things that a lot of other people and even politicians complained about in the past. And again, comes to mind is Congresswoman Maxine Waters from California. She called into question every election since, 96, maybe before that, and there weren't any prosecutions for that.
Exactly right. That is so true, and maybe someday there will be.
Perhaps.
So one other patriot real quick I want to thank, and he might be watching, I'm not sure, but Mike Lindell.
Oh, great.
What an awesome guy. I remember in Robstown, Texas, him going around at one of the rallies, shaking all the people's hand from all walks of life. And everybody loves Mike Lindell, and obviously we love him at the network. And I've been able to work with him a little bit at AmFest in 2022 out there, working with another network. But at the end of the day, a great person, and what else is there to say other than he's awesome?
Oh, absolutely. Our lives, our fortune, our sacred honor, just as those first founding fathers did. Some of these people have been to jail for just getting the truth out there. And we stand in lockstep with all of them. And we thank you and the sponsors for tuning in and supporting us so we can bring you real news and real coverage of what's actually happening out in the field.
Exactly. It's from the people to the president. We both have been out there in the field interviewing you guys, and then of course when President Trump or any pre-program speakers are there, you get all of that coverage. We're not twisting things around, and basically it's the whole common sense aspect. It's the truth aspect, right? It's just being genuine with the American people.
Oh, no question. That's what we're all about here at Right Side Broadcasting, and we're honored that we can come into your home today to cover the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is underway just in a few minutes, if not already. They are gaveling in, and I think the delegates are, I'm sure, excited to be there and to finalize this beautiful platform.
Yeah, definitely a lot of a great emotion about to be had when President Trump is out there today, and also whenever we hear about a vice presidential pick. Speaking of sponsors, Tax Network USA, we were talking about them a little bit earlier, but if you have any back taxes or any issues, or when it comes to finances there, that's the group to reach out to, 800-357-1415. You could settle those back taxes today. They've worked with so many countless Americans. And again, not bought and paid for by some woke ideology. These guys are simply there. They wouldn't be sponsoring and working with our network if they were bought and paid for, right? By the way.
Of course, and it's in these financial times, you have to protect all of your assets, and sometimes people are simply overpaying, trying to do the right thing, and you end up with these back taxes and confusion. So hire a great tax network, USA, and you can call 800-357-1415 for that. tnusa.com/RSBN. So a great partner. Thank you for sponsoring us.
Definitely. And also Birch Gold Group, we were had an interview earlier with Philip Patrick. We might call that up maybe a little bit later today. But at the end of the day, we know texting Trump to 989898 obviously is another great thing to do when it comes to that financial backing and that assistance.
Right. Oh, absolutely. So make sure you're financially protected in these trying and questionable times. But you know what's so neat about covering the Republican National Convention? It's in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Right.
This is the birthplace of the Republican Party.
Exactly.
Right in Wisconsin, not several miles from Milwaukee, but a party formed on ending slavery and ending the practice of polygamy at the time. So that's an interesting facet that I think people don't really know outside of historical circles. Mm-hmm. It really came out of what was a slowing down party, a party that was falling apart, which was the Whigs. And of course you had Abraham Lincoln as their first presidential candidate for the Republican Party in 1860, just 6 short years after their inception in Ripon, Wisconsin. So I'm sure this is special for former Governor Walker and especially the Wisconsin delegation, that it's somewhat of a homecoming for the Republican Party.
Exactly. About 30 delegates from Wisconsin there ready to go. And they might, I don't know if they go in order of the alphabetical order of the states or not. They probably do, but Wisconsin should go first with all of that great history.
I think it would be nice if they do implement that. I've been waiting to see any reports from the delegates we know that are actually in the field, that are in the Fiserv arena at this time. But that would be a special moment for Wisconsin, their rightful place in history.
Exactly. And we were talking earlier in the broadcast as well. I mean, when they say the state of Texas, nominates Donald J. Trump, and to hear the crowd, we were talking about how at previous RNCs, usually it's the delegates right behind the person that's speaking that are clapping,
right,
and then everybody else is kind of quiet. But I wonder if it's going to be the entire place will cheer, every state.
It'll be quite a moment, and I'm very much looking forward to. I think we'll be probably over 5 minutes of clapping. There's no question about that. And who will be that special person to put him over that 12-15 hump of those delegates? And former Ambassador Haley, former Governor Nikki Haley, has asked to relinquish her delegates to President Trump, and I think that's a great sign of unity and strength as the Republican Party is about to gavel in for its 2024 convention.
Other GOP officials and candidates and also politicians that are going to be speaking, U.S. Senator out of Alabama, Katie Britt. We've got Senator Tom Cotton, Senator Rick Scott, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, Tim Scott, Marsha Blackburn, Ted Cruz, Senator Ron Johnson out of Wisconsin. Of course, U.S. Senate candidate Kari Lake. The same along this whole line of candidates, whether it's Bernie Moreno in Ohio or Tim Sheehy in Montana, Dave McCormick, who was on the stage there in Pennsylvania just the other day out of Pennsylvania, Steve Scalise, Tom Emmer, Elise Stefanik, and others. And then, of course, we see a lot of representatives as well, Bobby.
It's an exciting time, and it's really the full wealth and weight of the MAGA movement who will be presenting. And, of course, amazing different backgrounds. They're all so interesting. I'm uniquely excited about what candidate Congressman Jim Banks has to say, who's running for the U.S. Senate now, because he's a bold fighter that will hopefully be very vocal, as he has been in the House, but for the Senate side representing Indiana.
Exactly. And so these speakers will be spread out through the next next 4 days. I was going to say 72 to 96 hours, I guess. But the next 4 days. So we're looking at Matt Gaetz will speak, Anna Paulina Luna, Byron Donalds, MTG will be speaking. Nancy Mace, Ronnie Jackson, Wesley Hunt. We were talking about Sarah Huckabee Sanders earlier. Kristi Noem, Ron DeSantis, Doug Burgum, Glenn Youngkin. And Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, what a great guy he is, of course, with just such a powerful delivery, but also from the heart and a message for MAGA and for our country, and also for our faith, Judeo-Christian principles.
Right. I mean, he's a guy, especially at CPAC, I think, who can just really garner so much attention. I mean, he's an incredible speaker and really talks about those founding documents. Also, talks about how this country was made for everyone. I mean, he is one of the greatest fighters, I would say, against the far left ideology and the these different projects that are being put together to go against our times and our traditions.
Exactly.
No
and a few more I wanted to read off here that will be speaking. Dr. Ben Carson. Peter Navarro will be in Milwaukee. Can you believe it?
That's amazing.
Now it says here, now hold on now. It might be on a Zoom or it might be in person. I don't know yet, but we'll see here with the RNC. Linda McMahon, the former U.S. Administrator of the Small Business Association, will be there. We might be also getting Linda McMahon live here this week with the America First Policy Institute as we interviewed Carlos Sanz, who was the former ambassador under President Trump back in the 2016 election. Also, we're hearing from one of the other networks that the White House will have a press briefing after the President Trump's assassination attempt. So I don't know what is going to be learned there at that White House press briefing, but we will monitor any news that comes in and share that with you. Newt Gingrich will also speak, and then the former U.S. Representative out of New York, Lee Zeldin. So a huge list of people. That's not all the speakers. That's just a lot of the highlights. Of course, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, Laura Trump, the co-chairman of the RNC, and Kimberly Guilfoyle. So obviously, Bobby, a whole slew of speakers. Today's wonderful.
Oh, it is. It really is. And it's about making America wealthy again. I'm excited to see the speakers today highlight those different policy points. I think one of the biggest ones that will be driven home is the fact that we were energy independent just 4 short years ago, that we can drill here in America, that you shouldn't be forced to have to go an electric route, whether it's with your stove, whether it's with your automobile. You should have that freedom of choice. And what I see in this platform is so much, not only the defense and of the dignity of the individual, but also the defense of their individual property rights.
Exactly.
And also, speaking of that too, protecting our seniors. That's another highlight of this making America wealthy again. They should be able to stay in their homes. They should get the Social Security that they paid that money into. It should be a return on their investment. And President Trump is fighting hard to make sure that happens. So this should be a highly, I mean, each day is going to be big policy days, but this one is going to be a large day for that.
As today's theme is Make America Wealthy Once Again. As you mentioned there, Bobby, we can talk about some of those 20 promises. Make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. How about stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower?
Oh, and it's exactly. It's so smart to do, because we've seen with people like President Biden when he was a senator fully welcome in China to global and world trade, regardless of their human rights violations. And a lot of our manufacturing plants went over to China as a result. And it was for cheaper products, but sometimes not as high quality products. And that's why we're so lucky to be on air and so fortunate to have great sponsors who are American-made companies hiring veterans who are trying to remedy this. And we saw that with the Trump administration the first time around. We brought manufacturing back to the United States, and even European companies. Many manufacturers are here, in South Carolina, in the Southeast United States, hiring people and having quality products for the American people. And it's just a good populist policy that he'll be presenting this week.
Exactly. And to all of your point, a great segue to BelleWood Designs. Right. Responsible gun owners know it's important to keep their firearms secure, especially if you have kids around. But if your firearm isn't close to you when you need it the most, what good is it? Right there, you can see that product made right here in the US of A, BelleWoodDesigns.com. You can get percentage off there with the RSBN promo code. So this is something you can put your firearm in that kind of box there that says "We the People" on it. That's awesome, right? Out of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and that kind of thing. So you'll have that in a very efficient, quick spot if you need it.
Oh, no question. That's the response time of police, and we love our police. It's about 6 minutes in the United States. So if you have your gun locked up in a case off to the side, it may be too late in case there's an intruder. But this is a great opportunity to have it safe, but also an easy spot to access your firearm.
Again, that's BelleWood Designs. You see that, BelleWoodDesigns.com. You can use the promo code and get 10% off right there. RNC is the promo code with BelleWoodDesigns.com. So you see it right there. It says hidden gun cabinet design for every room. So wherever you need it, you can get that product right there. So once again, BelleWoodDesigns.com. So we're getting closer now. We are looking at about less than 10 minutes until the start of the first session at the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee. Some 20,000 people in the arena. There will be, of course, plenty of perimeter security there, as we mentioned earlier, Bobby. But we're seeing that report right there here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. President Trump may announce his vice presidential candidate today.
And I think it would be so exciting to see them out together on stage. And it's very likely to happen, I think, this evening after regular delegate business. And I think that will be a rather amazing standing ovation.
Yes, exactly. And we know that today is Monday, and some of you might be watching us in your office, or if you're working remotely on your phone. Thanks for kind of watching us on the side while you do some work, you know what I mean? But thanks for watching, because this is historic today. As you know, this is a historic day, especially after an unfortunate, terrible situation happened 2 days ago.
Right, and it's just such an honor to be here with you, Matthew, and to have Vanessa and Nikki, who were in the field during that. Thank God they are safe, and the vast majority of everyone was safe. Sadly, there were victims. This hero father who shielded his family in the line of fire, and let's pray to God it does not happen again. What a backdrop, what a setting. What has happened in the last few hours? Remember, President Trump was supposed to be sentenced on July 11th before the Supreme Court made their ruling. And now you have Judge Cannon, who has thrown out a criminal investigation. We're now seeing some live looks of the delegates in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, getting ready for business. What a moment for these delegates, especially if it's their first time.
Yeah.
So in the matter of just how a week can change so many things in American society, we've seen something that's truly historic.
As I mentioned before, you're exactly right about that. I mean, this is going to be, again, I believe a 5-minute standing ovation with cheers and clapping when President Trump takes the stage there at that arena in Milwaukee. A wonderful moment about to happen. Obviously, we'll go to that as soon as things get kicked off there. We're looking at just a few minutes until that moment. Before we do throw it out there to Milwaukee, obviously we'll be back here in the studio throughout the day. We're sticking with you. Thanks for sticking with us from now through Thursday and beyond here at the network. Let's thank our friends at the Birch Gold Group real quick here. Text Trump to 989898. Get all the information you need about gold, silver, precious metals. And this info kit, Bobby, I mean, just check that out. It's pretty cool.
It's really amazing. And you might want to convert your 401k, your IRA, to Birch Gold. They have silver options. They have precious metals. I mean, this is really, and it's a straightforward packet for you here. And you have great endorsements too. You have these the Patriots who were talking about, Ben Shapiro, Stephen Bannon, Ron Paul, Dan Bongino, a great former member of the Secret Service, and a hero in his own right. Make sure you're financially secure in these trying times, and the best way to do that is diversifying in precious metals and gold. So the Birch Gold Group is a great go-to.
Definitely. Text Trump to 989898. You'll get that information into your phone right away. If you text that now, you'll get a text reply right back to you. And then they'll give you a call a little bit later today. They'll line up a call with you. You can ask them questions. You can ask them to send you this hard copy if you'd like. But at the end of the day, again, this is something that needs to be done. The BRICS nations are trying to come against the U.S. dollar, and that's just not going to fly, right? So President Trump wants to make America wealthy once again. That's today's theme. But on top of that, having that financial peace of mind and the backing through the Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. So the big news of the day at the beginning, of course, on the heels of what just happened 2 days ago. First is the fact that the people saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, Bobby, they saw, according to the video, that there was somebody on the roof. Can you believe it? How did that happen?
Yeah, that's really remarkable. And, we'll know more as days go on, as investigations happen. But clearly, Secret Service had a scope on this man. The threat was eliminated very quickly. But you had this moment, and it's been verified because we all get to carry these in our pocket. And it's a beautiful thing that you can hit record and see what's actually going out there. And it was brave patriots who were alerting local law enforcement there's someone on the roof with a weapon. We'll definitely learn more in the coming days, but this is part of the Biden administration and the failure of certain arenas, certain departments because of certain hirings like DEI or gender-related or the gender dysphoria claims from the Biden administration. And so I'm very interested to see what his press secretary mentions in the coming and developing hours with this. As much as I appreciate President Biden's speech last night calling for unity, there's a lot of rhetoric on the left that we've seen over the years, including saying that there's a bullseye on Trump's back or that he is going to destroy democracy. The high, gross rhetoric that just doesn't make any sense at the end of the day. Maxine Waters calling for getting in the face of your Congress people. The calling for violence on the left really has to stop, and as we seek to be a more civilized union.
Bobby, the narrative on the left is false, is propaganda, is lies. KJP there at the White House is a liar. Joe Biden's a liar. The left wing, they're lying. We know that you can't paint a picture about someone. Now, there are some tactics, though, in brainwashing where if you say it enough times, people might start to believe it. But we're awake now to what the truth is. The fact of the matter is President Trump did nothing as to what they would say he would do if he was the president again between 2016 and 2020.
Right. I mean, he did a very poor job at being Hitler, as they would call him. The New Republic put out on their front cover, America's Hitler, America's new fascist movement. And it's laughable considering these policies, this platform we're looking at, these roughly 16 or so pages, are giving people more freedom. The Nazis did not do that. The National Socialist Party of Germany failed at giving people freedom. And in fact, they put people to death because of their background, a complete atrocity. So it is something that the left is famous for doing. Saul Alinsky, the movements in Chicago and elsewhere where the far left Marxist thought on these college campuses. This has been in motion for years and years. And even though historically it's somewhat of a new cancer, the American progressive movement is very good at trying to groupthink and place people into different classes to belittle the dignity of the individual. The complete opposite is in this platform.
100 million% right there, Bobby. That's exactly what's going on with Marxist movements, that a lot of corruption throughout the government that are connected in those areas. But today is a day, of course, of hopeful healing after a terrible situation just happened 2 days ago, and a message that's coming from the Republican Party of unity and resilience and strength. Bobby and I guaranteed could talk about what he just brought up for hours to come. I'm picking up what you're putting down, and I believe exactly what you're saying about what the left is about and what they're rooted in when it comes to good and evil. And I know all of you watching right now are saying amen and agree with us. But today we're going to continue the coverage right here with the Right Side Broadcasting Network live RNC coverage, of course.
So exciting, and I'm really just, it's thrilling that we could come back in a stadium as beautiful as the White House was as the backdrop 4 years ago when President Trump accepted the Republican nomination. This is, what a beautiful stage, the red, white, and blue. Milwaukee, the home of the RNC this week, and it's a homecoming for the Republican Party. In 1854, the birthplace of a movement of abolitionists and those for traditional marriage, those were the first two party platforms, has blossomed into the party of the American worker, the party of the family in all shapes, size, and colors that may come in, the party of Judeo-Christian values, the party that's willing to defend the Declaration of Independence, the United States Constitution, the concept of a Jeffersonian constitutional republic. It's just an exciting time to see this Big Tent party come in with such unity on the backdrop of what's been a wild week in American culture and politics.
Nearly 20,000 people there at the Pfizer Forum fighting right now. That's what they're doing. They're listening to President Trump. He said to fight, fight, fight. Well, this is what fighting looks like. It's called voting for your candidate. It's called working hard and praying hard. That's why all those delegates from around the nation are in that arena. Some 20,000 people. And Bobby, the visuals there just right now, that camera angle and all the camera angles we're going to get here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, a gorgeous, obviously, stream from the RNC. We're going to have every speaker, every moment, as soon as things get kicked off. It is now 1 minute past the session start time, 1:46 p.m. Eastern time. All of you that are tuned in, watching, thank you so much. We're going to have 4 straight days of coverage. Interviews, analysis, commentary, and it's from people like Bobby, myself, Vanessa, and others that work at the network that are with you, the American people. We're the same as you. Why? We were born in America, or if you're from another country but you're a legal immigrant, we are part of this nation, and we know that this government is to be by the people, for the people. And as Abraham Lincoln said at the end of the Gettysburg Address, shall not perish from the land. So that's why today is obviously very important. We're looking forward to kicking it off here with you guys. We're going to throw it there live, let President Trump, obviously it's going to be so great to see him become the official nominee for the 3rd time, Bobby.
For the 3rd time in a row, and what a historic time. This has happened on a few occasions in American history where a president makes his comeback. And it was once successful, and that was Grover Cleveland many, many years ago as the 22nd and 24th President of the United States, and President Donald Trump attempting to become the 47th President of the United States. A businessman who was born in Queens, who took over the family business and created a global empire in real estate, in golf, in so many different products, a risk taker, but someone who has employed countless individuals. We're going to hear from some of those individuals this week, the ordinary Americans, to talk about how great this company has been. He took those principles into Washington, D.C., into the swamp, into the federal bureaucracy, and he was like a bull in a china shop, and it has become a rallying call. This platform has become a rallying call for the populist movement and for Americans, all because Donald Trump was brave enough to leave his penthouse in Trump Tower, New York City, and go to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. What an American story.
A great American story that is all about the outsider.
Right.
It's not about someone that's been there, that's been a politician for a bunch of years, insider, everything, you know. Not saying every one of them are. We know with Matt Gaetz and many others that are true patriots in Washington. But the outsider quote that I absolutely love from President Trump reads as follows, quote, "Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider, because it's the outsiders who change the world and make a real and lasting difference," end quote, DJT.
It gives me goosebumps to think about, because it's, again, he has spent so much of his own personal wealth on this. He's been hit. You know, Chuck Schumer said this years ago. The intelligence community has 6 ways from Sunday when it comes to getting you. We've seen people's lives, their sacred honor, their fortunes completely depleted. Families affected by this, but they keep on fighting peacefully and patriotically, of course, to make this nation great again, and all led by a man who seems to have boundless energy, and there's no stopping him with God's hand at his side. And we thank God for protecting the Trump family, and what I'm sure is a very stressful time, regardless, as you know, even though he comes out fight, fight, fight.
Right.
It's got to take a toll on the family.
Exactly, and peace through strength. I mean,
Right.
think about it. I mean, that's what we've seen with so many world leaders, you know, keeping them at bay. But then the world leaders that love freedom, like Viktor Orban, like Jair Bolsonaro, like the
Right.
president of El Salvador and Milei in Argentina, you know, his foreign policy just speaks for itself of what he's already done, what he's doing now. And it makes me reminds me of the scripture about Jesus, and he is the Prince of Peace as well.
Right.
So it's like, hey, we understand what's going on here. We see what's happening. A lot of us are way more awake now than ever because of what just happened 2 days ago. But this is going to be an absolutely great event. I mean, session 1 expected to begin any moment now. We will take you there live. We will hear today that he will be the official nominee of the Republican Party as president, and then also for president, and then also the vice presidential pick. We're getting reports that this might happen today, Bobby.
I'm so excited about it, and I can only try to figure out who it is at this point, the man or woman who will be joining Donald Trump on the national ticket. And we have some reports on things, and we're still trying to figure out where that is all going to go. But very excited to see who that person will ultimately be. And Matthew, thank you for bringing up the point about so much criticism sometimes from other leaders, especially in Washington. They just had this NATO summit, this globalist movement. It's ironic how so many world leaders are saying, please vote for Donald Trump for peace and prosperity. Such an interesting thing. It's not just affecting our country, it's going to affect the whole world, but who we ultimately choose to be the leader of the free world.
Exactly. I mean, let's think about Nigel Farage, right?
Right.
I mean, he's somebody that's on the same page. He's spoken at many either CPAC or AmFest events and that kind of thing. So that's the kind of leaders we want now, right? And that's because of President Trump, though. You know, whether you like President Trump or you're not really interested, at the end of the day, the facts are still the facts. The reason why we've got such a movement for freedom around the world in a way that's more connected than ever before, in my opinion, is because President Trump kind of showed the way.
Right.
He also showed the way of there's a lot of lying fake news out there.
Oh, no question. When you actually have things that are, you just take the Charlottesville comments, for example. It is edited in a way to make him look bad, to make him look like he was saying something he wasn't. You just add on a few more seconds to complete that, and even what they had put out there was not that offensive, but it was crafting a narrative, was crafting a message, and sadly, we've seen that with a lot of mainstream outlets trying to create news, not report the news and let you decide. That's why RSBN is here to provide this commentary and actually go to the events and show you what's actually happening in real time, talking to patriots like you at home who are watching, and thank you for watching. What an extraordinary time to be able to combat voices that are trying to have an opinion in the news, that are trying to show President Trump in a light that just doesn't even exist, calling him a fascist. The New Republic did that just a few years ago, and I'm sure they'll continue to do that, as we've seen with some coverage, talking about calming down the rhetoric on his part after he was just shot. It's remarkable.
It is remarkable, the fact that they will hurry up and try and cover other headlines real quick and make that the big story instead. The big story, in my opinion, over the past, obviously, 2 days now is, of course, we know that President Trump is fine, is okay, is strong. And the story is the fact of how did it happen? How did the fact that the people there at the rally were trying to say to, I believe they were talking to law enforcement, they were yelling, saying there's somebody on the roof over there. There's video proof of this.
Right.
So that story, of course, is the huge 24/7 cycle story right now. And then the Judge Cannon throwing out or dismissing the case against President Trump down in Mar-a-Lago about the documents case, which is a bunch of lawfare anyway. And then, of course, the other big news story of the day is you're looking at it right there.
Right. And he's acknowledged now, President Trump has said that I should be dead right now. I think this moment, this weight, if it wasn't, on his shoulders before, I mean, now it's a whole different story. And remember, only a few days ago, if the U.S. Supreme Court had not necessarily ruled on what was taking place, he was going to be sentenced in New York on July 11th. He could have been accepting this nomination from a prison cell. So the last few days has been really a whirlwind. I know it's affecting my sleep patterns because those who are concerned about the country, like Matthew and I are, and RSBN, and all of our friends and family at home, and you patriots watching, this choice is perhaps the most important one we'll make electorally in our lifetimes. And politicians say it all the time. Been to plenty of political rallies. This is the most important one. No, this 2024 is going to be such a final battle as President Trump speaks of.
Yeah, it's a make it or break it moment, figuratively speaking. It is in 3.5 months. It is north of 100 days until the U.S. general election. A lot of work to be done, of course. We're praying hard, we're working hard. And there are a lot of groups out there that are conservative groups, but the conservative groups, what they're doing are working on election integrity as well. But obviously, we're dealing with a lot of new things happening. The terrible assassination attempt on Saturday. Then, so now we have the increased security that's happening there at the arena. Of course, you see all of those people there, some 20,000 people at the event there. And you were talking about President Trump earlier about saying wasn't supposed to be here in the sense of after what he dealt with on Saturday.
Right.
So the New York Post, there are some stories that I really like, and there's some that I don't. And what I'll just say quick about it is, at the end of the day, anything owned by the Murdoch family, you be the judge on that. But anyway, the point is, the doctor at the hospital said, according to the New York Post, said he never saw anything like this. He called it a miracle. That's according to President Trump, actually saying that. He was sporting a loose, large white bandage that covered his right ear. His staff insisted that no photos be taken, of course. I'm not supposed to be here, President Trump said. I'm supposed to be dead. This is according to President Trump and according to the Post here. I'm supposed to be dead. Again, he said that. He said he would be if he had not turned his head slightly to the right to read a chart on illegal immigrants. At that instant, what would have been a kill shot instead tore off a small piece of his ear. He's saying, whether he obviously said on Truth Social that divine intervention, God, right, was able to do that miracle for him. So he also said about luck as well. So at the end of the day, we know God is with this country, with President Trump, and helped that situation not be worse than it was. So,
well said.
Yeah. Also, just our hearts and minds are praying for the people that were killed there at the rally, Corey Compatore, and the 2 others injured. So we're going to be bringing live coverage throughout the day here. It's just, I keep thinking about what happened there, and it's not off of my mind yet, as you can see right now. It's just something that was so terrible, and we're just going to have to move forward in unity and strong.
And it feels like more than just a couple of days. It's felt like maybe a month has gone by, because it's just these moments are the replaying of it, and that iconic photo, perhaps one of the most famous we'll see out there. But it calls into question, how does Secret Service handle this in the future? Do you have a larger detail? Do you then put a glass around the president? Do you have someone who matches his height, in that moment too? And they were all, God bless them, courageous, amazing people who are willing to put themselves in the line of fire like that. But President Trump has a 6'3" frame, a large man, and the woman Secret Service agent with him, bringing him off the stage. I don't know if we have the iconic fist raised of fight in that moment with the American flag backdrop,
right.
Just given that situation. But I appreciate so much too their training and how they put their hands over his head, trying to cover from any potential other snipers in the area.
Exactly. And if we do have that one photo, we see somebody walking out right now in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's go there live to the RNC on day 1.
This convention will come to order. Delegates and alternate delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention. Before we begin the official business of this convention, let us please take a moment of silence to reflect on the terrible events that took place in Butler, Pennsylvania, and to pray for the victims and their families. Thank you. Offering today's invocation, please welcome, from the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America, His Eminence, Archbishop Elpidophoros.
Let us pray to the Lord of all. Almighty and eternal God, in peace we come before you and implore your infinite goodness. Look upon this gathering of our nation's political leaders and grant them illumined hearts and minds to serve their fellow citizens through this Republican National Convention. Grant unto the nominee President Donald J. Trump and to his advisors and counselors wisdom, grace, and the spirit of duty, that they may embrace all Americans' needs, shining the light of good government upon the venerable institutions of the world's best hope for everyone's life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Grant unto the delegates a powerful recognition of purpose to bear witness to divine providence, which has shielded this great land through the centuries and drives us to a more perfect union with one another, ever building on the labors of those pioneers of patriotism who went before us. Preserve, protect, and defend the servicemen and women who daily safeguard our freedoms, so that in prosperity and tranquility we can worship you, the Creator, Redeemer, and Sanctifier of the universe, and be the blessed people whose God is the Lord. Amen.
Would everyone please rise for the presentation of colors? The colors are presented by the Ozaukee County Sheriff Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Detail. Halt. Order. Arms.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
Right shoulder. Arms. Ready. Cut. Present. Arms.
It is my privilege to introduce Debbie Krolitis to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you so much. What an honor this is for all of us. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome John Stanford.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Arms. Order. Arms. Ready. Cut. Port. Arms. Right. Face. Forward. March.
If tomorrow all the things were gone that I'd worked for all my life, and had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom and they can't take that away. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. To the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, from New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Glad these
Ladies and gentlemen, the chair has an important announcement to make so that we may proceed in an orderly manner under our current time constraints. As described in our rules and the order of business, to enable the chair to be certain that any motion offered has met the necessary requirements of our rules, the chair would like to put the delegates on notice that the chair, through the Secretary of the Convention, must be provided in advance with satisfactory written evidence of support of a majority of delegates from each of the necessary number of states required by our rules. This written confirmation is consistent with our modern practice and precedent during previous conventions with similar announcements, as well as the use of written certificates for the presentation of the names of our candidates for nomination. Also, the chair would like to remind all delegates that the rules require that the notification of evidence of written support necessary to present a name of a candidate for the nomination of the office of President and Vice President of the United States must be submitted to the Secretary of the Convention prior to the placing of the names of candidates for nomination. I also wish to remind our guests and alternates that participation in convention business is limited to the delegates on the floor. In particular, it is important that guests and alternates in the gallery remain silent during voice votes to ensure that the chair can hear the accurate results. In other words, if you are not on the floor, you are not speaking during votes. The chair now recognizes the Secretary of the Republican National Convention, Vicki Drummond from Alabama, for the purpose of reading the call of the convention. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Watley. To the Republican voters of the United States of America, in accordance with the rules of the Republican Party adopted by the 2020 Republican National Convention on August 24, 2020, in Charlotte, North Carolina, and as amended by the Republican National Committee on April 14, 2022, in Memphis, Tennessee, the Republican National Committee hereby directs that a National Convention of Delegated Representatives of the Republican Party be convened in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, no earlier than 8:00 a.m. and no later than 9:00 p.m. Central Daylight Time on Monday, July 15, 2024, except in the case of an emergency as set forth herein, and to continue thereafter from day to day for as long as the purpose of nominating candidates for the President and Vice President to be voted for at the presidential election on Tuesday, November 5, 2024, and for transaction of other such business as may properly come before it. Said convention membership and the allocation and binding of convention delegates with respect to the nomination of the Republican candidate for President of the United States will be governed by the rules of the Republican Party and set forth therein. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Drummond. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Illinois for the purpose of making a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Mark Shaw from Illinois, and I move that further reading of the call be dispensed with, and that the Secretary be instructed to incorporate the call at this point in the convention proceedings with the same force and effect as though read in full.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on agreeing to the motion to dispense with the reading of the entire call for the convention and that the call be made part of the permanent record of the convention. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair states that pursuant to the call and Rule 42 of the Rules of the Republican Party, as adopted by the 2020 Republican National Convention and as incorporated by the call for this convention, Rules 26 through 42 shall be the temporary rules of the convention. Vicki Drummond, Secretary of the Republican National Committee, has presented to the chair the temporary roll of delegates and alternates to the convention. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the convention to elect its temporary chairman. Pursuant to the authority granted to me by the Republican National Committee, I nominate as the temporary chairman of the convention the Honorable Henry McMaster, Governor of South Carolina, the Honorable Brenna Byrd, Attorney General of Iowa, and the Honorable Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, Senate Republican Leader. All those in favor of electing Governor McMaster, Attorney General Byrd, and Leader McConnell as the temporary chairman signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair appoints the following individuals to the escort committee for the temporary chairman: Peggy McMaster of South Carolina, Bob Byrd of Iowa, and the Honorable Elaine Chao of Kentucky. The chair has been presented with the names of the temporary officers of the convention as prepared by the Republican National Committee. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Oklahoma for the purposes of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I am Pam Pollard from Oklahoma, and I offer the following resolution for immediate consideration. Resolved that the officers presented and elected as temporary officers of the Republican National Convention. Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time and move for the previous question of the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin a very important part of our program. I would like to ask that the aisles be cleared and the delegates please take their seats. Thank you. First, we will take up the report of the Committee on Credentials. And to do so, I am pleased to introduce Joe Gruters, delegate from Florida and chairman of the Committee on Credentials, to present the committee's report. Joining him is Jeannie Lucky, delegate from Mississippi and co-chair of the Committee on Credentials.
Mr. Chairman, it is my privilege at this time to offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the temporary roll of delegates and alternate delegates as presented to the convention become the permanent roll of the convention, and that the roll be considered as read. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am honored to yield my time to the chairman of the Committee on Credentials, Joe Gruters.
Let's go, Team Florida. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Mr. Chairman, it has been my privilege to serve as the chairman of the Committee on Credentials. Alongside my co-chair, Jeannie Lucky, the Republican National Committee's contest met to consider contests properly filed with the Secretary of the Republican National Committee. The committee issued recommendations which were submitted to the Republican National Committee on July the 10th, 2024. The Republican National Committee adopted the Committees on Contests recommendations, which were incorporated into the temporary rule and forwarded to the Convention Committee on Credentials. One appeal was taken before this Committee on Credentials. Following that appeal, the committee voted to seat the delegates of Missouri as originally certified. These changes were incorporated into the temporary rule. On behalf of all of us who have the privilege of serving as members of the Convention Committee on Credentials, it is my honor to certify the delegates and alternates to this convention who will serve to nominate the next president in the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Congratulations to all of our delegates and alternates. The chair is now proud to introduce Jeff Kent, delegate from Washington and chairman of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business, to present the committee's report. Joining Mr. Kent are the co-chairs of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business, Brian Jack from Georgia, and Julianne Murray, delegate from Delaware and chairwoman of the Delaware Republican Party.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the rules as printed and distributed be adopted as the rules for the election and the governing of the Republican National Committee, the rules under which delegates and alternate delegates shall be elected, selected, and allocated, and the rules which serve as the rules of the Republican National Convention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am honored to yield my time to my fellow co-chair, Brian Jack.
Well, thank you, Co-Chair Murray. My name is Brian Jack. I'm from Fayette County, Georgia, and I've had the privilege of spending the last 8 years of my life working for the greatest president of our lifetime, President Donald J. Trump. It has been my honor to serve as co-chairman of our convention's Committee on Rules and Order of Business. Thank you for enabling me, our committee chairman, Jeff Kent, and my fellow co-chair, Julianne Murray, to preside over our committee's work. And thank you to the 112 members of the Rules Committee for your tireless commitment to the rules that govern our Republican Party. Each of you were first elected by your Republican Party constituents to serve as delegates to this convention, And then you were elected by your peers to spend an additional week in Milwaukee with us. The rules package you overwhelmingly passed out of committee streamlines the way our party functions. It incentivizes greater Republican participation in our primaries, caucuses, and conventions going forward, and it enables us to nominate the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Congratulations on this committee's success, and I'm honored to yield my time to the chairman of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business, Jeff Kent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Chairman and delegates of the convention, the report of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business has been printed and distributed to the delegates. These changes adopted by the Convention Committee on the Rules of Order and Business, and I am honored to have served as the chairman of this committee, and I am proud of the committee's work. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Michigan and the chairman of the Michigan Republican Party, Ambassador Pete Hoekstra, for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Pete Hoekstra from Michigan. In 1994, I had the honor of working with Newt Gingrich to develop the Contract with America. Soon, this convention will adopt a platform that will make America great again. I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the report of the Committee on the Platform be considered as adopted. Mr. Chairman, for purposes of explaining the report only, I am honored to yield to the committee chairman and co-chair, Senator Marsha Blackburn and Congressman Mike Waltz.
I now have the honor of recognizing the chairwoman of the Platform Committee, United States Senator for the great state of Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn.
Delegates, I'm Marsha Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee. Last week, I had the honor of chairing the Republican Platform Committee, and I'm here today to report on our work. I would like to thank all the delegates who served on the committee and helped us produce a platform that all Americans can be proud of. It's a different kind of platform. It is not a laundry list of special interest wishes, but a succinct, clear agenda and a promise to the American people. I talked with our next president, Donald J. Trump, and he personally reviewed, edited, and approved our platform because he knows our platform is important. Every American can read our platform and know what we believe and how we will make America safer, stronger, wealthier, and greater than ever before. This platform is built on the values of our founders and great Republicans, from Lincoln and Reagan to Trump, who are committed to freedom, restrained government, and peace through strength. The platform contains 20 promises, including securing our border, getting inflation under control, restoring our energy dominance, defending our Constitution, protecting our Second Amendment rights, securing our country, restoring our military strength, and keeping boys out of girls' sports. And protecting life for the born and unborn. Our nation is in serious decline, taken there by the Biden-Harris policies that have put government first and the people last. The Democrats have forgotten who they serve. We are here this week to remind them and America that we Republicans serve the people and we will not forget them. That's why our platform is dedicated to the forgotten men and women of America, and it will unite all Americans. It is of, by, and for the people. Our platform reflects the agenda of Donald Trump and the timeless values that have defined Republicans for generations. So let's unite and support our platform and our next president, Donald Trump. We all know President Trump will keep his promises as he did in his first term as president and restore American greatness. That is why we must return Donald Trump to the White House. Thank you. And now join me in welcoming the co-chair of the Platform Committee, the fantastic Congressman from Florida, Michael Waltz.
Florida. Hey, thank you, Senator Blackburn. It was such an honor to serve with you as the co-chair of the Platform Committee. This platform is historic because it was written with one group of people in mind, the forgotten men and women of America, you. That means something to me. Many of you know, and I'm proud to say, I'm the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress. And I'm also the son of a single mother raised on the wrong side of Jacksonville who worked 3 jobs just to get us by. Me and my family were the forgotten men and women of America. And now I stand as a testament to the American dream. And I tell you that under the leadership of the Republican Party, no American will be forgotten anymore. It's over. On the strong foundation of this platform and with President Trump and the Republicans at the helm at every level of government, we will overcome every threat facing this nation. We will close our disastrously open border. We will defend our justice system. We will restore our economy. We will unleash American energy and flood the world with clean, cheap American oil and gas. Drill, baby, drill. We will. And most of all, we will strengthen our depleted military and make it strong again. Folks, this platform, the leadership of President Trump, we will destroy inflation. We're going to send a cruise missile right into the heart of it, and we will bring back the American dream. Only in America can someone like me stand up on a stage like this The Republican Party believes in the potential of every American, which is why this platform was personally approved by President Donald J. Trump. So I hope you will join me to support this platform, that we will propel our party and America to victory this November and get Donald J. Trump back in the White House. I thank you. And please join me in welcoming back our awesome RNC chairman, Mike Whatley.
Thank you, Congressman Waltz. Now to the delegate from Michigan.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce the chair and co-chair of the Committee on Permanent Organization. Please welcome Chairman J.L. Spray, National Committeeman from Nebraska, and co-chair Jessica Milan Patterson, Chairwoman of the California Republican Party. The chair will now recognize co-chair Patterson for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jessica Milan Patterson, the chairwoman of the California Republican Party, and I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the report of the Committee on Permanent Organization shall be considered as adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it is my honor to yield my time to the chairman of the Committee on Permanent Organization, J.L. Spray from Nebraska.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Mr. Chairman Whatley, delegates, and distinguished guests, as the chairman of your Committee on Permanent Organization, I have the distinct honor to present to you the report of the Committee on Permanent Organization. I'd like to begin by thanking the members of the Committee on Permanent Organization, the staff and volunteers. The committee met last week to recommend to the convention the slate of permanent officers for the 2024 Republican National Convention. The committee unanimously adopted the slate as its committee report. Delegates, you can find a copy of that list in the order of business placed at your seats. You will see that the committee unanimously recommends that the permanent chairman of the convention will be Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana. The committee further recommends that all other officers, including the temporary chairman and all the temporary officers whose names have been entered into the record of this convention, be made the permanent officers of this convention. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. At this time, the chair would like to appoint Kelly Johnson from Louisiana to the Escort Committee for the permanent chairman. Thank you.
Do I talk now? Kelly.
The chair now recognizes the delegate from Louisiana for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Gina Gore from Louisiana, and I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that those elected as the members of the Republican National Committee under the procedures of each state, American Samoa, the District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the Virgin Islands, and whose names have been submitted to the Secretary of the Convention, are hereby declared ratified to serve as members of the Republican National Committee from the adjournment of this Republican National Committee until the successor committee has been ratified by the next Republican National Convention. Mr. Chairman, I reeled back balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair now recognizes the delegate from West Virginia for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Josh Holstein from West Virginia, and I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the Secretary of the Convention is hereby directed to prepare and publish for the Convention a full and complete report of its official proceedings under the direction of the Republican National Committee, and is authorized to make all necessary clerical, grammatical corrections and to make technical and conforming amendments as necessary in reports, motions, and resolutions considered by the Convention to reflect its actions. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the distinct honor of introducing the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives and the permanent chairman of the convention, Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's such an honor to be here. Before we begin, I'd like to remind the delegates of the provisions of the rules, which require that each candidate for a nomination for President of the United States demonstrate sufficient support prior to the presentation of the name of the candidate for nomination. The chair wishes to inform the delegates at this time that it has been furnished in a timely manner and with evidence of sufficient support of the candidates who will be presented for President and Vice President of the United States in compliance with the rules of the convention. Also, as prescribed under the rules, the total time for nominating speeches and seconding speeches for any candidate for President or Vice President shall not exceed 15 minutes. It has also been the custom at past conventions to permit the chair to recognize non-delegates for the purpose of making nominating speeches and seconding speeches. Without objection, the reading of the roll call of states for presenting the names for candidates for nomination is dispensed with, and non-delegates shall be permitted to make nominating and seconding speeches. At this time, the chair now recognizes the delegate from Iowa and the chairman of the Republican Party of Iowa, Jeff Kaufman, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Kaufman, and I'm humbled and honored to stand before all of you this afternoon. As you've just heard, I come from Iowa, home of the First in the Nation caucus, where our party's nomination process begins. Our caucus is a part of a lengthy democratic process, which everyday Americans listen to the candidates, consider what they have to say, and then make a profoundly important choice on who should lead the nation that we love. Earlier this year, Iowa Republicans overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. Then the vast majority of Republicans in primaries and caucuses across the nation seconded Iowa's good judgment in a nominee. Today is the final step before Election Day in this venerable and time-honored process. As we all gather here in Milwaukee, it's important for us to remember that this is a grassroots party. It's a party of the people, not a party of the bosses. Donald Trump has earned the trust of the people. He has listened to them, and Donald Trump has kept his word. Over the next 4 days, we will hear about the many failures of the Biden-Harris administration. The sustained criticism does not proceed from a mean or narrow partisanship, but from the broad and sincere concern for the well-being and safety of our fellow Americans. It's part of our service to our country. More importantly, we will also hear about Donald Trump's broad and inspiring vision for our country. This is not a program just for Republicans, but one for all Americans. It reflects the value of America. It's a program that acknowledges that our nation has seen better days, and we can and we will blaze a brighter future. We love America, and we want to restore her security, her prosperity, and her excellence. I invite all of you to join me in supporting President Donald Trump in this great endeavor. This is an endeavor. This is an endeavor that's going to make America wealthy again. This is an endeavor to make America safe again. This is an endeavor to make America strong again. And say it with me, fellow Republicans, this is an endeavor to make America great again. So here we go. It is my honor to nominate Donald J. Trump for the office of President of the United States.
Amen to that. Amen to that. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Nevada and the chairman of the Nevada Republican Party, Michael McDonald.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Michael J. McDonald from the state of Nevada. It has been an honor of a lifetime to stand by President Trump's side since 2015. In Nevada, we held the first in the West Caucus, where we blew the Democrats' narrative apart. That you cannot have voter ID, that you cannot have paper ballots,
and that you cannot have results of an election on election night. In Nevada, a state that is resilient on service industry, President Trump has proposed to eliminate taxes on tips on day one. Unlike the Biden-Harris administration and the Democrats that increased taxes on tips, President Trump has transformed our party to the champion of the working men and women. We fight for what's right, not for what's easy. We're in a battle for the soul of our nation because we want the best future for our family and for our country. President Trump is our fearless leader who withstood the persecution of a weaponized lawfare and who has fought even harder and stronger to represent and fight for all of us. I ask all Americans to join me in taking back our nation by supporting President Trump as he leads us back to victory once again. It is my honor to second the nomination of Donald J. Trump for the office of the President of the United States of America. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Speaker Mike Johnson.
We will now proceed with the roll call of the states. As required by Rule 37 of the Convention rules, during the roll call, the states will be called in the order determined by the Secretary of the Convention. During the roll call, the chairs of each respective delegation or their designee will announce the vote of each state. During the roll call of the states, the Secretary will announce each state and that state's total number of available votes. Additionally, the chair would like to remind all delegates that the Secretary will record delegates' votes in accordance with their obligations under Rule 16 of the Rules of the Republican Party, state law, or state party rules, regardless of the delegation's announcement. The official results from each state are those announced by the Secretary. Lastly, just one reminder. We want to remind all our delegates, our alternates, and guests that maintaining order during the roll call is extremely important. If the convention is not in order, it's difficult for the Secretary or presiding officer to hear the vote announcement. Now, without objection, the complete list of votes recorded for President shall be considered as announced. To conduct the roll call of the states, I'm pleased to announce and introduce at this time our distinguished Secretary of the Convention, Vicki Drummond.
Delegates and alternates, let us commence with the call of the roll of the states. Iowa, 40 delegates.
You gotta do it.
Madam Secretary, I speak for the delegation from the great state of Iowa, the inspiring home of Caitlin Clark. And Madam Secretary, the great state of Iowa proudly cast all of its 40 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Iowa, 40 votes, President Trump. Nevada, 26 delegates.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Nevada proudly casts all of its 26 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Nevada, 26 votes, President Trump.
Yeah, there you go.
Oklahoma, 43 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm Nathan Dahm, Republican Party Chairman of the great state of Oklahoma, the crossroads of our country, and the first state to have a President Donald J. Trump highway, and the only state to have all 77 counties vote for President Trump 2 elections in a row, with a third time coming up this November.
Yeah!
The state of Oklahoma proudly cast all of its 43 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Oklahoma, 43 votes, President Trump. West Virginia, 32 delegates.
Madam Chairman, on behalf of the West Virginia delegation, my name is Patrick Morrissey, and I am very proud to cast all 32 votes for the Mountaineers, where we're always free, and to cast those 32 votes for our former and future President, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, West Virginia, 32 votes, President Donald J. Trump. New Hampshire, 22 delegates.
Madam Secretary, my name is Corey Lewandowski, and I served as President Trump's campaign manager in 2016 for that historic victory. I stand before you today on behalf of the great state of New Hampshire, the Granite State, the first in the nation primary state, the state that delivered President Trump's first election victory way back in February of 2016. New Hampshire proudly casts all 22 votes for my good friend, the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald John Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, New Hampshire, 22 votes, President Trump. Nebraska, 36 delegates.
Madam Secretary, my name is Eric Underwood. I'm the chairman. I present the great state of Nebraska. The good life is our motto, where agriculture, beef and corn is the lifeblood of our economy, where our medical field and university are amongst the top in the nation. But it is our people that embody a Nebraska nice, modest lifestyle. Now to announce our delegate allocation, our delegation co-chair, John Tucker.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Nebraska proudly casts all of its 36 votes for President Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Nebraska, 36 votes, President Trump. California. California, 169 delegates.
California represents nearly 5.4 million registered Republicans, more than any other state in the nation. From its pristine beaches to its soaring mountains, from expansive deserts to the redwood forests, the Golden State is responsible for securing today's GOP House majority. It will be the state responsible for returning a House majority to Washington this November so that President Trump has a partner in Congress to support his common sense agenda. With the largest delegation in the nation, Madam Secretary, the great state of California proudly casts all of its 169 votes for President Donald Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, California, 169 votes, President Trump. Tennessee. Tennessee, 58 delegates.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My name is Jack Johnson. I have the honor of serving as the Republican Majority Leader in the Tennessee State Senate. On behalf of our delegation chairman, the Honorable Bill Lee, the 50th Governor of the great state of Tennessee, I am happy to report that from the mighty Mississippi, Graceland and Bill Street, to the Grand Ole Opry, to the Great Smoky Mountains, Rocky Top and Dollywood, to Rock City and Lookout Mountain and Bristol Motor Speedway and all points in between, we proudly cast all 58 of our votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and rules and procedures of this convention, Tennessee, 58 votes, President Trump. Washington, 43 delegates.
Madam Secretary,
Washington State, the evergreen state, where the people support law enforcement by allowing them to pursue criminals, where the people support families and children by putting into law a Parents' Bill of Rights, where the people reform taxes so that families and young people and small businesses can thrive. Washington State casts all of its 43 votes for the next president, the past president, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Washington, 43 votes, President Trump. Alabama, 50 delegates.
Madam Chair, I'm Coach Senator Tommy Tuberville and proud to represent the great state of Alabama, one of the most pro-military and pro-veteran states in the country. Huntsville, Alabama has sent somebody to the moon for the United States in the past. We will do it again in the very near future. We stand for the flag and kneel for God. Amen. Madam Chair, we proudly cast our 50 delegates for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Alabama, 50 votes, President Trump. Massachusetts, 40 delegates.
Madam Secretary, the great Commonwealth of Massachusetts, home of John Quincy Adams, Samuel Adams, Patrick Henry, and other great patriots who made America great, proudly casts all of its 40 votes for our next president, Donald J. Trump. So together, we can work to make America great again.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Massachusetts, 40 votes, President Trump. Indiana.
Madam Chair, I'm Jim
58
Banks.
delegates.
Madam Chair, I'm Jim Banks from the great state of Indiana. In Indiana, we believe in the American dream. We love America, and we love Donald J. Trump. As the son of a factory worker born in a trailer park, a veteran of the United States Navy, it's the honor of my life on behalf of my great state, the Hoosier State, to cast all 58 votes for the greatest president of my lifetime and my friend, Donald Trump. Thank you.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Indiana, 58 votes, President Trump. Georgia, 59 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm Josh McCoon, Chairman of the Georgia Republican Party. Georgia, the Empire State of the South. Georgia, the #1 state to do business in the United States of America. On November 5th, the Peach State will send 16 electoral votes for the once and future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. And today, we proudly cast all 59 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Georgia, 59 votes, President Trump. Utah, 40 delegates.
Madam Secretary, my name is Mike Lee. I'm a U.S. Senator representing Utah. Utah is a place where we have big families, big hearts, and big ideas. It's a place where we love freedom. We love the Constitution, and we despise tyranny. In Utah, from the Red Rocks to the snow-capped mountains with the greatest snow on earth, we know what heaven on earth looks like. Utah, the 45th state admitted to the Union, today proudly casts all of its 40 delegate votes for President Donald J. Trump and his newly announced running mate, my friend and colleague, J.D. Vance.
Well done. I'm wearing my glasses. Is that okay, you think? I need you to move over just a little bit.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and rules and procedures of this convention, Utah, 40 votes, President Trump. Maryland, 37 delegates.
Madam Secretary, my name is David Bossie. Maryland, the old line state, the 7th state to enter the Union, known for the amazing Chesapeake Bay and Blue Crab, and the United States Naval Academy, the home of Fort McHenry, the historic site that inspired the Star-Spangled Banner, and the home of the next United States Senator from Maryland, Larry Hogan. Maryland, proudly casts our 37 votes for my friend, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald John Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Maryland, 37 votes, President Trump. Texas.
Madam Secretary, I'm Abraham Joe, Chairman of the Republican Party of Texas. Not only Texas is the economic powerhouse of America, where we back our police officers, back our oil and gas workers, and back our men and women in uniform. Not only Texas create more private jobs every month than Joe Biden could ever dream when he's sleeping at 8 o'clock. Not only we are the state where no Democrat has won a single statewide office since 1992. Behalf of our great Governor Greg Abbott, our Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and our Attorney General Ken Paxton, and the Republican Party of Texas, and our entire delegation, we cast all 161 of our delegates for the 45th and the 47th President Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and God bless you, and God bless Texas.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Texas, 161 votes, President Trump.
Bernie.
Iowa, 79 delegates.
Madam Secretary Alex Triantafilou, Chairman of the Ohio Republican Party. I stand here today with my friend Bernie Moreno, who's going to retire forever, politician Sherrod Brown, and deliver a win to the United States Senate. We proudly cast our 79 votes for President Donald J. Trump
and J.D. Vance.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Iowa, 79 votes, President Trump. America, Samoa, 9 delegates.
Talofa teleman moto tunu Bele America Samoa, where our motto is God is first. Therefore, Madam Secretary, American Samoa proudly and with all our hearts cast our vote in favor of our next president, Donald J. Trump. American Samoa! Talumai! Talumai! Hey! Hey! Hey!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, America, Samoa, 9 votes, President Trump. Wisconsin, 41 delegates.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the Wisconsin delegation, we welcome everyone here to this 23rd Psalm place we call home, where 170 years ago, this great party was founded down the road in Ripon, Wisconsin, in a little white schoolhouse. Madam Secretary, the great state of Wisconsin proudly casts all of its 41 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and rules and procedures of this convention, Wisconsin, 41 votes, President Trump. New York, 91 votes.
President Donald J. Trump will always be a New Yorker, and New York will always love President Donald J. Trump. We believe that President Donald J. Trump will be the first Republican in a generation who will win New York State. It is my honor, as representative for New York's 21st Congressional District, House Republican Conference Chair, on behalf of the 91 New York delegates to the Republican National Convention, we proudly cast all 91 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, New York, 91 votes, President Trump. Florida. Florida, 125 delegates.
Madam Secretary and everybody in this great city, on behalf of our entire family and on behalf of the 125 delegates in the unbelievable state of Florida, we hereby nominate every single one of them for the greatest president that's ever lived, and that's Donald J. Trump, hereby declaring him the Republican nominee for President of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Florida, 125 votes, President Trump.
A celebration that lasts about a year. So bring your good time and your laughter too. We gonna celebrate your party with you. Come on. Celebration. We gonna celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time.
We will now continue with the roll call of the states. Puerto Rico, 23 delegates.
Madam Chairman, I'm Angel Cintron, State Chairman for the Republican Party of Puerto Rico, the great 51st Republican State of the Union, Puerto Rico, the shining star of the Caribbean, brothers and sisters of Florida, Texas, California, New York, and all the state. Proudly cast all of our 23 votes for our next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Puerto Rico, 23 votes, Donald Trump, President Trump. Kentucky, 46 delegates.
Madam Chairman, the Commonwealth of Kentucky proudly cast 46 votes for the next President, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Kentucky, 46 votes, President Trump. Hawaii, 19 delegates.
Aloha mai kako. We are the delegation from the beautiful state of Hawaii. Yes. We carry with us the traditions of the father of the Hawaii Republican Party, Prince Kuhio Kalanaʻaneole Piʻikoi. And we carry his sentiment when he said, "We are Republicans from the top of our heads to the bottom of our feet." Madam Secretary, the great state of Hawaii pledges all 19 votes for the future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Hawaii, 19 votes, President Trump. Kansas, 39 delegates.
I am Mike Brown, chairman of the Republican Party of Kansas, the heartland of America and the breadbasket of the world. Also the aviation capital of the world and the home state of Bob Dole and Dwight D. Eisenhower. Madam Chair, the great state of Kansas proudly casts all 39 of its votes for the man, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Kansas, 39 votes, President Trump. Louisiana, 47 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I am Eric Skermetta, Public Service Commissioner for the state of Louisiana and Delegation Chairman. Louisiana, led by my friend, Republican Governor Jeff Landry, home of the Speaker of the House of the United States Government, Mike Johnson, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, host of the 2025 Super Bowl for the NFL for the 11th time, the state with the lowest utility rates in the country, and becoming a center for capital investment for the United States. Louisiana, the sportsman's paradise, casts all of its 47 delegate votes for the bold and brave Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Louisiana, 47 votes, President Trump. Delaware, 16 delegates.
Madam Secretary, my name is Julianne Murray, and I am the proud state chairman of the Delaware Republican Party. Delaware is a small and mighty state, but we are the first state. We are so proud of our nominee, and we are going to fight to deliver Delaware to Donald J. Trump. Madam Secretary, the great state of Delaware proudly casts all of its 16 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Delaware, 16 votes, President Trump. Guam, 9 delegates.
Madam Chairman, Hafiday, I'm Felix Camacho, former governor of Guam. We send a warm Hafiday and Sejus Maasi from the great territory of Guam, where America's day begin. Itano Imansamoru.
The home of the newest Marine Corps base, Camp Blas, and over 20,000 members of our armed forces, Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and Space Force, and over 23,000 veterans.
So, Madam Chair, the great territory of Guam proudly cast all 9 of its votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Guam, 9 votes, President Trump. Connecticut, 28 delegates.
Madam Secretary, my name is Ben Proto, and I have the honor of serving as chairman of the great state of Connecticut's Republican Party. Connecticut, the Constitution state, the arsenal of democracy, and the home of the 2-time, soon-to-be 3-time NCAA men's basketball champion UConn Huskies, proudly cast 28 votes for the 45th president and soon-to-be 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Connecticut, 28 votes, President Trump. Alaska, 29 delegates.
The great state of Alaska pledges all of its 29 delegate votes to Donald J. Trump. The state of Alaska, the largest state in the nation, 2.5 times the size of our fellow state, Texas. The furthest northern state, western state, and eastern state, the largest bears in the country, largest moose, biggest military, more retired veterans per capita. Once again, we pledge all of our votes, 29 delegates, to Donald Trump, the next President of the United States of America.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Alaska, 29 votes, President Trump. Oregon, 31 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm Tracy Hunnell, National Committee Woman for Oregon, home of Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeRemer and Congressman Cliff Benz, home of the Beavers. Oregon is also home of the deepest lake in the country and the deepest canyon in the country. We have the third most climbed mountain in the world, and we're the wind sailing capital of the world. Oregon is an outdoor lover's paradise with every geographical terrain on the planet within our border. Madam Secretary, the great state of Oregon proudly casts our 31 votes for President Donald J. Trump. Yeah!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Oregon, 31 votes, President Trump.
I love it.
Mississippi, 40 delegates.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Governor Tate Reeves, on behalf of the great state of Mississippi, the hospitality state, the birthplace of America's music, home to B.B. King, Elvis, Faulkner, and the best catfish in the entire world, where our food is fried and our tea is sweet, where breaking economic development and employment records daily is as common as college baseball national championship teams. Woo! A Republican stronghold and a key piece of the Red Wall, from the mighty Mississippi River to the sweet Gulf Coast and everywhere in between. I am incredibly excited, honored, and proud to cast all 40 of our votes for the next president of these great United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Mississippi, 40 votes, President Trump. Northern Mariana Islands, 9 delegates.
Half a day, John Tiro, Madam Secretary. I am Irene Hall, and I am the National Committee Woman and Delegation Chair of the Northern Mariana Islands. On behalf of the 9 delegates from my beautiful Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, we are so proud to cast all of our votes for our President,
Donald J. Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Northern Mariana Islands, 9 votes, President Trump. Wyoming, 29 delegates.
Madam Chairman, I'm Wyoming Secretary of State and Wyoming Delegation Chairman Chuck Ray. The Cowboy State is the energy capital of our country. We supply coal, oil and gas, soda ash, ag products for the entire world. And Wyoming, the Cowboy State, is Trump country. We've supplied the highest margin of victory for President Trump in both 2016 and 2020. And with that, Wyoming, the cowboy state, casts all of its 29 delegates for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Wyoming, 29 votes, President Trump. Maine, 20 delegates.
Hi, my name is Demi Kazunas. I'm a proud Army veteran, a dentist, a daughter of legal immigrants, mother and grandmother, and will be the next U.S. Senator from the great state of Maine. But today, as chair of the Maine delegation, the largest exporter of lobsters and blueberries, also known as vacation land, and we delivered one electoral college vote for President Trump in 16 and 20 out of all of New England. We stand here proudly with my delegation of 20 to cast all of our votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Maine, 20 votes, President Trump. Missouri, 54 delegates.
Madam Secretary, Missouri, the Show Me State, home of the four-time Super Bowl champions, the Kansas City Chiefs. Home of the best United States Senators, Josh Hawley and Eric Schmidt. From the great Northwest of the Pony Express to the Lake of the Ozarks, Bass Pro Shop, and St. Louis Arch, the mighty Missouri is casting 54 delegates for our favorite president and the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Missouri, 54 votes, President Trump. Idaho, 32 delegates.
I'm Dorothy Moon, chairwoman of the Idaho Republican Party, and also the delegate sponsor. I'm excited to have all of the delegates behind us, all 32 votes, to go toward Donald J. Trump. We are the gem state. We are very rural. We have a lot of mountains and rivers, and we also love freedom and liberty. And we love a fighter, and Donald Trump is a proven fighter, and we want him to be our next president with our 32 delegates. We need to be with him. Fight, 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 fight.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Idaho, 32 votes, President Trump.
All right. Hey, we're up.
Illinois, 64 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm Congresswoman Mary Miller, and I'm proud to represent Illinois, the land of Lincoln, the first Republican president. And on behalf of parents who are horrified by Joe Biden's attack on parental rights, on behalf of farmers who are being crushed by the Biden economy, on behalf of our daughters who Biden is forcing to compete against men in sports, and on behalf of the victims of the Kamala Harris border crisis, Madam Chairwoman, Illinois proudly casts all 64 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Illinois, 64 votes, President Trump. North Dakota, 29 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm North Dakota State Auditor Josh Gallion and chair of our delegation. I'm a United States Air Force veteran. I'm here with
our chairwoman, Sandy Sanford, and the rest of our delegation. North Dakota, we love our farmers. We love our energy producers. We back the blue. We are very appreciative of our military installations, Minot Air Force Base and Grand Forks Air Force Base. We feed the world. We fuel the world. We defend the world. The great state of North Dakota proudly casts all of its 29 votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, North Dakota, 29 votes, President Trump. Arizona, 43 delegates.
Arizona needs to secure its southern border to prevent the atrocities that are happening and fix its broken election system. And that's why I, Shelby Bush, the delegation chair, and our wonderful state chairwoman, Gina Swoboda, and this entire delegation cast their 43 delegates to Donald J. Trump!
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and rules and procedures of this convention, Arizona, 43 votes, President Trump. New Jersey, 12 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm State Senator Michael Testa from the great state, the Garden State, the state of New Jersey, a state where President Donald J. Trump has invested heavily. And we think and we know that he can win New Jersey this year. Let's go! Yeah! Let's go! Madam Secretary, we should all be thankful right now that we are able to cast our votes for President Donald J. Trump after what took place on Saturday.
Bless.
So the state of New Jersey is extremely proud to cast all of its delegate votes for the 45th and soon to be 47th President of these United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, New Jersey, 12 votes, President Trump. U.S. Virgin Islands, 4 delegates.
Madam Secretary, as Chairman of the United States Virgin Islands, the land of welcoming people, beautiful beaches, tremendous culture, and the best rum in the world, proudly casts its 4 delegates for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures, the U.S. Virgin Islands, 4 votes, President Trump.
There you go, sir.
North Carolina. North Carolina, 74 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I am Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, and God willing, I will be the next governor of North Carolina. North Carolina is the Tar Heel state. North Carolina is the home of the longleaf pine, and North Carolina is indeed, woo, the state that is and always will be first in flight. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the state of North Carolina, I am directed that the state to cast 62 votes for America's Braveheart and the next president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, for president, and 12 votes in accordance with the rules.
North Carolina, 62 votes, President Trump, 12 votes to be cast pursuant to the rules and procedures of this convention. Arkansas, 40 delegates.
Madam Secretary, Chairman Wadley, I am Joseph Wood, Chairman of the Republican Party of Arkansas, the natural state, the land of opportunity, home of the 47th Governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Yes, Also home of the National Federation of Republican Women, Julie Harris, Johnny Cash, Al Green, and the Little Rock Nine Civil Rights Movement. We cast our 40 votes to continue to fight and save America with Donald J. Trump. Our votes for Donald J. Trump. Woo Big Philippe!
Arkansas, 40 votes, President Trump. Virginia, 48 delegates.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the great Commonwealth of Virginia, named last week by CNBC as America's top place to do business. Home to 850,000 of the greatest Americans, our military and veteran heroes. Home to Washington, Madison, Monroe, the first governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the voice of liberty, Patrick Henry, and home to Thomas Jefferson, who penned the most immortal words that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Proudly, as governor of Virginia, along with our great chairman of the Republican Party of Virginia, Rich Anderson, we cast our delegate votes for the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and his vice president, J.D. Vance.
Virginia, 42 votes, President Trump. 6 votes to be cast pursuant to the rules and procedures of the convention. Michigan, 55 delegates.
Madam Chairwoman, I rise from the great state of Michigan, where the Republican Party was founded under the Oaks on July 6, 1854, home of the gas-powered automobile, Flint, Vehicle City, Motown, Michigan State University Spartans, the 2023 football national champions, Michigan Wolverines, Cereal City, USA, the Great Lakes State, and sadly, the worst governor in America. We welcome you to the Midwest. The liberal elite call us flyover country. We're proud to be part of the so-called blue wall, and we're going to tear down that wall to once again elect our 45th and 47th president, Donald J. Trump. Michigan cast our... Trump. All right.
Michigan, 51 votes, President Trump. 4 votes to be cast pursuant to the rules and procedures of the convention. Minnesota, 39 delegates.
Madam Secretary, the great state of Minnesota, the battleground state of Minnesota, which will elect a Republican for president for the first time since 1972 this year. Minnesota, the first state to fight to preserve our nation in 1861. Today, to preserve our nation again, we Minnesotans proudly pledge all 39 of our delegate votes for our next president, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Minnesota, 39 votes, President Trump. Colorado, 37 delegates.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the Colorado Republican Party and the great state of Colorado, the Centennial State, home of the U.S. Air Force Academy and Space Command, along with the best Rocky Mountain peaks and powder skiing in the world, I have the honor of announcing that our delegation, with unity and purpose, while responding to our president's call to fight, 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 unanimously votes for the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and rules and procedures of this convention, Colorado, 37 votes, President Trump. Rhode Island, 19 delegates.
Madam Secretary, the ocean state where almost 90 years of Democratic control has led to the industrial vandalism of our ocean. Wind turbines in our ocean are killing our fishing industry and marine life, which has led to all pain and no gain. We were the first state to declare our independence from Britain and the last state to ratify the Constitution because we believe in states' rights. We are home to the independent man who wonders what happened to that independent freedom of religion spirit that Roger Williams brought into Rhode Island. Let's bring back the spirit and soul of America with patriotism and intelligence rather than blind, ambitious power. Madam Secretary, the great state of Rhode Island proudly casts all 19 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Rhode Island, 19 votes, President Trump. Pennsylvania, 67 delegates.
Madam Secretary, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and its phenomenal delegation behind me, the birthplace of our nation and Constitution at Independence Hall, proudly cast all of its 67 votes for the bravest man in America, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Pennsylvania, 67 votes, President Trump. South Dakota, 29 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm Larry Roden, Lieutenant Governor of the great state of South Dakota. I'm proud to speak on behalf of myself and Governor Noem and our delegation. We represent the freest state in a nation built on the principles of freedom. On behalf of South Dakotans, I wanted to say one thing. President Trump helped bring fireworks back to our Mount Rushmore. That monument honors 4 of our greatest presidents, and I believe there's room for one more. Just saying. On behalf of South Dakota's 29 delegates, I proudly cast all our votes for President Donald J. Trump.
South Dakota, 28 votes, President Trump. New Mexico, 22 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm Jim Townsend, National Committeeman from New Mexico, joined with Tina Zhuk, National Committeewoman from New Mexico, and the delegation from New Mexico. New Mexico is known as the land of enchantment. We remember well when our citizens flourished and jobs were always available. Madam Secretary, we remember when the courts in our country were known for being fair and our borders were secure. Madam Secretary, we also remember who was responsible for that and who worked hard for America. That's why today, New Mexico casts all 22 votes for the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, New Mexico, 22 votes, President Trump. Montana, 31 delegates.
Madam Secretary, Montana is big sky country, abundant with God's blessings. Montana is the most patriotic state in the USA. Montana is debt-free and sanctuary city-free. As Secretary of State, along with all the delegates from Montana, we stand with a leader who has reshaped American politics and reinvigorated our spirit as a nation. He delivered on his promises: record job growth, historic tax cuts, securing our border, and protecting our Second Amendment. It is our honor to cast 31 votes for our next president, Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Montana, 31 votes, President Trump. South Carolina, 50 delegates.
Madam Secretary, I'm Henry McMaster, proud, happy governor of the state of South Carolina, lucky husband of First Lady Peggy Jean Maccabee McMaster. Great state of South Carolina, the Palmetto State, from the mountains to the sea, where we've been fighting for liberty since 1670, where the Revolutionary War was won, where in 2016 Donald Trump won his first primary victory ever, ushering in the Trump era of American history. The great state of South Carolina proudly casts all 50 of its votes for President Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, South Carolina, 50 votes, President Trump. Vermont, 17 delegates.
Madam Secretary, thank you. My name is Gerald Malloy. I am a proud Vermonter, a Vermont delegate, and a veteran. I am also the Vermont Republican Party nominee for the United States Senate, and I'm the guy that's going to retire Bernie Sanders. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Vermont is the Green Mountain State. It's the 14th star, a long history of leadership and innovation for the United States. Ethan Allen, John Deere, President Calvin Coolidge. Our motto is freedom and unity. Unfortunately, right now, we've got a problem with unity and division in the United States. There's one man that's going to reunite our country and make America great again. It's Donald Trump, 45th and 47th president. Mr. Chairman, the great state of Vermont proudly casts all of its 17 votes for Donald J. Trump.
Pursuant to the announcement of the delegation and the rules and procedures of this convention, Vermont, 17 votes, President Trump. District of Columbia, 19 delegates.
Madam Secretary, on behalf of the District of Columbia, I am directed by that district to cast its 19 votes for president in accordance with the rules.
District of Columbia, 19 votes to be cast pursuant to the rules and procedures of the convention. Thank you, delegates.
Everyone's so confused now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Speaker Johnson.
All right. The chair is prepared to announce the results.
the following candidate received the following votes: 2,387 votes for President Donald J. Trump. Let's make it official. Accordingly, the chair announces that President Donald J. Trump, having received a majority of the votes entitled to be cast at the convention, has been selected as the Republican Party nominee for President of the United States. The chair is pleased to appoint the following to serve as the escort committee for President Donald J. Trump: Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Tiffany Trump, Ivanka Trump, and Barron Trump. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to introduce the Attorney General, and there goes the teleprompter.
smooth stretch of highway. Ooh, she's like a cool summer breeze. If my motor's running right, we might lose control tonight. Got the shape I love to squeeze. Looks that make me to my knees. Oh, please, let it roll tonight. Might be doing more than 55 when I get my baby by my side. I'm going power line, for the stroke I'm satisfied. Come on, take my baby for a ride. Ooh, she's like a smooth stretch of highway. Ooh, she's like a cool summer breeze. If my motor's running right, we might lose control tonight. Got my shape, my love to squeeze. Looks that bring me to my knees. Oh, please, let it roll tonight. if Hollywood has slipped upon my mind. After all the things we've done and seen you fight another man, the things you think are useless I can't understand. Are you reeling in the years, storing away the time? Are you gathering up the tears? Have you had enough of mine? Are you reeling in the years, storing away the time? Are you gathering
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. It is now my honor to introduce the Attorney General of Iowa, Brenna Bird. Please join me in giving her a warm welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to determine our nominee for the office of Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it most. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Wow. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed? Who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world. Let's rebuild America first. Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all? God bless the Army and God bless our liberty. That got the rest of it all. Yeah, a man in position of backing away. Freedom is stuck in reverse. Let's get out of Iraq, get back on the track, and let's rebuild America first. Once more. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it the most. You think I'm blowing smoke? Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20 trips a year coast to coast. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first. Who's on the hill and who's watching the valley? Who's in charge of it all? God bless the Army and God bless our liberty. That got the rest of it all. Yeah, a man in position of backing away. Freedom is stuck in reverse. Let's get out of Iraq,
back on the track and let's rebuild America first. Once more. Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it the most. You think I'm blowing smoke? Boys, it ain't no joke. I make 20 trips a year coast to coast.
Time for a little convention business here. The chair states that in compliance with Rule 40B, the chair has been furnished with evidence that a plurality of the delegates from each of 5 or more states severally support the candidate who will be presented for the nomination for Vice President of the United States. The chair would like to remind delegates of the provisions of Rule 40A, which provide that in part, if there is only one candidate for nomination for Vice President of the United States who has demonstrated the support required by this paragraph B of this rule, a motion to nominate for such office by acclamation shall be in order, and no calling of the roll with respect to such office shall be required. At this time, the chair states that she has been furnished with evidence that there is only one candidate for nomination for the office of Vice President who has demonstrated the support required under Rule 40B of the Rules of the Convention. Delegates and alternates, the chair recognizes and is pleased to introduce John Husted, Lieutenant Governor of Ohio, for the purpose of nominating. Please give him a warm welcome.
Are we ready? Are we ready to nominate a vice president? How about you, Ohio? Yeah! That's awesome. I'm John Husted, the Lieutenant Governor from the great state of Ohio. It is an honor to speak to you all this afternoon to formally nominate the Republican nominee for Vice President of the United States. Ohio is the heart of it all, and that is certainly the case once again here today. The vice presidency is an office of sacred trust. The man who accepts this nomination accepts with it the awesome responsibility to give wise counsel to the president, to represent America abroad, to preside over the Senate, and to be ready to lead our nation at a moment's notice. Such a man must have an America first attitude in his heart. He must, amen. He must embrace his obligation to the American family, the American worker, and the American soldier. He must believe that America is exceptional. And be prepared in the tradition of our founders to pledge his life, his fortune, his sacred honor to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. He must share the values and principles of our presidential nominee and be trusted to faithfully implement the will of the people. J.D. Vance is such a man.
JD, 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 JD.
A man who loves America and will represent our people with moral courage, strength, and honor. JD is a living embodiment of the American dream. He came from humble beginnings, and even as his life took him to places he might have never imagined, he never forgot where he came from. Ohio values are in his blood. He served our nation in the United States Marine Corps. He is a graduate of The Ohio State University. He graduated summa cum laude from Yale Law School and is the author of the best-selling book Hillbilly Elegy. And he is a crusader for the people of the Ohio in the United States Senate. He has never forgotten the working people of our country, and he never will. He fought to bring investment to Middle America as a businessman and has fought to defend them every single day in the Senate. And this I know. He will faithfully stand by President Donald Trump's side as they win this election and change the course of our nation. They will change the course of our nation to the benefit of all American citizens and truly make our country great again. It is therefore my honor to nominate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Delegates and alternates, pursuant to Rule 40A, a motion to nominate by acclamation is now in order. The chair now recognizes Delegate Bernie Moreno, Senate candidate from Ohio, for the purpose of making a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bernie Moreno. I'm honored to be the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. I know firsthand that my dear friend J.D. is a selfless and brilliant fighter. He is a patriot who loves America. He loves Ohio. He loves his family. He's a great father. He's a great man. And that's what we need in this nation today. To J.D. Vance, America First is not just a slogan. It's his North Star. He has followed it every moment of his life and career. He knows what it's like to live in poverty, forgotten by Washington politicians. He is dedicated to ensure that no American is ever forgotten again. Madam Chair, it is a great honor to move that J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation by this Republican National Convention as its candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States of America.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion that Senator J.D. Vance be nominated by acclamation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye!
All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to announce that Senator J.D. Vance has the overwhelming support of this convention to be the next Vice President of the United States. The chair is pleased to make the following appointments to the Escort Committee for Senator J.D. Vance, his vice presidential nominee. Usha Vance, thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Speaker Johnson.
What a great night. Pursuant to Rule 40D of the rules of the Republican Party, I formally declare President Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance as the Republican nominees for President and Vice President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
What a great afternoon for the Republican Party, and what a great afternoon for America. It is now time to take the official convention photograph. If all of the delegates would please stand and turn to the center camera directly opposite the stage, we will take the official photograph. Camera's right there, right above it. See the guy with the big telephone. Great job. Thank you, delegates. At this time, please welcome Leora Levy, delegate and National Committee woman from Connecticut, who will lead us in a benediction.
Let us pray. That means be quiet. Bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the life and the strength of President Donald Trump and pray that you continue to protect his family. We pray for Corey Comparatori and his family. May his memory always be a blessing. We pray for the 2 patriotic Americans who were wounded and for their speedy, complete recovery. King of the universe, who knows all, sees all, please watch over us as we embark on the work for which we have gathered here today. We are here to elect President Donald J. Trump, a leader with wisdom, strength, courage, and the experience to repair what has been badly broken. Lord, please bless the leaders of our great Republican Party. Bless President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, RNC Chairman Michael Whatley, Co-Chairman Laura Trump, the delegates, alternates, and guests gathered here today as we work to make America great again. May we remember your word in Deuteronomy 31:6. Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid because of them, for the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave nor forsake you. Our Father in heaven, bless our exceptional country, the United States of America, and all who stand vigilant to protect us, the members of our armed forces, police, and first responders. O Lord our God, we pray for the peace of Jerusalem, your eternal city, and for all the children of Abraham. We remember and pray for freedom for the hostages kidnapped and held so cruelly against their will. Lord, please keep them in your sight and hasten the day of their freedom. Lord, we have gathered here from different communities, cities, states, and territories. Let us pray together, united for our nation, the United States of America. May our prayers unite the American people to work together for the betterment of our nation and of the entire world. May America be a light unto the nations and an emissary of clarity and leadership for the world. Grant peace, goodness, blessing, grace, loving kindness, and mercy to us. Bless us, our Father, all of us as one, with the light of your face. Amen.
In a moment, we will recess until this evening's session. This evening's session will reconvene at approximately 5:45. However, I will instruct delegates to please return to the hall at 5:30 p.m. in order to be in your seats by 5:45 p.m. I thank you for consideration. The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention is in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Well, there you go. Live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez, and Bobby, finally, President Donald J. Trump. We're talking about the official nominee of the Republican Party.
Wow, it's an incredible afternoon and fairly swift business on the part of the delegates to make it all official in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And the vice presidential nominee is now officially Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
That's right, a former Marine, a current senator in the OHIO state, right, for all of you Ohioans out there. So yeah, J.D. Vance is the vice presidential pick. There's a lot of support for J.D. Vance. Of course, you see there at the RNC and on various Truth Social posts and X. There are a number of people also a little bit surprised about different selections, but at the end of the day, there are a number of great patriots in our country. President Trump going with a great patriot, J.D. Vance out of Ohio. So moving forward, why do you think that was the pick by President Trump?
Well, I think look at the geographical nature of the pick. So it's Ohio, and even in President Trump's Truth Social statement, he's talking about the Mid-Atlantic and Midwest states. A similar strategy to the coalition from 2016 of this populist movement, which Senator Vance has championed. Also, I think there's an age factor in here. Clearly, you look back to Bush and Quayle, you look to Eisenhower and Nixon. Of course, President Nixon was Vice President Nixon under Eisenhower and was the same exact age when selected as the nominee as Senator Vance is at 39. He will be 40 if they are elected as this Republican ticket come the fall, come November 5th.
That's right.
Very exciting.
So a man in his 30s, 39 years old, vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. So we'll be seeing those Trump-Vance signs out there as we are 3.5 months or even less at this point from the U.S. general election. And I was looking on Truth Social, and we were talking a bit before. Dan Scavino, the social media director, of course, for the MAGA campaign, the Trump campaign, said, "Happening now, Trump-Vance 2024," and showing a picture of the airplane with it saying Trump on the top and then Vance on the bottom. I know you probably can't see that, but you can go to Truth Social to check that post out. So, yeah, a lot of news, and it was a wonderful event. You know, we didn't get to see President Trump today.
Right.
But we will hopefully see him soon, and it'll be wonderful when he takes to the stage there. It's going to be a rather loud environment.
And it already looks like the delegates were having a really exciting time and seemed like a unanimous voice vote in support of the now vice presidential candidate and nominee, J.D. Vance.
That's right.
Senator from Ohio.
And one of our great partners here at the network, as we will continue our live coverage right here with Right Side Broadcasting Network all the way back up to Milwaukee when that second session starts around 4:45 Central. We're talking 5:45 on the East Coast there, so not too long from now. We will have a live interview as well with Philip Patrick with the Birch Gold Group. But in the meantime, regarding the Birch Gold Group, all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. In these financial times with BRICS trying to devalue the U.S. dollar, of course, well, we have to have some peace of mind and some financial backing.
Oh, no question. And, you know, going back to the Nixon administration, Henry Kissinger was an essential part of removing us from the gold standard. But the U.S. dollar was the petrodollar traded on a global scale. Saudi Arabia has now moved that to China. They've been working very closely with Brazil. It puts every American in financial risk as a result. So to diversify with gold and precious metals, silver, a very smart move for you and your family. And you can perhaps convert your 401k or IRA into tangible gold that you can hold in your hand.
Exactly. And we'll talk to Philip here in about 20 minutes from now or more. As soon as he hops on the live stream with us, we'll have that interview. You know, we always talk about Birch Gold Group. We get that, but we're going to have someone that directly works with that great company. So Philip Patrick will be joining us shortly here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, we've had interviews throughout the day and will throughout the week here from Right Side Broadcasting Network, whether it's live or recently recorded interviews to talk about President Trump, of course, and to talk about now, as we know, Senator J.D. Vance as the VP nominee. This all, of course, on the heels of what people are still obviously reeling over is a terrible situation that happened 48 hours ago in Butler, Pennsylvania. But as we move forward with strength and unity, I think, Bobby, that's the main message right now that the RNC and President Trump is putting out there.
Right, there's no question. And I think this pick is something that really can unify a larger populace. You know, if you look back into Senator Vance's career before he was a senator and writing Hillbilly Elegy, talking about his upbringing, talking about his successes as a middle-class, working-class child, of course, a very successful private sector career, but he was at one time a never-Trumper. And to come full circle more than 4 years later now as his running mate is really remarkable, and I think shows the strength of this platform and the policies that will help people all across the country.
And a former Marine, I believe, as well,
right.
J.D. Vance. So obviously some military experience, some professional business experience, obviously a senator out of Ohio. So a number of key points there as to why President Trump and his team selected J.D. Vance. When I say and his team, it was most likely just President Trump's choice, of course, but he's got senior advisors. So at the end of the day, we know now the vice presidential pick being J.D. Vance. So that coming into the newsroom within the past couple hours, as many of you, thank you so much for watching right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, if you'd like to follow myself or Bobby on Truth Social, it's Matthew Alvarez, and I'm pretty sure it's Bobby McNeely, yeah?
Well, it's actually at Robert B, as in Bobby, or Brandon, my middle name, Robert B. McNeely, McNeily. And it would be an honor to have you follow us, and then we can follow you too and interact with the viewers at home, because that's the great thing about the True Social platform. And full disclosure, I worked for True Social and was there right from the beginning, and it was such an incredible experience to fight for free speech online and to get those who were canceled back up and operating on the internet. And it's a great platform. I enjoy using it to this day.
100% my favorite social media platform outside of course, when we work here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we have a great app as well, RSBNetwork.com. We have a newsletter. And also, of course, the legendary live events since 2015. We're talking 9 years, just celebrated the 9-year anniversary of covering everything from the people to the president, hearing from patriots on the ground as Bobby and I and others, Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, Paul Ingrassia and others have interviewed. It's been great to hear from we the people and also to hear from President Trump. So you could follow Truth on Truth Social, RSBN, by going to @RSBN if you'd like to follow there. Also Telegram, Locals, and a number of other places as well, Getter. So moving on to the next thing we want to discuss here is the fact that President Trump, no matter what happens, he keeps going. And we saw that happen just on Saturday, and now we go 48 hours into Milwaukee, and that's where President Trump is with the team. You saw the family there, Don Jr. and Eric Trump and Kimberly Guilfoyle and onwards.
Right.
So it's been pretty awesome.
Well, and what a special moment, the way they designed that. This was somewhat different of past conventions, but Florida put President Trump right over the top with his son, Eric Trump, giving those necessary delegates to put him over the majority of required delegates to secure a third consecutive Republican nomination for President of the United States. So a special moment for the family, and I can only imagine that being even more somber, even more special given what's happened just a couple of days ago.
Right, and then on top of that, with what happened a couple days ago, you've got the MSDNC reporter trying to interview Don Jr., and Don Jr. took a couple question and answers, but then of course the reporter for MSDNC starts trying to grill Don Jr. about President Trump and his stances on various things, and do they not understand what just happened 2 days ago?
Right, and then on top of it too, and we were talking earlier that this is the problem with some mainstream media outlets like MSDNC. There are clear timestamps of those photos of family separation in 2014 under the Obama administration, and they want to play it as if it happened during the Trump administration. It's simply not fair, it's simply inaccurate, and it shows a clear bias trying to put a pitfall or put President Trump's policies into a certain narrative of racist or xenophobic, and you hear this constantly from outlets, but especially a place like MSDNC. And I'm glad that Don Jr. had an opportunity to set the record straight.
And he told him, quote, "Get out of here," and that's what he did. So, that's what I think a lot of people are doing now is they're changing the channel. They're saying, you know what, mainstream media, we're done with you. You're bought and paid for. You do not have the interests of the American people. We have to find another network that does. Case in point, Right Side Broadcasting Network,
right,
and conservative media as a whole, podcasters and other areas of within this new kind of media empire that is starting to build, but an empire that is based on God, the Constitution, the Bible, right, and Judeo-Christian principles, and of course freedom. So it's great to be a part of that, isn't it, Bobby?
Oh, no question. It's really it's a huge blessing, and to join you, Matthew, and our other colleagues, especially Nikki and Vanessa. They were out there in the field in Butler, Pennsylvania, in a scary situation, and they delivered the news in real time, not only from the location of where the speech was taking place, but also at Butler National Medical Facility. So our thanks to them, and thanks to the entire team at RSBN and the sponsors, so we could bring this to you, and thank you most of all to the great patriots at home who are watching. And as you saw, we're covering everything in Milwaukee, even the band, and they're outstanding. I really am enjoying. I want to find out who they are, if they're local to Milwaukee. They're just really good entertainment, and clearly the delegates are having a great time.
And I think within our internal communication systems, somebody did name the band, so we'll have to look that up and let people know as well. And back to what you're saying about Vanessa Broussard and Nikki Stanzione, they were there covering it was such a great event in the pre-program where there was 20 to 30, 50, even 50,000 people after a while. I mean, it was a huge event. And then the different video pieces that we had of the crowd just enjoying the time there until we saw what happened. And what we know is, again, there are videos that are out there on social media that did show a person on the roof, and they were trying to alert law enforcement. So obviously a lot of questions to be answered in that investigation. And again, our thoughts and prayers, honestly and genuinely, are with the patriot that passed away, Corey Carpenter, out of Sarver, PA, and the 2 others that were injured there. And of course, with President Trump. So we know God stepped in that day, and we pray for safety for all of us, and obviously including President Trump. But moving forward, again, the strength that he showed with that photo and that video of pumping the fist and saying fight, 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 within the framework of what some people were saying here. Taylor Budovich said, we will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden, and we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him that opportunity to make America great again. So aren't those words perfect by Taylor?
Oh, they're 110%. He is exactly straight on, straightforward. And our hope is also that the other side will tone down this rhetoric, because you've seen a lot of it recently with President Biden talking about a bullseye on Trump's back, talking about that Trump is a threat to democracy. We have Maxine Waters, the congresswoman who has contended every election from the House floor, maybe going back to 96, 2000. It's been several decades of this, who said, get up in your Congress people's faces. I think this is a time to really reflect on how can we break bread and agree to disagree without being disagreeable. And I think this has been a deep reflection, not only from the MAGA movement, but also the Trump campaign. And these are the times that we have to charge forward with courage, peacefully and patriotically, and to have such a jovial atmosphere in Milwaukee, I think proves that moving forward.
Exactly, and a lot of security, of course, inside that building, outside, a lot of perimeters of security, every level of law enforcement there, of course, as we continue to wait and see if there are any information out of the investigation of how that happened some 48 hours ago. Now, switching gears to the Pfizer forum there, I mean, we're talking about 20,000 people being there, having a great time, as you said, and we're moving forward as a nation right now. We're hopefully this is going to be a peace through strength situation, and that more security will be where it needs to be, but also we just continue to pray. You know, that benediction there really encouraged me because she said something in the prayer about fear not, for I am with you, and that he would never leave us or forsake us. How comforting, Bobby, is that?
Oh, so much so. And if you look at scripture in the last couple of days, it's spoken to in the Gospel of Mark, where peace and justice kiss. And what a profound moment that happened to fall liturgically in line with what took place over the weekend. God is on the move. The Holy Spirit's on the move. This is a spiritual warfare. There's no question that it's larger than just human beings involved in what is God's nation. All men are created equal under him. And you have a movement, a platform, solely committed to making sure that the policies enacted in Washington, D.C. can make a difference for each and every American family, whether you live in Florida, all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between. Our great nation on beautiful display celebrating today. And I think that's the fun part for me. It's not only do we know some delegates and some people personally who are on the floor, but the backdrop is so beautiful of just the iconic photos of this magnificent, glorious nation, 50 states and territories involved in wonderful traditions. And just to see whether it be governors or senators, but also party leadership, anyone who's giving over those votes to the convention, to President Trump, it's just great to see their enthusiasm for their state.
And it was great to see in the control room here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I saw how you were up there taking a photo when it was the Illinois delegation, obviously being born in Illinois and then now living in Georgia. And the same with me. You feel that sense of state pride when you see your home state or wherever you live now or wherever you're from. And you just connect with that. And that's what's awesome about this country. We do love our soil of the land, right? We love our freedom of this nation. And that's simply, at the end of the day, what Bobby and I are here for. That's what we're all here for, is freedom in our country and the Constitution to continue to be the law of the land. So I know I say that a lot, but at the end of the day, why reinvent the wheel when that's what really has been the greatest thing on earth when it comes to a political move?
Oh, no question. It's the greatest republic, and it's recognizing that we are a constitutional republic. Unfortunately, we have great sponsors that help get that information out to young children and to encourage families to teach their children about what has happened in America, why we separated from England. It's important to remember where we come from, and if we don't know our history, we don't have a compass or guidance to know where we're going.
Exactly, and it makes me think of course, July 4th, 1776. It makes me think of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, the Liberty Bell, and the great signers of the Constitution, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, of course, George Washington there. I went to Robert Morris University. Robert Morris is actually one of the signers as well. So it's just like you see all that history, and it was built on Judeo-Christian belief, in my opinion, and also, you know, we move forward now, and we see that we are coming together as a country in many ways, in a sense of many walks of life.
Right.
You know, because a lot of different areas where a lot of people were lying to different groups of people in this country to pin us all against each other. So what we're trying to do is bring things back together in a good way moving forward to keep this nation together. That will happen, of course, under a new President Trump administration.
Oh, absolutely. And they've thrown everything at him. Everything imaginable, from the Russia hoax and the collusion delusion, all the way to this lawlessness, these DAs who are clearly colluding to take down President Trump. Amazing that Judge Cannon threw out that ruling today. Said it was baseless and lawless. And now you have an assassination attempt. It's almost like we're living in a Tom Clancy novel, but it is reality.
Exactly.
And that's why one of my favorite parts of any Trump rally, especially the MAGA rallies, is when he will specifically call out cities within that state he's in. And he says, let's just take Pennsylvania, for example, from Harrisburg to Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia to State College. We stand on the shoulders of patriots.
Exactly.
And it always harkens back to our founding and how we're supposed to now enact their vision, their dream. We are their ancestors. And that's the beautiful thing about America. You could be born somewhere else, bring those traditions here. I mean, I think about the country song, Brad Paisley's American Saturday Night. And he goes through all the different traditions and the different foods.
Yeah.
And that's who we are. We're strong with our diversity, and we celebrate it. Much unlike what you'll hear from MSDNC saying that we all hate each other. It's just not the case.
It's not, because what you see in person, whether it's the Bronx, where I was at that one rally, and you were in Philadelphia, right?
Right.
So we're seeing people that are of all walks of life, all backgrounds, wearing MAGA gear or loving President Trump or loving the country for freedom. And it's not what the left has been saying, that we're against each other, this people group versus this. It's just not the case. And we were talking about some of the history, and I've brought this up a few times. I'll bring it up again. I mean, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this land. The end of the Gettysburg Address by Abraham Lincoln. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is the left trying to take the power of the people away. And we're seeing that in government right now. That's not the way it's supposed to be. I know I'm preaching to the choir there, but it's simple stuff, because, you know, sometimes less is more.
Right.
And sometimes it is simple to see something like make America wealthy again. That is a simple statement, but this is how you do it.
Right, exactly. And we see this in this platform that's roughly 16 pages, if not a couple of more, but 20 main points that President Trump and future Vice President J.D. Vance will work hard for every day to enact. And the beautiful thing is they've done this before, whether it be in their private careers or whether it's been in public service, with J.D. Vance as a senator, with President Trump having been the 45th president of the United States. We know how that contrast from the Biden-Harris globalist agenda that has failed the American people, and is quite frankly an outdated ideology that is slowly dying.
100%. And we do want to thank the Wellness Company for being a great partner here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, whether it's ivermectin or amoxicillin or a Z-Pack or any kind of really solid medication there, you can get it through MakeCareGreatAgain.com. You'll fill out a medical form and you'll get the right things sent to you in an emergency kit. This kit, you can see it right there on the right side of your screen. And it's something that you can have in the car, at your workplace, on vacation, wherever. I mean, it's always good to be prepared.
Oh, there's no question. Dr. Peter McCullough and Dr. Drew Pinsky designing this great product. Gosh, I mean, they devoted their lives to this research, and they were canceled. They were pushed away by far left, big pharmaceutical companies that really did not want to care for the American people. Big pharma is in business to make people sick, to keep getting money. This is the stuff you need to prevent any more sickness. So make MakeCareGreatAgain.com and Make America Great Again.
Yeah, that works too, right?
It does. And being healthy and being free of illness will help make America great again.
Exactly. So we're moving on right now to knowing that at 5:45 Eastern Time, looks like the next session, actually 6:45 Eastern Time. So guess what that means, Bobby? We get to toss to a couple interviews and
I love that.
Discuss some more information here. We are so genuinely thankful, and everyone at the network, whether you see us on camera or off camera, we're working as a unit together to bring you the people, we the people, from the people to the president here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I remember I was interviewing Bill Wells. He's the mayor of El Cajon in California, right outside of San Diego, gorgeous area there, and we'll be queuing up that interview here shortly. But you know, he's a California delegate. He's somebody that's dealing with all of the problems on the border there. Right. And at the end of the day, he is very happy to be in Milwaukee. We talked to him recently. Take a listen. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Tell us your thoughts, first of all, of course, about the terrible incident that happened in Pennsylvania just 48 hours ago.
Well, I think this is inevitable. You know, you spend a good part of 5-6 years telling people that the person that they're against politically is not just against them with some of their ideas, but he is the Antichrist. He is the worst person that's ever lived. He's the most dangerous possible scenario where the world's going to crash and burn, and your personal life will crash and burn. You know, most people understand that this is just wild rhetoric, even though it's distasteful. But there are some people that don't understand, that take it too far. I'm a doctor of psychology. I've worked with abnormal psychology all my life. And I know that there are people that are hearing voices, that are having visual hallucinations. They get ideas of reference, and they feel that this is a call to them to step up and save the world. A very, very dangerous situation. And so I think that we shouldn't be surprised that it happened.
Right. And yeah, so I mean, at this point, we know, of course, but President Trump still strong, even in the midst of that chaotic moment there with the famous fist pump in the air and saying to fight, fight, fight. And of course, the fight meaning vote hard, work hard, pray hard, all of those type of things. So yeah, a very interesting day today, as you will be there at the arena. So I'm sure you're looking forward to that, as you are a delegate from the state of California. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the breaking news that actually happened within the past couple hours, where Judge Cannon decided to dismiss this whole case out of Mar-a-Lago?
You know, I've been giving a sports analogy to my friends and family for a couple of weeks now, where you go to a game and there's a fast break, and on some a steal and you're up 8 points, and suddenly you've got the momentum. I feel like the Republican Party has the momentum right now, not just the Republican Party, but the whole conservative movement. And, you know, the dominoes are falling one day after the next. And I think what you're seeing is the beginning of a tidal wave, this red wave that we talked about 2 years ago that didn't manifest. I think it's manifesting right now in ways that even political pundits and guessed. So I'm just watching. I'm running for Congress right now. All of these things affect me significantly because of the down ballot voting. So we're just watching in awe and waiting to see what happens next.
Same here. We're right there with you on that. Finally, before I let you go, can you talk to us a little bit about the border there? Of course, you're right there in a border state in California. What do you see in your area? I know you're a little bit outside of San Diego, but not too far.
Well, actually, my city is one of the 3 trolley stops where border people are dropped off. We're seeing about 250,000 street releases into the San Diego area in the past 6 months. We're seeing 30,000 Chinese people brought in. It's a 6,000% increase. We're just seeing the border overrun, and that is starting to affect crime. That's starting to affect local services like emergency rooms, other social services. And, I think the average person in California is dealing with unbelievable prices that the rest of the country couldn't possibly understand, but thank God. We're also dealing with the biggest homeless crisis, which is manufactured by the Democrat Party. And we have about 5 times the homeless that any other state has. And so we've got all these problems, and now you add this other created problem. And it's a significant issue for the people that are living in San Diego and the rest of California, because we have to pay for all this.
Exactly. Well, Mayor Wells, thank you so much again for joining us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Have a great day. I'm sure it's obviously going to be very historic there in Milwaukee.
I'm excited. Thank you for having me.
Welcome back to our live coverage here of RNC Day number 1, Make America Wealthy Again. Just into WPXI is a Pittsburgh affiliate, the NBC affiliate, I'm pretty sure, in Pittsburgh. It says here that the Trump shooter was spotted on the roof by law enforcement nearly 30 minutes before the shooting. This, according to WPXI TV and Disclosed.tv on Truth Social. Disclosed.tv usually has it right on. Obviously, Right Side Broadcasting has it right on. And WPXI out of Pittsburgh says the shooter was spotted on the roof by law enforcement nearly 30 minutes before the shooting.
So there will definitely be an investigation, no question, into what went wrong. Clearly the Secret Service had a scope on him and eliminated the threat quickly after the shots were fired, but 30 minutes seems to be a long time, and especially given how close he was. We know that it was 130 yards of a range of a shot. That's very, very close, too close for comfort.
Right, and so maybe, I won't even get into the speculating of how that all happened, but again, we saw the video that's out there that you see people at the rally, right, saying that they see someone on the roof. They were trying to yell for law enforcement and others that they were trying to point this person out. The investigation continues there. Thankfully, God stepped in on that one and saved President Trump there. And there's some other news out there, I'm sure, too.
Well, there is. Reuters is reporting that the Teamsters Union, very heavily influential in presidential politics and federal and even local politics, is considering a no endorsement for this presidential election. In turn, that is a huge victory for President Trump, given that President Biden's whole tenure and career has been focused on having heavy union support, but especially from the Teamsters. And this is a group of people, they can shut down production easily. Atlanta, Georgia has become #1 for Hollywood, for filmmaking, and there's many people, I've had many friends who actually work in that realm, where the Teamsters have shut down production of shows and films. So this is going to be a major development in presidential politics, and again, seems to be helping clear the way for President Trump. And we'll see if President Trump, maybe Senator Vance, will try to court that endorsement as a result, since they are clearly going away from the Biden-Harris team.
Definitely. So the union making a move like that would be obviously a big news story as well. Tucker Carlson recently said, let's be honest, Trump just won. So at a Heritage Policy Fest, he was speaking there. We're seeing that on Truth Social as well. So we see a lot of news going on right now. We do have to thank one of our great sponsors as well, as we take a look at something that is a product that I think that my wife would like a lot, the Angel Paste. Angel Paste. This is made in Spring, Texas. everything sourced in the United States. It also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. So all of the great attributes or great things that product will give you is from the United States. So that's pretty awesome. Many customers have reported. Do you want to read this part, Bobby?
Oh, yes, that you will have younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles, a lightening of age spots, and a healing of burns and bruises, which is really great.
That, I mean, you were saying before too, all kidding aside,
Right.
like the fact of the lotion helping, aloe, anything like that when you're out there burning in the sun.
I was just out in the sun with my friend has a big, beautiful boat. It's actually his dad's boat.
You sound like President Trump right now. It's a big, beautiful boat.
It was a lot of fun, but gosh, that summer sun really hits you hard on the lake, and I had to go buy some aloe, but I'm buying this foreign aloe that has all these different names and colors and things in there that just weren't natural. It wasn't from Spring, Texas. So good to go with a veteran-owned company and something that what you're putting on your skin is actually the real thing.
Definitely. So all you have to do is go to angelpaste.com, use the promo code RSBN. You're going to get 10% off. So if there are any birthdays or celebrations coming up, go ahead to angelpaste.com and use the RSBN promo code. You'll get that 10% off your order. So another great product and sponsor here at Right Side. And again, Right Side Broadcasting Network, we are not bought and paid for by any woke corporations or anything like that. These are really good-hearted people that are working with us, right? Because it's to help the American people. Obviously, it's a product to sell, but it's a product that works. So angelpaste.com. And then you can also use that RSBN promo code for 10% off. So a lot of more information as well when I get back to looking at this whole thing about the Trump shooter was spotted on the roof by law enforcement. I think this guy here, okay, so somebody on a Truth Social guy here says it's a real conspiracy now, that this is that is a new report that's come out of WPXI out of Pittsburgh. So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we don't have sources right there in Pittsburgh right now working this for us, so we're not going to talk too much more about it, but we know there's an investigation that has to be done. So,
and the eyewitnesses that were there clearly confirms what they were saying.
Yeah.
So it's again these great MAGA patriots that go to enjoy these rallies are not the crazy lunatics as portrayed on MSDNC and other mainstream outlets who demonize the American people for their political religious belief system. So we're clearly seeing that was those eyewitness interviews, those eyewitness accounts were real.
The left-wing media, I think that all they have is a large megaphone, but then if you look behind that megaphone, you're not going to see any people. Mm-hmm. You're just going to see a few people running the show, acting like. Isn't that interesting?
All right,
acting like what they're saying is not lockstep with the Democrat Party. Acting like it's the people saying this. I get that there are people on the left that don't like President Trump, and they are allowed to not like President Trump. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, we're still a nation that is founded under God, the Constitution, and freedom. And the only candidate that I see that's standing for those values is President Trump. So why not vote for someone like that? I don't know why anybody wouldn't, but
especially with this platform, and to see that it was even mentioned today during the session that this was of the people, this was of the delegates. It's our government in action. It's what the founders had hoped for, that you have these people. And each state is slightly different with how they select their delegates. Sometimes it's more through a party choosing system and interviewing system. Some people have to put their name on the ballot. It's actually voted for in primaries. But regardless of how they get there, based on our Federalist Constitutional Republic system, they are there as many, really grassroots fighters, who are actually there on the ground, who get to nominate the leader of the free world and his running mate. So what an extraordinary day to see all the positivity 48 hours shortly after what could have been much, much worse. And, sadly for some families, it was the ultimate tragedy.
Exactly. And in about 5 minutes from now, we will have a live interview with Philip Patrick with the Birch Gold Group. He'll be joining us. via live stream. And to your point earlier, though, this is about the everyday people of America, because this RNC event, it says, while the convention will highlight Republican leaders, supporters, industry leaders, and pop culture icons, the real stars of the convention are everyday Americans. One of the people that will be speaking is Annette Albright. She's a former school teacher and corrections officer. Robert Bobby Bartels Jr. Is a business manager with Steam Fitters Local 63A. And the list goes on, the amount of people that you might not have heard of, but you might hear them now after they step on stage and share their thoughts about why they're voting for President Trump. So it's going to be great to see, again, we the people. We talked about this before, but I want to bring it up again. When President Trump's at those rallies, what does he say about winning? He goes, when we win.
When we win. And it's so great to see a leader willing to not only talk about his own success, but it's always in this collective language of it's us who has done this, it's the team, it's the administration, and clearly I think the biggest difference you see between the globalist policies of Joe Biden and the populist America First policies of Donald Trump is the team around him, the cabinet. What a grand difference of Washington globalist bureaucrats who've been there for years and years serving themselves versus a team of people successful in various areas and different careers who did not need the job but rather went there to serve the American people. And we'll see an even better version of it with the second term. I'm even excited, I'm looking at the list now too, Carrie Ruiz, the golf general manager of Trump National Doral. I'm excited to hear her take on what she has enjoyed, clearly working for the president's company.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome to see and hear from her as well. You know, I was thinking about all of the different policies in Agenda 47, and we've been hearing about that on the campaign trail for a while now. And now they're summed up into these beautiful 20 promises that the GOP actually today the committee adopted President Trump's 2024 MAGA platform. So we know that the Republican Party is in line with President Trump and what he is wanting to do for the country. And we were talking about before just wanting to have the job and paraphrasing what you're saying, but the point is that President Trump already had the job in the sense of he already had the big bucks.
Right.
And already has the big bucks, right? Already has a beautiful wife, already has a beautiful place to live, already has a beautiful family, and all these places he could have just traveled and played golf and just hung out.
Right.
But then, and I'm talking about 2016 right now, right? 2016, he still steps in off that. So he didn't need any fame. And that's what's awesome about him. He's an outsider. And I think that's what we're looking for anymore, Bobby, is just outsider people, or people are, if they're in government, that may not have spoken up so much, but now they will, but genuinely from the heart and the mind. Because let's be real, we know as Americans who the real kind of people that really do love God or our country, the Constitution, right? We know who they are. Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, MTG, Kerry Lake, Mike Lindell, Donald Trump Jr., Donald Trump, on and on and on, right? We know who these people are, but it's just wonderful to see that he didn't have to run.
Right, and the exciting part too is also his private business career really led to, I think, having a knack for tackling adversaries, for taking on challenges. I mean, no other person really dealt with city councils and government bureaucracy, unions, quite like President Donald Trump did just as a private citizen. You look at the New York City ice skating rink. I mean, mayors would turn to him for help, and he'd get the job done on time and under budget. And it wasn't just rhetoric. It was about actually getting results done. And he will go down in history as one of the most extraordinary individuals, a private citizen who decided to say enough is enough. I'm running for this job. I could do it better than the rest of you. And he literally puts his money where his mouth is. And look at that, too. Look at the recent presidents who have become extraordinarily wealthy, also using other people's money to get elected. President Donald Trump would take $1 every quarter, legally he had to, per Congress, and he would give the majority of that money back to charity. I remember he helped set up Gettysburg or repair Gettysburg when they were in need, and he would ask his cabinet, where can I put this money? And he'd reinvest that back into charities, nonprofits, and even government entities. An extraordinary man, and very excited to see him. I hope we see him earlier than Thursday when he officially accepts the nomination. for president.
And I believe we will. That's just a guess, but we'll see. I guess you'll have to stay with us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network to see all of the coverage from Milwaukee and, of course, here at our Right Side Broadcasting Network studios. And we're thinking about, of course, with President Trump just moving forward, he sent freedom waves to the world.
Right.
You know, Viktor Orban, Jair Bolsonaro, again, all of the president of Argentina, Milei, and El Salvador's President Bukele. You know, these people have seen what he's done, so they're like, hey, you know what? I can do it too.
Right, and it's exciting, especially Bukele recently had an interview with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
And it actually floored Tucker for a moment that the Prime Minister brought up, the President brought up that the entire cabinet would actually turn in prayer. And he's like, wow, a leader would actually institute that. And he said, of course, why would I not? So it's exciting to see world leaders looking to President Trump and that example to see how they can help their local economies and to help the world be more prosperous. You know, it's funny too, because the globalists on the other side will always say, oh, it's isolation, it's wanting to disengage from the world. Well, it seems like under President Donald Trump, the world was a much safer, happier place.
Exactly, and that's the way it was, and hopefully we will return to that very soon as we get ready for an interview with the Birch Gold Group. It's Philip Patrick. As soon as he is on the live stream, we will take that interview live. Bobby and I will ask a few questions about, of course, BRICS and other nations out there that are trying to devalue the dollar on a constant basis. But as for now, it's text Trump to 989898 to get that info kit right into your mailbox. Also, you can get it into your phone as well. If you text Trump to 989898, you'll get the text right away. You can also request one of these awesome info kits right here. It has all the information about gold, silver, and precious metals. So it's a tax-sheltered IRA. Always good to have that financial backing there, Bobby.
Oh, no question. These are turbulent times. And for our finances, you must have that protected with skyrocketing inflation, with the printing of money, with the fact that Saudi Arabia is now working directly with China, with Brazil, these other BRICS nations, in order to advance their own agendas. And in many cases, these agendas are dark, they're evil, but the dollar used to be the traded petrodollar on the world scale. It gave us influence that has changed under the Biden administration, probably the most profound policy difference compared to recent presidents.
And there's a lot to monitor too. I know that Philip talks about the Fed and interest rates and all sorts of facts and figures when it comes to the economy, but this is what's great about when you are if you are a president of the United States, you don't have to be the expert in everything around, right? That's why you have an economic advisor or a foreign policy advisor. So we'll be discussing those questions with Philip Patrick as soon as he jumps on the line. In the meantime, we're looking at 6:45 for the next session to start. So it is 5:56 on the East Coast. And we will be going back there live to Milwaukee. Some great music, of course, great times, as a lot of cheering and clapping going on there. And Philip Patrick, I do see here on the line right now. So with the Birch Gold Group, thank you so much for joining us, sir. And we were just talking about, the interest rates and the Fed and so many things. So people are concerned with definitely with the dollar, but what can they do? What will Birch Gold Group do to help?
Mentioned, Saudi Arabia now looking at selling oil outside of US dollars, notably in Chinese yuan. This is a big deal. The petrodollar since 1971 has been the cornerstone of dollar supremacy. It's ensured that there would always be global demand for the dollar. With that waning, and with global demand generally waning, it's putting a lot of pressure on the US dollar. So what can people do? Well, they can do what central banks around the world are doing. At the end of the day, they're facing the same struggles that we are. They're holding US dollars. They're seeing the purchasing power reducing day on day on day with an administration hell-bent on increasing the money supply, and they're hedging their dollar exposure using gold. We've seen over the last 2.5 years more gold buying by central banks than any other years in history, and it's for the same reasons.
Now, Patrick, how is it that people can convert their 401k or IRA into this tangible gold? Is it, because some people are thinking that, oh gosh, I already have things set aside, why would I go down this route? Can you add any insight or encouragement as to why this is important to have tangible metals in hand that they can hold rather than just paper dollars?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we specialize in physical precious metals only, and it's very important because what it provides individuals is a true currency hedge, right? Physical gold is in on itself a form of currency and doesn't need to be denominated in any other currencies. On top of that, the key is that things like institutional risk, right? When you own a physical asset, if a company goes out of business, it doesn't affect you at all. So, the benefits of our structure, we can place physical precious metals tax deferred within retirement accounts, or for those with cash in the bank, they can buy physical precious metals for direct delivery. But that physical nature of the investment is important. You don't deal with things like leverage, and you're dealing with a true currency.
Do you have any new information on the amount of countries that are banding together to come against the United States dollar? I mean, we know that there are 5 at least with BRICS, and then I've seen upwards of 40 countries. I mean, what numbers are you seeing?
Yeah, very similar. So there's a lot of countries now scrambling for membership. I know the Saudis are keen, and they're saying up to 30 or 40 other nations now signing up to no longer trade bilaterally in the dollar. And this is a big issue. Look, the BRICS are smart, right? They are now affecting demand, but it's at the same time that the administration has massively been increasing supply. And the thing with currency, since we removed the dollar from the gold standard in the 70s, the dollar's value is based on supply and demand. And with demand waning and supply increasing, it's a very dangerous combination.
And are there voices in your field that are calling for a return to that gold standard? Would you like to see President Trump return that? And perhaps would you like to see certain people that are advocating for what the Birch Gold Group is advocating for to be at the levers of government in the next Trump administration?
Listen, it would be very good policy. If we look at like the government's ability to overspend, inflation when we had a gold standard, these things were not big issues. Today, of course, they are. So it would be a big sort of restriction on government overspending, which I think would be very important. It would be difficult, though. And Trump was asked the question about the gold standard a number of years back, and I thought his response was telling. He said, look, it would be good. It would be difficult. And then there was about a 15-second pause, and he said, in fact, it would be very difficult, but it would be really good. The problem that we're having is that the amount of US dollars globally versus US gold reserves. I mean, they'd have to push the price of gold to over $100,000 an ounce to support the amount of US dollars out there. So it would be tough to enact. We'd also need selfish legislators who really like to overspend to vote to tie their own hands behind their back. So I think it would be tough, but if we could make it work, it's good policy.
What are some of the ways that people can find out more information? Is it simply just text Trump to 989898? And then on top of that, what will they receive once they do that?
So that's the starting point. Trump to 989898. What that's going to get them access to is a free investment guide on how and why people should be looking at precious metals in this climate. And if your viewers want to go beyond that, they're going to have access to a lot of people like myself at Birch, precious metal specialists that are there to guide people through, show them how it applies to their personal circumstances. So start with the information. It's the most important part, and it is free. It is Trump to 989898. And from there, they'll have access to a lot of resources that Birch offer.
Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group, thank you again for joining us here live. We'll see you soon, and thanks again for what you do.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So there you go, Philip Patrick with Birch Gold Group. And I know we have a great sponsor with them here at the network. And so, again, it's text Trump to 989898. You can get that info kit, get things taken care of there, and get a little bit of financial peace of mind, especially as we hear that news of all those BRICS nations continuing to add on to it.
Right, very eye-opening. Great to have Philip on, a wonderful professional, and really knows his stuff with this. And we just have to protect ourselves with a ever confusing, ever changing global dynamic with what's happened, not only with technology, but clearly with precious metals and this now security risk. And that's why we need someone like President Trump to not only make America wealthy again, which is today's theme, but to make America safe again.
Amen. All right, we are here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will be right back with live coverage of the RNC Day 1 from Milwaukee. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Welcome back. I'm Matthew Alvarez, and this
is Bobby McNeely.
We are live here in Alabama. We've been with you since 11 a.m. Eastern. Of course, been watching the same thing you guys have been watching here with the great announcement today that President Trump is the official nominee of the Republican Party. This a third time. And of course, J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee pick.
What an exciting day. It would be exciting regardless, but given the last 48 hours, what an amazing development. This entire week, we were looking at July 11th. President Trump was supposed to be, was indicted and was going to be arraigned. That all changed with the ruling by the United States Supreme Court. And then you have a would-be assassin trying to do harm and succeeding in some cases. Our prayers are with those family members, those who lost their lives that day. There looks like there will be an investigation, but thank you, God, that President Trump is safe. His family is clearly in good spirits. We saw on the floor Eric Trump put him over that threshold to give him enough delegates with the state of Florida to officially become, for the third time in a row, 2016, 2020, and now 2024, the Republican nominee for President of the United States.
Amen. And, it is all about unity now. We have to unite as a country and, of course, have strength and resilience. It's the peace through strength as we move forward. And ideally what happens is all that hateful rhetoric is just kind of goes away. I know it's kind of like, hey, I hope we all get along. Well, I really do. I hope we all get along, and I hope that we can get to a free and fair election, and I hope that our country can be restored. That's what we're praying for, we're working hard for, and a lot of organizations out there are really working for election integrity, aren't they?
Oh, no question. Even in Georgia, the amount of people who have worked so diligently, some of these great patriots are actually delegates. They're on the floor. I know them personally. They've been working so hard on working for the paper ballots, working for these free and fair elections. In-time reporting to actually happen. And we actually have it as part of the platform here that it's number 19, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. I think most Americans would agree with that. I really enjoy the memes where it's all the things you need to conduct business throughout your day with your identification.
Exactly.
Oh, except for voting in some states.
Yeah, or except for crossing the border.
Right, and that too. Which has become an absolute nightmare for many communities, and every city and state is now a border state as a result of an open border. And that's why you need to protect your family. And our friends, one of our great sponsors is BelleWood Designs. And right now you can use RNC code use code RNC when you check out. You'll get 10% off your entire order. And these BelleWood Designs, American made, beautiful gun safety storage units. They're easily accessible, because that's the other problem too. Sometimes, in at least most cases, gun owners are really quite good with locking their weapon, putting it away. What if someone breaks in the middle of the night? What are you to do? Can you have quick, safe, easy access to that weapon so you can defend you and your family?
Exactly. So Make America Safe Again will be also tomorrow's next theme. Today is Make America Wealthy once again, and then Make America Safe. And then on Wednesday is Make America Strong, and then Make America Great again on Thursday. So BelleWood Designs, you see the information right there on your screen. Another great manufactured product in the United States of America. So go ahead and reach out to them. You can get that 10% off with that code, as Bobby just mentioned. RNC is the code. As we look forward to seeing President Trump at the RNC, whether that's tonight, tomorrow, Wednesday, we definitely know we'll see him Thursday. But as we mentioned earlier, we hope we'll see him before that.
And he is confirmed on the ground. He flew in on Trump Force One yesterday, which is newly getting painted per Dan Scavino's Truth Social post to include Trump Vance. Now that is the Republican ticket. It is official now, as the delegates have renominated Donald Trump for President of the United States. And then by voice vote, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, his running mate. A very exciting time for the Republican Party and the MAGA populist movement. And we actually have a friend who's on the ground. I had the pleasure of interviewing her recently, Marcy McCarthy. She is the DeKalb County GOP chairwoman out of Georgia. So much has happened in Georgia. In certain states, certain counties, the way they vote, so goes the election. And, under Marcy's leadership, I have to say, and this is a complete bias, she's a personal friend of mine, she has done some extraordinary work. And we're very excited to see her come live here. And right before we do, we have to just throw it to American Finance, which is another great sponsor of ours.
Exactly. I mean, if you're dealing with a number of financial problems right now, this is the group to reach out to. They say right there they can save an average of $854 per month. When somebody says something like that, you give them a call, right? American Financing is the information right there. You can see on your screen that number right there. You give them a call and get some peace of mind. I know a lot of the sponsors we have are geared towards financial peace of mind, from the Tax Network USA or Birch Gold Group or American Financing. Obviously, we have other great sponsors and products here, but American Financing, it's that part of the finances to relieve that stress or that added stress, these are the kind of groups that you at least reach out to and see if that's a match for you. You see that information there on your screen.
And it's just so exciting to have great sponsors and companies who are really caring about the country, caring about their neighbors. And I think this has been such a great byproduct, if not a forefront of the MAGA movement in the last several years, is that, oh, we don't want our money going to things we disagree with or things that are actually harmful. And all our sponsors are great American companies looking to save you money, looking to protect you and your family, and then also give you an option for great American-made products that in many ways are veteran either owned or employing veterans.
And I'm thinking about the Wellness Company, Angel Paste, all of them right here at the network.
Well, we're very excited to throw it over to Marcy McCarthy, the DeKalb County GOP chairwoman out of Georgia. And gentlemen, we're very happy to bring to the show Marcy McCarthy. She is the DeKalb County GOP chairwoman and a delegate, a Georgia delegate to the RNC, and full disclosure, a good friend of mine. So we're very happy to have you, Marcy, and excited to hear about your experience at the RNC. This is your second time, I believe, being a delegate. You've experienced this before.
Well, technically, yes, it is my second time being an RNC national delegate, proudly representing the great state of Georgia. But actually, my first time was during the COVID in 2020. So we really didn't have a convention per se, but I was invited to the White House on the night that President Trump got to accept the nomination for last time in 2020, and was at the White House for that. So I do expect, though, this is going to be entirely different because we're going to be at Fiserv Stadium, and it's just going to, arena. It's going to be amazing. And I'm so excited to actually attend my very first RNC National Convention. But the second time as a delegate.
Oh, it's fantastic. And what an experience it must have been to be on the White House lawn to experience President Trump receiving the nomination. I remember watching that and thinking, wow, what a beautiful backdrop. The White House itself. I thought the RNC did an incredible job considering unparalleled times with the pandemic. But what are some of the things you're most excited about for a Thursday night speech and acceptance for President Trump?
Well, like everybody, we're all in awe and wondering who President Trump is going to pick as his vice president. So I know we're talking about the Veep stakes across the board. So I'm certainly looking forward to a very inspirational event. It's going to be putting the Republicans in a really positive light. I really have to say, as a party, we have come together, and I know a lot of folks debated unity. We're right now living unity, and it is a beautiful thing to see all the Republicans coming together to celebrate our platform, our beliefs, and that we're going to make America great again.
And what are some of your thoughts for, a strong running mate, someone who will complement President Trump as we go into the last few months, few weeks here of really an extraordinary campaign? I think this is the first time, perhaps in all our lifetimes, that we've seen a former president take on the current president and make a comeback, if you will. Just like the last time that happened successfully was Grover Cleveland years and years ago.
Well, that was definitely before my time. And so President Trump is definitely not the vice president for President Biden, as he articulated last night, which was kind of interesting. It is going to be an interesting race for the next few months, getting to the finish line. We're in uncharted waters. Okay, so the Democrats are completely imploding and falling apart. Their candidate is not lucid all the time, and he mixed up, the head of the Ukraine with Putin last night in his introduction, and then thought President Trump was a female vice president, Kamala Harris, and the internet went up by storm. So President Trump right now, whom he picks, because I'm confident he will pick the best running mate across the board, they're going to continue to play an amazing game of offense. We are in unprecedented times, as I mentioned, but President Trump has been playing offense for months. And now when you have Biden talking about being the underdog, you're going to be winning. We're going to have it too big to rig, and we're going to have a landslide victory and sort of a prelude of our kickoff really to the finish line. Now, we cannot get complacent. We have not won the game yet, so to speak. We've got to get all of our Republicans and like-minded individuals out to vote for President Trump and for all the candidates down the ballot that are with the Republican Party overall, because we've got to take our country back. We're in a very unprecedented state of affairs. We have record inflation. We have open borders. We just have so many things that are wrong. We don't have world peace anymore. We've got to put America first again and make us again the world leader that we are supposed to be.
Well, that's excellent commentary. Two huge gaffes yesterday at this NATO summit. You have President Biden calling President Trump the vice president, and then also President Zelensky of Ukraine is literally right next to Biden, and he talks about celebrating Putin. So I think we would let that go as just minor mistakes, but we saw with the debate that this is not a president who is sadly fully capable of carrying out his duties of being commander-in-chief. And are you seeing specifically as a county chairwoman any of that really resonating with Georgia voters? How are you seeing that affect those who might be wanting to go out and vote for even people down ballot?
So this is past July 4th. We were in a parade together in what people would call a bluer shade of purple, part of DeKalb County. And we came in as the Trump Force 47 in the parade. We were treated like rock stars going down 3 miles of this parade route. People were screaming USA, go Trump. I had never seen anything quite like it. You would have thought President Trump was there, kind of the reception that we were getting. And this part of the county, of DeKalb County, where I'm the chairman for the Republican Party, did vote blue. And we are still the third bluest county in the state of Georgia, no longer the second bluest county. But that reception that we saw was incredibly inspiring and incredibly telling, because I do know a lot of those people did vote for President Biden in the last election, and it looks like they're going to be voting for President Trump. I mean, the reception we got was just off the charts. I came home and told my husband, and I said, I couldn't believe quite what I was seeing. But we're seeing this on a statewide basis throughout Georgia, Robert. It's really incredible. There's Trump Force 47 offices opening up all over Georgia. They are doing a lot of training, a lot of different events, and there's hundreds and hundreds of people coming to these sessions and meetings and events on a daily basis across the state. So I was very involved in the 2020 elections and got my start in all this in the 2016 cycle. But really, I've never seen such organization, such planning, such precision. And when you're playing a game of offense, you can take some calculated risks. For example, you can go to places that are a little bit bluer, like how President Trump, went to the Bronx, in places like Philadelphia. He didn't do that last time because he was playing offense. But when your opponent, who's also, in a re-election situation, is saying he's the underdog, that's actually, a call to say, my numbers are really bad in the tank. And maybe, he'll stay in the race, or maybe he won't, but he's kind of entrenched. You can't really get rid of him unless he is taken out the 25th Amendment or he actually resigns. So they're locked and loaded with their delegates in a few weeks for their convention. So we may have a nominee named Joe Biden, but I've never seen the circling of the wagons of something like this. You have George Clooney hosting a massive fundraiser with President Obama, and then 3 weeks later is saying, you didn't notice that the guy needed help getting off the stage when you were with him, and he ran across the world to kind of come to your beck and call fundraiser. So they're waking up. It is a huge scandal for them because they've hidden this man, what we've known for years and years, that he has been faltering, really not equipped for the job. And he was Biden in the basement in 2020. He can't do Biden in the basement anymore. And Biden in public is a big gaffe machine, but it's really beyond gaffes, okay? Gaffes are sort of like, oh, I made a mistake with somebody's name. I mean, he really didn't know that he was calling, President Trump his vice president, and he referenced her as a female, him as a female, I should say, or the other things. I mean, the presidential debate was a total disaster. That was stunning. That was completely stunning. And he didn't even know where he was for the first 12, 13 minutes. I actually thought he was falling asleep. And then one of the interviews, he admitted that he was falling asleep. And so he didn't know what he was saying. We were at a huge debate party in Georgia in Cobb County. It was amazing. We had 500 patriots there, and it was loud. It was definitely loud. So we turned on the closed caption to help us hear, or at least we thought would help us hear. But what we saw in plain English was he's really incoherent, and nobody understood what he was saying. Certainly the person that was having to type all the stuff into the closed caption tool, it was, they weren't understanding what he was saying either. And I went back and watched a lot of the debate after the fact because, I missed some things, certainly by being in a big room, a lot of people. But he was very much incoherent overall. He had a few moments of clarity, but this is a man that's running our country right now. And that's really scary for all Americans, whatever your belief system might be. I mean, he says he works from 10 to 4. He's mad at his staff for inserting other time stamps of events. And Joe Biden is equally as mad, that his calendar gets filled up. You're running for re-election for president of the United States. This is not a 9 to 5, certainly not a 10 to 4 job. It is a 24/7, 365 job.
Oh, no question. And it's unprecedented times given what we're seeing, and especially with that debate performance. I was curious, since you've had experience as a delegate prior, although it was during COVID, can you run us through some of what's happening in Milwaukee, say with meetings or the day-to-day process of what it's like to be a delegate and what information you're not only bringing to the convention, but what you're going to bring back to Georgia as a result?
Well, again, it's an absolute honor to have been elected to serve all Georgians in our, as a Republican nominee, national nominee, or not a nominee, I'm sorry, delegate, I meant delegate, sorry. But with that said, there's a lot of great things that are happening right now. Part of our delegation is already up there, our chairman. They've worked on the platform, so that has been put forth, the rules, their credentials, certainly all the arrangements that had been made for many years in the making. I mean, you're literally taking over the entire state of Wisconsin, and all the logistics that are there, the Secret Service, the law enforcement to make us sure that we're safe, and all the businesses, overall, that are making us feel very welcome across the board. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. Folks are already up there, and we're excited because we leave tomorrow, and I cannot wait. There's lots of different events and meetings that we'll be attending throughout the week. And then the culmination certainly is Thursday night when we get to nominate President Trump for 47th President of the United States.
Well, I think it's such an exciting process because you're seeing what our Constitution was meant to do. Our system of government, our constitutional republic, put into action by the people who are elected or appointed to go and nominate the person who will not only lead their party, but potentially lead the country. And from what we're seeing in recent polling, President Trump has the wind to his back. And of course, in elections, and I know in our own personal conversations and our own experiences, you have to run like you're 10, 20 points behind if necessary. And in some cases, near where we live, it can be like that. But it definitely seems like there is an excitement behind the Republican brand. And can you speak on the actual platform itself? This is a smaller platform than it has been in the past, not necessarily lacking of the meat and bones that goes into the planning process, but something that really is, if you're non-political or not really paying attention until the end, something that I think people can clearly understand.
Well, I think that it speaks to the American people. It's in plain English. It's very simple. It's not convoluted. It's not all this policy wonky kind of information that no one wants to read. It's just everyday life that really has been put into simple language for all Americans to consume and for all Republicans to come together this week and rally around. This is what we are, what brings us together, no matter where we look like, where we're from, and what backgrounds we have. It's what brings us together is our shared values. And this Republican platform really speaks to our shared values as all Americans. And what we're seeing transcend across the board is this is America. This is putting America first again and putting us back on the world stage as the leader to lead from the front.
Well, Marcy McCarthy, thank you so much joining us from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, enjoying the RNC. So happy to see you and so happy to hear about your delegate experience. Just want to thank you so much for coming on. Again, Marcy McCarthy of the DeKalb County GOP in Georgia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Absolutely. And as the delegates retake their seats to gavel in for the second half of their session today, it's so interesting to have a nice conversation with Marcy. And yeah, the experience of the 4th of July parade, this was just north of Atlanta in Dunwoody, a beautiful neighborhood, but has become one that's been much more liberal in the last few years. As we're walking down this 3-mile route, I thought to myself two things. Oh, wow. What a long parade, a beautiful parade, but also the amount of chants of MAGA and keep going and keep fighting. And this was before what happened 48 hours ago. So an exciting group of people for the 4th of July parade in Dunwoody, Georgia.
So then you've got the Atlanta area. And then, of course, if you go up to New York, where you see when President Trump was dealing with lawfare situations, going back to Trump Tower or down south to the lower Manhattan part of the city there, you'd see people lining the streets, cheering or chanting or waving to President Trump, especially right outside of Trump Tower. So you're seeing in now Atlanta, New York, other cities. You were just in Philadelphia for that rally.
Right,
it's the same
just at
thing
the end
there.
of June.
Yeah.
And the same thing, you have this, that's what's so interesting about this platform. It really transcends whether you're in Philadelphia or whether you're on the border in El Cajon, California, as we spoke with the mayor and delegate earlier today. These issues really unify Americans. And you see this pulse in the American electorate, especially recently, that folks are just fed up at the end of the day. I notice I go to Costco for gas, I mentioned earlier to you. This line will last 20 to 30 minutes any time of the day when they're open. Saw a gentleman filling up his truck and he was just shaking his head. And I think what was going through his head, probably some guy, late 30s, around my age, but maybe he had a larger family, just thinking, gosh, what has to give me some financial break here? And I think a lot of Americans are united in this difficult financial time that we're facing because of the Biden administration's failed policies.
Exactly. So we know that life was better under President Trump between 2016 and 2020. And we know that the gas prices alone in those years were $1.87 national average for a gallon of gas. So obviously, as you mentioned, 48 hours ago, literally 48 hours and about 20 minutes ago, the attempted assassination happened. So we're looking at literally 48 hours and about 10 minutes ago. It was around 6:10 on the East Coast, about 48 hours ago when that happened. But again, our prayers and thoughts and prayers are with the families of the injured and also of Corey Capartori of Sarver, Pennsylvania. And, we're with you. We're with you on that. And we're believing for the best outcomes in the sense of some hopeful peace and love for your souls during this very difficult time. Once again, we are going to be going to the session 2 starting at 6:45. Before we do that, we've got a pretty cool free Trump book to talk about.
Oh, we love the free Trump book. And if my nieces are watching, I hope you've read it because your uncle is going to quiz you on some of the topics. But we have wonderful people, wonderful patriots like former Governor Mike Huckabee, who is pushing this. And it's not simply solely the story of President Trump, but it's stories of the founding fathers, the foundation of our constitutional republic. And this is really an amazing thing to help guide and educate our young Americans, because sometimes it just doesn't happen in a public school setting. Sometimes it doesn't happen in a private school setting, and it's great for them to be exposed to the truth of the greatness of the American experiment.
Yeah, to stop the indoctrination of all the false narratives that are being taught by some schools and some teachers. Not all of them, of course. Some great, awesome educators out there and teachers. But this book right here, freetrumpbook.com, sets the record straight. So all you got to do is go to freetrumpbook.com. They'll send you that book. It is a small shipping and handling fee, but you'll get the book right there in the mail. Obviously a great gift. Bobby got it for some of his family. I'll have to get it for some of mine as well moving forward, because it's a great book there by Mike Huckabee, freetrumpbook.com. And speaking of family, we were talking about some of the ways to heal as a country.
Right.
This 48 hours since we saw what happened there in Butler, Pennsylvania, we were writing down and agreeing it's through prayer and family and even laughter. You know, it's to keep it. Try and laugh a little bit. I know it might be too close to that since 48 hours ago, but the point is, President Trump, when he would be at these rallies, he would talk seriously, but then he would joke around and make people laugh.
Right. Probably one of the best stand-up comedians I've seen. Truly, President Trump has a great sense of humor, and I think it's his New York personality that really is brought out at these rallies. It's, it's big, it's boisterous, it's hopeful, but it's also poking fun at current events, sometimes poking fun at himself, which shows you that he doesn't take himself too seriously, considering the amount of seriousness that has surrounded him, just the amount of pressures of the job of the presidency, and clearly he has put his faith and trust in an outstanding running mate, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. But we've practiced, improv at times and with different theater companies, and it's something that's really special just to get people to laugh at situational comedy, laugh amongst family members. Actually, one thing we really enjoy doing is charades. So it's rather goofy and it's, I guess, childish, for lack of a better term, but puts a smile on everyone's face. And sharing in those moments really can bring us together as a country once again.
And you got some comedians out there, some conservative comedians, and then I'm not sure where Sebastian Maniscalco leans, but he doesn't really go there, which is kind of cool in a way.
Right.
And he just makes you laugh. He's got a great delivery, as do others out there. So I'm also thinking of Kayvon. He's a conservative comedian. I met him at AmFest a couple years ago, so maybe we get him on the show sometime. And also Terrence Williams, yeah?
Terrence Williams. Terrence K. Williams.
So, I mean, make America laugh again is a real thing, in my opinion. I mean, it's biblical, the fact of medicine, joy in the heart, helps the heart, right? Helps a downtrodden soul. So you gotta obviously remember that during these very difficult times. And we're not trying to preach to the choir here with you guys. It's just that's what I have to do. I have to pray. I have to be with my family. I have to be with friends. You gotta meditate. You gotta take care of yourself. But also, of course, you gotta laugh.
Oh, without question. And this is something Jesus did in his ministry. You look at his life. He cried at the tomb of Lazarus, losing his friend. Of course, knowing that he would raise him from the dead. He would rise him up. But also laughing with the apostles, breaking in bread, sharing meals. It's something he did in his earthly ministry, and it's something that we as Christians, as believers, should really practice as often as we can, loving on, hugging, caring for our family, friends, and neighbors, also praying for our enemies too.
Exactly. A Judeo-Christian principle here in this great country. Of course, we thank God for the Constitution, and we thank God for freedom, and we thank God for you, the people, including President Trump, because he is part of the people as well, right?
Oh, no question.
I mean, that's what's cool about it. He's not in there, and others that are true and blue when it comes to love for our nation, they're not doing it just to get paid something or be known by somebody. Ideally, it's something like what President Trump has kind of laid the groundwork for and has raised that bar. Hasn't he raised the bar, the outsider situation?
Oh, I think so. And we saw it last night with, now just from pictures, I'm waiting on more commentary, but I think what happens in Milwaukee stays in Milwaukee, apparently, but there was a red, white, and brew party for the delegates, and former Governor Scott Walker was there hosting with his family and enjoying the camaraderie. I'm sure Wisconsin, the delegation, very proud to host it in their premier city of Milwaukee. Such a beautiful town, a city of great working class individuals. As a Chicago Cubs fan, I have to say I love going to Milwaukee for Brewers games, especially when the Cubs are playing, because it becomes Wrigley Field North.
I've never been to Wisconsin. I've never been to downtown Chicago, but a lot of other places from Seattle to Miami anyway. But what is your favorite, real quick, favorite ballpark in the country?
Oh gosh, well, I mean, hands down Wrigley Field. I have to say. I mean, it's just part of. I lived right across the street on Sheffield way back in the day, and I just love that park. It's almost like going into a basilica. You're just wow, where the Chicago Cubs played. So much history has happened here. But the beautiful thing is there's some great ballparks. We actually got to go to the game, the Phillies. Cole Hamels was retired when we went out there for the MAGA rally on June 22nd and went to the Phillies ballpark the night before. And what a great American tradition, baseball, and we get to enjoy that in the summer. Just like laughter, we need to watch more baseball.
And some more college football, which is around the corner. But I know at the end of the day, you know, sports is that outlet. But what we're focused on right now is getting this country saved, right? Getting this country back on track, and that's through a conservative candidate. That's through a Republican Party, as you know, out there in the country. Real quick side note, PNC Park. Well, first of all, Chicago Cubs, legendary team. I'd love to make it up to Wrigley, but PNC Park in Pittsburgh, an absolutely gorgeous stadium for those of you in the Northeast that have ever been to that stadium there. Let's go to the Tax Network USA, and then Bobby and I are going to tackle each and every part of the 20 promises with the GOP platform under a new President Trump administration here in a second. But the Tax Network USA, you can see that number on your screen, 357-1415, 800-357-1415. If you have any back taxes or any kind of filing problems there, that's the team you got to work with right there, Tax Network USA. Isn't it awesome to be able to reach out to a group right there, Bobby, that, you know, you might be concerned about, the IRS and that kind of thing. Well, we do have to pay taxes here. Unfortunately, they're so stinking high. We don't want them that high.
Right.
But we still got to pay them. So this group looks great.
Oh, in most cases, too, people are doing the right thing and sometimes overpaying by mistake. So it's nice to work with a group that shares our values, and you know you can trust them on the other end. You have that gut feeling where, oh gosh, these are good people. They're sponsoring us so we can bring all of this content to you and make it almost like you're in the room for the RNC. So thank you to Tax Network USA, and I might be giving them a call myself just to make sure I'm not overpaying.
I hear you. Yeah, and it'll be great to get a little bit of a refund, wouldn't it?
Right.
Yeah, so we'll be going back there live to Milwaukee here shortly. It is 6:40, so 40 minutes after the hour on the East Coast at 6:40. Of course, we'll be hearing some great speeches tonight, and Bobby and I will be, you'll see us after some of the speakers there to close shop for the night. Of course, we'll be here again tomorrow for day 2 of the Republican National Convention. So as just mentioned, let's get into some real nitty-gritty work here. The 20 promises under a new Trump administration. So there are 20. They're not long, which is awesome. They are as follows. Number 1 is seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. What say you, Bobby?
Well, I think this is such an interesting topic because in 2015, when President Trump came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower, he led with this issue, and many political pundits, consultants on both sides of the aisle said, stay away from this. Of course, if you look at the recent history of the Republican Party, it wasn't always necessarily for closed borders. You had outside influences like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce looking for cheap labor, looking to exploit that for big business. And President Trump really championed this issue, saying this is affecting the American worker. And it's affecting them so much that they'll come to the Republican movement if we push this. So this is the cornerstone of his campaign. And it really is. It's about law and order. We have to remember people who have lost their lives due to illegal aliens being in this country and committing crimes. In some cases, there are 20 plus crimes. There's rap sheets that would put people away for years and years, but because of left-wing DAs, left-wing judges, put them out on the streets, and then you have people dying as a result. Preventable crime. Very sad.
Yeah, so you've got the crime, then you've got the fentanyl, then you've got the possibility of non-citizens voting in our election. I mean, think about it. The SAVE Act was put up by the House Republicans, right? And 198 Democrats voted against that thing.
Right, and I just go back to, still prayers for Laken Riley and her family in Georgia, who tragically lost her life during the day just running and jogging in a very popular area, and an illegal alien murdered her. This would have never happened if law and order was not only enacted, but the laws on the books were followed. The Biden administration sadly has blood on its hands as a result of playing a PC narrative with people's lives.
And that's a great way to put it. So number two.
Number two, we have carry out the largest deportation operation in American history.
Wow. I mean, at the end of the day, what would that look like? But what we will know is President Trump would do it the right way within legal bounds there, because it's illegal immigrants that are in the country. So if you're illegally here, you have to be sent out of the country. I remember speaking with somebody that was from Sri Lanka at one of the rally events. I think it was Iowa, and he was talking about how excited he was to be in the country. He was a legal immigrant,
right.
And he said he's just so glad that he did it the right way. And then he himself, in kind of broken English, was saying that you have to do it the legal way. This is fine. If you want to come to America, great. It's the greatest country in the world. This is what he was saying. And then he said, but do it the legal way. So obviously that's the way into the country. And I don't blame people wanting to come in.
Oh, no question.
For some reason, Bobby, you and I and most of you that are watching were born in this great land.
And the greatest blessing that can be bestowed upon someone, I think, other than obtaining the title of being a Christian, to be in his nation, God's nation, born into it, is an extraordinary blessing. And I hope that people that have been here for a long time realize that, because it's interesting to talk to folks out there, whether it be at these different rallies. In Philadelphia, actually, when Nikki and I spoke to Chinese nationals who did it the right way, they came over here, they're now American citizens, talking to us about what their family and parents went through. And it seems to be the first generation Americans seem the most passionate about this topic. Very interesting as well to go into some of the African American churches, the Black AME churches, talking about this issue that because of illegal immigration, we don't have access to specific jobs in our communities anymore because of what the Biden-Harris administration has enacted. Furthermore, we saw the photos that were timestamped from 2014 claiming that President Trump was separating families. Not true, that happened under President Obama, but you have outlets like MSDNC who refuses to report when the actual date of these photos took place.
Exactly, and you see that on the left a lot with the false reporting and the false narratives there. And then you look at a place like Miami, Miami, Florida, with Cuban Americans and Venezuelans who are here legally. And then, of course, there are a number of Venezuelans and people from Congo and people from all around the world that are here illegally. And I ran into a couple of those. We actually might be able to pull that up maybe later this week. I remember we did use that as an exclusive right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I interviewed some people. It's on my Truth Social. And I was just, I'm not going out there and being like, hey, you're illegal, get out of here. I wasn't like that. It was more like, hey, where are you from? What are you doing? And the guy was from Venezuela and the guy was from the Republic of Congo.
Right.
And this one guy said he flew in from San Antonio, the other guy from San Diego, and they were in Chicago. I was headed towards Iowa on a connection flight there in Chicago. So there were some reporting about Terminal 1 being a migrant kind of shelter there. So that's kind of how that all transpired. But anyway, we see number 2 there, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. Number 3, as it goes perfectly with today's theme, Make America Wealthy Once Again. It's end inflation and make America affordable again.
Right, and I think this will help coming off the back end of legal immigration. We want legal immigration because in turn you're going to have qualified workers. People don't have to beat or run away from the system, and you're going to be, we saw this with the first Trump administration where the average prices of gas, $1.87 on a national scale. We've been talking most of our coverage here about how expensive that is. McDonald's fast food has skyrocketed as a result. And if you have a large family or you're just starting a family, you sometimes have to watch where that money's going, and everything adds up. And for middle America, it's affecting them really, really so much, and it's very poorly. I think that's one of the main reasons, as I'm thinking about this, why President Trump went with Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio as his running mate. This is someone who's championed these issues in the private sector, now as a United States Senator, and I think will bring a lot to the ticket in focusing on how do we help middle America and help the middle class moving forward.
Exactly, and that $1.87 you're referring to, of course, the national average under the Trump administration, and now obviously it's way up there within $2, $3, $4 range, depending on what part of the country you're watching us from. Speaking of what part of the country you're watching us from, look at that there in Milwaukee, Bobby. That's awesome. Every state represented there, 6 territories, thousands of delegates. And obviously, President Trump is now the official nominee of our party, the Republican Party. J.D. Vance, the VP pick. And I think, Bobby, let's a friendly wager, friendly bet here. Which day do you think we'll see President Trump?
I think we're going to see him as early as tonight. I really do. I think he might just peek his head out and say hello. And I expect a massive standing ovation with the way these delegates were so excited. It's a big family reunion. Some of them have done it on a couple of occasions, like Marcy was mentioning. But wow, what an opportunity to hear from our commander-in-chief and the person, again, the 45th President of the United States, who is more than likely to become the 47th President of the United States. It's an all-American story. It's like watching The Sandlot, but better.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. And I'm also all in on the fact that I believe President Trump will make an appearance tonight in front of nearly 20,000 people there at the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee. Obviously, secure event there in the sense of what we're told when it comes to the amount of perimeter security, the security on the inside. And I saw there are some reports of a few protests going on that are somewhere way outside of that area. But at the end of the day, we know the polls. We haven't really talked about polls much today.
Right.
But the interactive polls, the Rasmussen polls, the Polymarket polls, all have President Trump in the lead no matter what state you live in, and also those swing states. So those of you in the swing states right there, those of you watching right there from Wisconsin or Michigan, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, you know, we love you guys, first of all, because those are the states that really will sway this election. And speaking of love, we love all of the states. We love everybody that, of course, is wanting a great thing for our country. And we're hoping for a united front, though. And I said this before, anybody that's liberal that just doesn't like the Republican Party, I get it, but let's try and unite this thing.
Right, exactly.
Let's try and do it. We have to try.
Yeah, there's no question. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. One of the neat things I saw was the Puerto Rico delegation, because you have territories here who offer up their delegates as well and can vote in primaries, but not necessarily in general elections. And one of the delegates had a huge smile on her face asking for statehood, a huge factor and something that they've worked for a long time. Historically, the Republican Party has been in line with trying to reach statehood for Puerto Rico. We'll see how that goes. It's not detailed in this current platform, but it is something that I think will still be maybe discussed, or at least President Trump will listen to it in the next administration. And I'm just so excited because, again, this is a massive homecoming for Wisconsin. In 1854, this was the birthplace of the Republican Party in Ripon, Wisconsin, a new party established to fight slavery. It was a group of abolitionists, and their second policy platform was fighting the ever-expanding practice of polygamy. And to see what it has become now, a robust, freedom-fighting, populist movement, even slightly different from when it was even a short 2 decades ago. It's really exciting to see President Trump moving this movement in such a positive direction.
100%. And you know, it's interesting, Bobby. We try and tackle these 20 promises. With you and me, we're just going to keep talking.
I know, it's true.
So we're going to get to that here in a second.
I love
But
that.
you did bring up another point, so I gotta go there, and then let's get back to the promises. Let's just set the record straight on the word fight, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let Taylor Budovich with MAGA Inc. do it. He said, quote, "By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, 'Fight, fight, fight.'" So we shall, it says here, we will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden. And we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again. So the left wing, they could take clips of you saying fight or me saying fight or anybody on conservative media saying fight,
Right.
but they say it's something else. Just like they say he's this guy or he's that person, they are just not being truthful about it.
Well, and that's what's so sad to see some outlets with their commentary right after that situation, because I think what most people saw there was a courageous man who took a bullet to the ear, and many of us will not experience that, thank God, but was smart enough to hit the ground. And thankful to our uniformed police officers, our Secret Service, who reacted quickly, jumped on top of the president, but he said, wait, fight. Yes. Beyond courageous, you find someone's true character in an amount of incredible stress, and there's really no one like him, and I think that's why it's going to make this convention even more exciting and even more of an anticipatory event than it priorly was expected to be.
I agree. There is, that's what's interesting about God and creation. There is no Bobby McNeely that has ever been. There's no fingerprint that has ever seen yours. It's only yours. And only one Matthew Alvarez, only one Donald Trump. We get that. And we see the Teflon Don aspect of Donald Trump.
Right.
But I also see a number of people, because of God and also what people like Donald Trump have done, has inspired and encouraged the masses in a positive way. So we have a number of people that are like, we're supposed to be Christ-like.
Exactly.
But then we can also have some mentors, or we have some people we look up to, and a lot of us look up to President Trump, but also are forming our own kind of belief system around that, to be an outsider, to be tough, to keep on going, to never quit.
Right.
These are all things that he emulates.
Oh, there's no question, and it's a great message, I think, for young men too. You see, he's infused this true masculinity once again into American culture. And again, this is a spiritual battle that's beyond even just human power. And we've seen that in the culture wars. And it's really true that politics is simply just the downstream of culture. And we're seeing that play out in school board arguments and battles there. We're seeing that play out throughout communities in the United States. And it's a cornerstone part of this platform about biological children and how to treat them and how to keep men out of women's sports. We'll get to that because that's towards the bottom.
I think 17 down
17 down there.
But I mean, all right, I don't think we're going to get to all 20 here, but I know we can cover a few more before we send it out there to the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee for session 2. This is where the speeches will happen. This is where we believe, and when I say we, it's Bobby and I. As a network, I believe, as a network, we also believe that President Trump may make an appearance. We have not gotten that confirmed. We hope we see him, just like you do. And I believe that's why you're watching, obviously, right now. You're waiting to see if President Trump will step out there. But the number 7 on the 20 promises there, and I remember you read this the other day, too.
Right.
Defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. So the Constitution is the law of this land, and we're not looking to be lawless. A law is a good thing, and so it keeps things moving forward.
Oh, it really does, and it's the Bill of Rights. And why were they put into place in the first place? It's interesting because Senator Cruz actually gave his dissertation at Harvard on this about why the anti-federalist position actually won the day, and why the Federalists versus the Anti-Federalists at the Constitutional Convention would end up probably agreeing now based on what they've seen. The Anti-Federalists ensured that the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, were to be included in the Constitution. Federalists thought immediately that, it's what's written is written, it's good. And the Anti-Federalists won the day saying, you need to enshrine these top 10 rights. These are inalienable from God. And thank God that they did, because it's based on their experience from dealing with the Crown and dealing with England. And we both happen to carry our founding documents in our personal bags.
Do you have one?
I do.
Is it here?
I think it is somewhere. It's usually in there.
So this,
I have to go grab that, I think.
well, the Constitution of the United States of America, right here. We have I have this one. Is it the same kind of copy you have?
You know, I think it's the one. It's just the brown one, so it doesn't have the portrait on the front.
Awesome. So it's just wonderful to keep this awesome document within just this small brochure here. But you know, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, of course, 248 years old. Let's talk about 250 years old. President Trump, a part of Agenda 47, would be at the Iowa State Fairgrounds. We'd have this massive, massive celebration for the 250th birthday for the United States.
Oh, I'm excited about that. And remember back in 2020 when we celebrated the 4th of July with President Trump at Mount Rushmore. I'm pretty sure he'll want to have a large celebration for 250. I wouldn't doubt that, whether it's in Washington, D.C. or somewhere around the country that's monumental.
And speaking of monumental and monuments, and also out there in South Dakota, it would be great to see Mount Rushmore with one more face on it.
And I think he's created this legacy already now that he has been one of the great warriors, and I think that President Trump will be remembered as one of the most consequential and great servant leaders that we've seen. We've had incredible presidents in the past, and we've had some that have advanced a very progressive agenda. But President Trump has been a private citizen that was called to this, and I think God's shield is clearly over him in a very tense and frightening time. And just seeing what we've seen in the last couple of days, it gives me hope and optimism for what will occur over the next few weeks, the next several months here.
Exactly, and those several months, at the end of those several months, it will be November 5th, 2024. So we're looking at about 110 days. I usually know the exact number right now, but I know it was 115 days about 5 days ago.
Right.
So it's about 110 days
Exactly.
away from the U.S. general election, and a lot of work being done for securing the election. And just imagine winning this election and seeing these 20 promises be put into action.
Right.
Restoring our election, restoring our Constitution here, to stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower, and on with this beautiful 20 platform, promise platform. So it's basically displacement theory. Displacement is simple. It's if you've got a bunch of water here and you put a bunch of sand into a bucket, well, that water's got to go somewhere.
Exactly.
So we have the goodness, or the rock of the truth of all these promises, and then you've got all this muck and mire from the swamp down here. So why not put that sand in there, or that rock, and make that water go away, in the sense of a new administration through simple things: vote, vote, vote.
And that's what's crucial. You know, whatever it is, if it's early voting, the mail-in voting, the day of, get out there and vote. At the end of the day, you know, I vote in every election that I can because people have sacrificed their lives to create this great experiment. And look at what this country's been through. And we always rise to the occasion because of brave patriots like you watching at home. And, you know, I've got an interesting question recently, whether it be from friends or just folks that I meet in Georgia. And it's, how can I make a difference? And I said, first and foremost, everyone has a sphere of influence. And if you really want to be a hero right now, seek elected office, specifically school boards, city councils. When you get involved in your neighborhood, it's the governments that are closest to the people, and you can make a very large difference. In fact, you can maybe mentor and save people's lives, including children who are exposed to the transgender dysphoria, and people who want to manipulate and corrupt their precious nature as they're just trying to grow up in America. These are tough times, but it's the optimism of the American people that always rises to the occasion.
So it's that woke mindset, or that woke ideology, that again will be displaced peacefully and patriotically.
Of course.
I mean, at the end of the day, the voting is how it gets done.
Right.
So that's what we have, is the power of the vote. We have the power of our voice. We have the power of the true narrative, the common sense. Let's talk about that.
Right.
Common sense.
Common sense. And that's why I enjoyed how Don Jr. earlier today responded to the MSDNC reporter. And they looked great and remarkably calm considering what just happened to their father short 48 hours ago. And I was really touched when Florida put the delegate count over the threshold for President Trump to renominate him. It's now 3 consecutive nominations for the Republican candidacy for President of the United States. And to see Eric Trump there with his beautiful wife, the co-chair of the RNC, Laura Trump, and Don and Kimberly. It was really a special moment. I think Tiffany was there too. So
exactly.
Fantastic.
Well, we've got, as you see there on your screen, we'll just go with that. 3, 2, 1. Let's send it to Milwaukee right now, live, right now.
America has reached the highest inflation in 40 years.
The Wall Street Journal has reported today that Americans' incomes have gone down 3 straight years. A new report says 1 in 5 seniors are skipping their prescription medicine due to costs.
Gas prices today reached the highest in history, over $5 a gallon.
Interest rates have skyrocketed on everything from car loans to housing.
Credit debt has reached a new record, and the majority of Americans say they are living paycheck to paycheck.
According to the LA Daily News, Bidenomics has been a disaster for Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
This convention will come to order. Delegates and alternate delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention. To give the invocation, please welcome Most Reverend Jerome Listecki, Catholic Archbishop of Milwaukee.
And let us pray. Lord, we thank you for our nation. Our founding fathers held these truths self-evident, that all are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For 248 years, we have sustained this vision to guard the dignity of every life from conception to natural death, to protect their liberty, especially to speak freely and to worship you, and to support their pursuit of happiness through this life to the next. We pray that you assist our elected officials and candidates always to protect our freedoms, to preserve our democracy, and to govern fairly. Grant them the wisdom every day to place the good of our nation above personal interests and to cherish our union. Teach us all to respect justice and our equality before the law. Lord, protect our military. Teach us gratitude, that we may never forget their selfless sacrifice, and protect also our first responders, police, firefighters, and EMTs, for their bravery too gives us peace. There is a sacrifice that all Americans make to participate in the political process. We ask you to receive his servant, Corey Compantadere, and we pray for those who were injured, demonstrating their commitment to our democratic process. Let us offer a moment of silence. In the words of George Washington, Almighty God, keep the United States of America in thy holy protection and incline the hearts of the citizens to a brotherly affection and love for one another. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, amen.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by the Hartford Police Department Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Left, 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 left. Detail, halt. Order, arms. Ready, cut.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem.
Right shoulder, arms. Present, arms.
If you will, follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome the Great Lakes Adult and Teen Challenge Choir. Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Right face. Forward march. Left. 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 Left.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
Delegates, guests, elected officials, and Republicans across the country, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention. We are honored to have you here in Milwaukee. Just days ago, we witnessed a horrifying assassination attempt against President Trump at his rally in Pennsylvania. We are praying for President Trump. We are praying for the injured. We are praying for the family of Corey Compatore. We must unite as a party, and we must unite as a nation. We must show the same strength and resilience as President Trump and lead this nation to a greater future. Four years ago, Europe and the Middle East were at peace. Our southern border was secure, and our military was stronger than ever. 4 years ago, America was respected abroad, and Americans could afford groceries at home. Tonight, everything is different. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Iran and its proxies have openly attacked Israel, and China is threatening Taiwan. More than 10 million illegal immigrants have flooded across our border, posing a direct threat to our communities, and inflation is crushing families from coast to coast. I am here tonight as the chair of your Republican Party to tell you it does not have to be this way. And I am here tonight to tell you that we have a solution. Elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Only President Trump can unite us and restore our economy, rebuild our southern border, and regain our standing in the world. When I became chairman of the RNC, I pledged to do 3 things to make that happen. First, we are going to get out the vote. Second, we are going to protect the ballot. And third, we are going to hold a world-class convention. As long as I am your chairman, these will be the RNC's only priorities, because our #1 objective is to win this election. I am pleased to say that tonight we are kicking off the biggest and best convention in the history of the Republican Party, and we are united. This election is not just about the next 4 years. It's about future generations of Americans to come. I am so proud to serve as the chairman of your Republican National Committee and to open this convention. And I am so proud to work with all of you to elect Donald J. Trump as our president and J.D. Vance as our vice president. And to make America wealthy again, safe again, strong again, and to make America great again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to Wisconsin. "170 years ago, the Republican Party was born here, founded on the principle of freedom and dedicated to the fight to end slavery. It is an honor and privilege to represent the good, decent, hardworking, and very nice people of Wisconsin in the U.S. Senate. Like most Americans, they believe the purpose of government is to help improve lives, not make them more difficult. Unfortunately, Vice President Harris and President Biden have made our lives less safe and far more expensive. In other words, a lot more difficult. Back in 2008, Joe Biden ran out a ticket promising to, quote, fundamentally transform America, unquote. They weren't joking. That was the Democrats' new radical far-left agenda. Today's Democrat Party is not the party of our parents and grandparents. That party cared about workers and people struggling to get by. Now they are the party of open borders, reckless spending, weaponized government, and weakness on the world stage. This fringe agenda includes biological males competing against girls, and the sexualization and indoctrination of our children. Today's Democrat agenda, their policies, are a clear and present danger to America, to our institutions, our values, and our people. Democrats have forgotten American families. They have abandoned the hardworking middle class. But with President Trump and Republicans, those forgotten Americans are forgotten no more. Republicans are the party of opportunity, liberty, and prosperity for all. We proved we know how to make life better for all Americans, and we can do it again. With a secure border, smaller government, less regulation, and lower taxes. Republicans understand that Americans don't want welfare, they want work. They don't want woke equity, they want God-given equality. They want the promise of our founding documents, the right to pursue happiness. That's what Republicans will deliver. We've repaired the damage caused by Democrats before, and we will do it again. We will complete the mission President Trump first articulated in 2016, to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to
Please welcome Chris Jansen.
Everybody at the RNC, top to bottom, somebody put your hands in the air and scream, baby! I love number 3 winning and good bass fishing and bush hogging overtime. I like sitting in the stand with a gun in my hand. I'm an all-American guy. I like a bone on a steak and a Waffle House steak, seeing kids being raised right. I like a handshake deal and people that are real. I'm an all-American guy. I love F-250s, Alan Jackson's Little Bitty, and the beauty of a small town life. I like my chili in a bowl, Bob Seger, rock and roll, football on a Friday night. I love a cold beer can and the Leonard Skinner band and a woman that I hold all night. Yeah, I'm a pretty simple man, ain't too hard to understand. I'm an all-American guy. I like America's best and rowdy rednecks and blue silver suits and ties. I love Jesus and the hag and a girl who loves her dad. I'm an all-American guy. I love F-250s, Alan Jackson's Little Bitty, and the beauty of a small town life. I like my chili in a bowl, Bob Seger, rock and roll, football on a Friday night. I love a cold beer can and the Charlie Daniels band and a woman that I hold all night. Yes, I'm a pretty simple man, ain't too hard to understand. I want to hear you scream one time. I can't hear you. They're listening around the world. RNC, I said, let me hear you scream, baby. I love my Bass Pro cap, love my country and my flag, and the ones who made the sacrifice. They're serving military time in the thin blue line. All-American guy. I love F-250s, Alan Jackson's Little Bitty, and the beauty of a small town life. I like my chili in a bowl, Bob Seger, rock and roll, football on a Friday night. I love a cold beer can and the Marshall Tucker band and a woman that I call my wife. Yeah, I'm a pretty simple man, ain't hard to understand. I'm an all-American guy. You know I'm a pretty simple man, I ain't too hard to understand. Just an all-American guy. That's right. I can't hear you, Milwaukee. Everybody stay on your feet. Let's get some fun action in here. It's RNC 2024, and we are here to party for America, baby. We're here to party for America, baby. With every hand in the air, all the way to the top, side to side. I got a question for you, all the way back from 2016. Can somebody please buy me a boat? Now sing it loud and proud, all the way up there. I can see you now. Well, I ain't rich, but I damn sure wanna be. Uncle that would kick the bucket. I was sitting on a pile like a Warren Buffett. I know everybody says money can't buy happiness, but it can buy me a boat. It can buy me a truck of bullets. Yes, it can buy me a Yeti 110 house down with silver bullets. Oh, and I know what they say. tin ice down with silver bullets. Whoa, and I know what they say, money can't buy everything. Yeah, maybe so. Come on, baby. But it can buy me a boat to float down on the water with a beer. I hear the Powerball lotto is sitting on 100 mil. Yeah, that'll buy me a brand new rod and reel, or it can buy me a boat. RNC, it can buy me a truck to pull it. Come on, it can buy me a Yeti 110 ice down with silver bullets. Oh, I know what they say, money can't buy everything. Everybody said maybe so. Come on now, money. Break it down, boys. Woo. You hear that? First day of the RNC in Milwaukee, and everybody is screaming really loud up in here. I can see your hands, everybody on your feet, let's go. Get them up, get them up. We say, hey, hey, oh, whoa. Now say, woo, woo, woo. Get your hands going, let's go. Watch this. Concerts in this arena before. We might as well have a concert right now. The louder you get, the better I play. I said the louder you scream, the better we're gonna do. Let's go! I can't hear you! Let's go! We can get rowdier than that. Come on, it's 2024. We're here to party. While everybody's on their feet, by a show of hands, who feels blessed to be an American every single day of the week? I said by a show of hands and everybody out of their seat, who feels blessed to be an American in the land of the free, the home of the brave, every single day of the week? Then keep your hands up on the count of three, scream 1, 2, 3, go! Full of kids, truck that keeps her running, a job that pays the bills, bunch of fishing poles and ponds that I can fish. Even when it rains, I always tell you this: hell, I'm alive and I'm free. Well, I get up in the morning and get to being me. I'm a mess, but I'm blessed, and I count my blessings every day. Well, I count my blessings every day of the week, every day, every day. If you're feeling blessed, blessed to be alive tonight. Make some noise, baby. Come on. Okay, my friends in Milwaukee, wave if you can see me good. Top to bottom, side to side, every hand in the air when I say every day, and you repeat after me. Here we go. You ready? Let's go. Every day, every day. Well, I count my blessings every day of the week. Every day, every day. That's pretty good, but that ain't good enough. Everybody, hands in the air, let's go. Every day, every day. Well, I count my blessings every day of the week. Every day, every day. You know I count my blessings every day of the week. God bless you guys, and thank you.
Please welcome Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today is a celebration. The American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the founding father of the America First movement, Donald John Trump. Unfortunately, this is also a somber moment for our nation. 2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump. And I pray for the family of Corey Comprator, who was killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love. Thank you. I love you too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted, the country he wanted for his children, and a government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out. They promised unity and delivered division. They promised peace and brought war. They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday. And let me state this clearly. There are only two genders. And we are made in God's image. Amen. And we won't shy away from speaking that simple truth ever. The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal aliens to pour in, driving up the cost of housing and health care while slashing American wages and eliminating jobs. They claim that our economy is thriving, Yet hundreds of thousands of American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is of, by, and for illegal aliens. Our open borders have also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history. Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering, the Democrats spent over $175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders. But they tell us the border wall is too expensive. But an American government that serves the interests not of the wealthy, the globalist, or the powerful few, but of all hardworking Americans is within our grasp. Donald Trump has, and he will, make America successful again. He will make us wealthy again. And as God as my witness, he will finally give us the country we deserve. Because Donald John Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
For the light and the pouring rain. No, that's a game that I hate to lose. Feeling the same, plain as a shame. Oh, killing the beat, boys, and free my soul. Wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Killing the beat, boys, and free my soul. Beginning to feel that I'm wasting time. Don't understand all the things I do. The world outside is so unkind. I'm counting on you, carry me through. Oh, give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. Wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Yeah, don't you drift away. When my mind is free, you know a melody can move me. When I'm feeling blue, guitars are coming through to soothe me. Thanks for the joy that you're giving me. I want you to know that I believe in your song. Rhythm and rhyme and harmony. I want you along, making me strong. Oh, killing the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Yeah, yeah. Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. Wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. I know we got some singers tonight here in the RNC. Let's see you one time, everybody. Here we go. Sing it. Give me the beat. Sounding good, y'all. Sounding good tonight in Milwaukee, y'all. Sing.
Please welcome the Lieutenant Governor and current candidate for governor of North Carolina, Mark Robinson.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. First and foremost, I want to give thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving us my life and health and strength, allowing me to be here and allowing us to live in this blessed and prosperous land. I am Mark Robinson. I am the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina. And come November, I plan on being the first black governor of North Carolina. But I am not one of the political elite. I grew up poor as the ninth of 10 kids in Greensboro with an alcoholic father who beat my mother. I love to tell you that I graduated from high school, found success, never worried about money again, but I can't. I lost 2 jobs, 2 manufacturing jobs because of NAFTA, which, by the way, Joe Biden voted for. Politicians in D.C. made bad decisions, and people like me suffered. I lost my car and my house. I was desperate. But you know, my story isn't unique. A couple of months ago in my travels, I stopped at a gas station. As I was leaving, a man walked out with a beer and he looked very stressed. He got in his car and I could see him holding an envelope. My heart dropped because years ago I held one just like it. It was bankruptcy papers. I could see the fear on his face. And it took me back to lying awake at night with that gnawing worrying, debating which bills weren't going to get paid. Unfortunately, many families today are having that same experience. Under Joe Biden, grocery prices have skyrocketed and gas has nearly doubled. In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing, leaving families feeling hopeless. But there is hope, and I'm proof. My wife and I never gave up. We kept our faith. We worked hard and made it through those tough times. Now I stand before you on the verge of becoming the first black governor of North Carolina. As governor, I will not forget where I came from or the struggles of the people I meet. And you know, there's someone else who will fight just as hard for you, President Donald J. Trump. The brave heart of our time, President Trump, had our economy roaring. Gas was up below $2. Unemployment was at a historic low. People could afford homes. And we had a president who protected manufacturing jobs. Under President Trump, the American dream was alive and well. Under President Trump, there was hope. And we need that now more than ever. So this November, let's select the brave heart of our time, Donald J. Trump, to get our economy back on track, restore the American dream, and make America great again. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Wesley Hunt of Texas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Texas. Love you. Love you, Texas. A president's greatest responsibility is to protect the American people. And both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have failed. I'm a military guy. I flew Apaches in Iraq. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I understand that when you're given a mission, you show up, you identify the problem, and you execute. Biden and Harris haven't shown up. They don't seem to understand that they are the problem, and they've shown no empathy or remorse as the American people suffer from their failed leadership. They have imposed what Ronald Reagan called the cruelest tax on the poor, inflation. Today, 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck because the dollar is worth less and less every day. Grocery prices have soared. Average Americans are spending $4,300 more on energy bills. But on November the 5th, we, the people, can fix this Democrat disaster. When we can fix this disaster when we re-elect Donald John Trump as president and send him right back to where he belongs, the White House. Under President Trump, American families had more money in their pockets and bank accounts. American families could invest, save, and buy a home. Under President Trump, we had the greatest economy in our lifetime, and in less than 4 years under Joe Biden, everything changed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must win in November to take our country back. We owe it to future generations to embrace this pivotal moment. I owe it to my two daughters, Victoria and Olivia. I owe it to my 1-year-old little boy, Willie, and I owe it to all American children and their future. I'm the great-great-grandson of a slave. I'm the son of a retired lieutenant colonel. I'm the product of West Point along with my other 2 siblings. And I risked my life in combat to preserve our nation. Now, there's another man who is putting it all on the line to save our nation. His name is President Donald Trump. And with your help in November, and with his unbending resolve, together we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. May God continue to bless these United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome U.S. Army veteran, Representative John James from Michigan's 10th Congressional District.
Good evening, Wisconsin. Warmest regards from Detroit, home of the NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Well, in seriousness, didn't Wesley do a great job? One of my West Point classmates, class of 2004, and there's another Midwestern boy who did a great job. our vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. Another Midwestern boy. You know, he's going to need some help when he comes up to Michigan. I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are two great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family, but I have another American dream story to tell you about. It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University, but he couldn't go there because he was black. Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee. I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country. Never. Never. Even though we have marked blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, there's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guys shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire union. My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is, will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars, they want to take your voice, they want to take your control and give it back to DC bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years. Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. We had an economy so good, Democrats were trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black. But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America's the greatest idea that's ever been. America, I believe deeply in my heart America's the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth fighting for, it's worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly believe in the deepest heart of hearts that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
To show families just how much more they're spending on gas under Biden and Harris than they did under President Trump, we placed these signs at gas pumps. When President Trump left office, gas cost only $2.20. Under Biden and Harris, gas skyrocketed to the highest price in history, over $5 a gallon.
$5 a gallon is the highest historically it's ever been. It hurts my heart, it hurts my budget, it just hurts.
I've never seen it this high before, with the gas prices being the way that they are.
They're terrible. They're outrageous, overpriced.
Our paychecks are like a third of what they used to be just because of gas prices. We have to choose between, am I going to fill up my car all the way or am I going to buy a prescription?
Whenever Trump was in office, it took me about $45 to fill up, and now it's about $75 to $80. A lot of pain every time you go to the gas pump, and I know I'm not the only one that feels it.
Within my first year of driving, I'm having to deal with an average of 503 across the nation.
I feel it every time I fill up.
Well, it certainly affects my saving because it's hard to save when everything you're making is going out for groceries and gasoline.
With the gas costing more, of course, the food costs more, and also cuts into doing charitable activities, like try to deliver food to needy children.
Families right now are living paycheck to paycheck, and it's going to get worse.
How people with families do it on a normal average income, I don't see how they can pay it and have any money left over even to pay for gas.
I don't think Bidenomics works for anybody. My family can't afford any more of him.
It's impossible to pay $5.03. We need to care about our people better than that.
There are going to be 41 million new Gen Z voters this upcoming election, and when they go to cast their vote, I mean, that's definitely going to take a toll on which way they lean.
I'm voting for Trump because me and my family want to pay this amount for gasoline.
We don't need any more of this. We need more of this.
To show families just how much more they're spending on groceries under Biden and Harris than they did under President Trump, we place these signs in grocery stores.
You got a 49% increase under Joe Biden.
I mean, a tremendous increase. It just goes on and on.
It's ridiculous.
I have definitely seen a price increase since Biden has been president.
The food prices are astronomical. They're unaffordable.
They're still going up. Every week you see something else that's gone up higher.
It's hurting everybody. When we grocery shopped, 5-6 years ago, this is not the same grocery store that I remember.
I do without a lot of things that I shouldn't because we can't afford it.
Everything in the store is double the price. I mean, we're talking $600 a week just for my family of 6.
I think it's especially hard on families with children. A lot of people are using food banks that never would have used food banks before.
Living on Social Security or just disability, it's very difficult to be able to maintain the expenses.
I have several elderly friends. They can't even get their medicine some months because they're paying so much for gas and groceries.
When you check out, it's shocking. It's shocking what the increase is. Everything.
Joe Biden's policy, Kamala's policies, they're killing us.
But since Biden's come in, I gotta say it's gotten worse, and they don't even care.
I served this country, and I've seen the biggest change in my entire life in these last 3.5 years. If you want to save this country, you need to vote for President Trump.
Please welcome American mother, Sarah Workman.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Workman from the great state of Arizona. I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of everyday Americans. I'm a single mother who works 2 jobs to support my family. I know Americans can relate when I say that every time I fill up my gas tank, go to the grocery store, and try to pay the bills, I think, who doesn't miss the Trump days? But it's not just the economic pain we're all feeling under Joe Biden. It's how they're destroying the American spirit. Everywhere we look, there's pain, chaos, and crisis. Inflation, open borders, woke indoctrination in our schools, violence in our cities, and unjust rulings in our courts. All of it is eroding one of America's greatest strengths, our optimism. While the left is trying to divide us with identity politics, we are here tonight because we believe that America is always, should be, one nation under God. In addition to the economic pain, the Democrats' open border policies have shattered my family. With drugs so readily available, my husband fell victim to the drug epidemic. It tore our family apart, and now I raise my son alone. But I know there is hope. That is what this election represents for all of us who have been forgotten over the last 4 years. Hope. We need God in our hearts and Donald Trump back in the White House. If you're watching tonight and you hear your own story and mine, Donald Trump put me on this stage to show that he hears us, he sees us, and we are forgotten no more. I find peace in God's promise that says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, I will heal your nation. Amen. With faith, hope, and love in my heart, I know we will make America great again.
Please welcome United States Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Good evening, Milwaukee. I'm Katie Britt. We are all here tonight for one reason. We need to change the direction of our nation. And Donald Trump is the change we need. To my fellow moms and dads across America, I think we all know that raising a family is hard. Add in smartphones and social media, and we already had plenty to worry about. But then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came around. Now our lives are that much more difficult and way more expensive. Under Biden-Harris, prices are high, and expectations, well, they're low. Grocery prices are up more than 21%. Electricity is up 31%. Gas is up 48%. Mortgage rates have more than doubled, and rent is skyrocketing. To me, these aren't just numbers. This is pain for millions of Americans. It means that so many American families have to live with so much less. This is too high a price to pay for an administration that has brought us to such lows. The American people won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. We see how Biden and Harris keep making things worse. And we know the current president is not capable of turning things around. His weakness is costing us our opportunity, our prosperity, our security, our safety. Each diminished, all in decline, just like the man in the Oval Office. And it doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, we had the strongest economy in history. That's right. You didn't need to go into debt just to make ends meet. Energy dominant, stable prices, secure borders, safe streets, strong families and communities. That's what Donald Trump will deliver. With President Trump, the tough choice was which job offer to accept. Now, it's which second job to take just to pay the bills. Your family can't afford this costly and dangerous decline for 4 more years. 4 more years of Biden-Harris will impose a lifetime of financial damage on our children and our nation. It is time to return President Trump to the White House. Yes. Republicans will put parents, families, and hard-working Americans first. With President Trump back in the White House, we will reawaken the exceptionalism of the greatest nation ever known. We will defeat decline, dust off our dreams, and forge our future. Because families across our nation deserve better. Once again, America will be the land of limitless opportunity for all. And paving that path starts today. So let's roll up our sleeves, send President Trump back to the White House, and get America back on track. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Wow. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Milwaukee! Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Oh, me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now. Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, He still delivers, and He still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle. But an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared. Yeah, yes he did. You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country. No, we're not. But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting, disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. Listen, this November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality: Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
Teach me how to
This is the man responsible for your family's home economy. He can't even walk up steps or put on his own coat. Biden's incompetence is financially crushing Americans. One of Biden's first acts as president was to raise taxes, then create a new army of IRS agents to go get the money. Biden's inflation tax costs American families more than $11,000 a year. Under Biden, the highest inflation in 40 years, sickening grocery prices, highest gas prices in history, while Americans' incomes have fallen 3 straight years. Now, Biden's proposing a new $4.9 trillion tax hike, the largest ever, $36,000 per American family, and an end to the Trump tax cuts. It's obvious Biden must be fired. President Trump didn't just give us the strongest economy in the world, he gave us the largest tax cuts in history. And he'll do it again, including bringing back the Trump tax cuts for your family. President Trump's also going to provide economic relief for millions of American service workers who have been ignored by Biden.
You're looking at America's service workers. And they're over 150 million strong. Waitresses and waiters, drivers and doormen, bartenders and baristas. And like so many others in Joe Biden's America, they're struggling economically. The majority now live paycheck to paycheck. Their credit card balances at record highs, at astronomical interest rates, and their incomes are down 3 straight years. The good news? Help is on the way. President Trump's economic plan to restart America includes no tax on tips earned by our service workers. A huge financial shot in the arm. You see, unlike Biden, President Trump doesn't want these Americans to just survive. He wants them to thrive. President Trump, he'll make America affordable again.
Please welcome the Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Glenn Youngkin.
Yes, Joe must go. Good evening. I'm Glenn Youngkin, the governor. The governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Tonight, we stop for a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask Him to be with their families. We thank Him for this moment of unity. And we thank Him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump. And tonight, our nation can have the conversation that so many families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, whose dreams of buying a home have been shattered by 7.5% mortgage rates. The veterans from Fredericksburg, Virginia to Phoenix, Arizona, whose raises can't keep up with 30% increases in grocery prices and 40% increases in gas. The retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Tonight, America, the land of opportunity, just doesn't feel like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman, who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he will do it again. I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian, from a family like a lot of families, with ups and downs and highs and lows. My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping eggs, I learned that there is dignity in work. At the height of the pandemic 4 years ago, I asked my amazing wife, Suzanne, to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?" We prayed together, and we asked God for guidance and wisdom, and we said if elected, we would serve. After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor. And I believe this year, Virginia will elect another Republican outside businessman as President of the United States. President Trump proved that common sense conservative leadership works. It works for America, and we're proving it in Virginia too. $5 billion of tax relief, backing the blue. Slashing red tape, declaring loudly that yes, parents matter. And creating jobs, lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just named America's top state for business. Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength versus weakness. Friends, it's not just Republicans who see this. It's Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going back to school? Can they write the tuition check for college? Will they ever be able to retire? Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Women, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow. A tomorrow where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut, and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape, where we unleash American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, "Made in America." Where entrepreneurs dream, and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again. A nation built on a basic truth, that we are granted certain unalienable rights, not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable. They are inscribed on our national soul. My fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of Goya Foods, America First Policy Institute board member, and chairman of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition, Mr. Bob Unanue.
Buenas noches, familia. Good evening, family. Wow. Gracias. 4 years ago, I dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump, a builder. Got into trouble for that. But more than a builder, he's a courageous leader. And he will bring this nation closer to God. He will bring strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions of other immigrants, he sought nothing more than a chance to build a better life. His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built it into the largest Hispanic-owned food company in the United States. Thank you. Goya Foods grew as the Latino community flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values that include an unwavering faith in God, and an abiding love of family, and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get up every day. The Biden-Harris administration disrespects our values and has abused our community. They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional Catholics as if we were terrorists. They put out the welcome mat for drug cartels. Biden's open-door policies is all the more insidious because it's couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world, which disproportionately victimizes Latinos, especially children. Last year, an HHS whistleblower testified that the United States was the middleman in a large-scale child trafficking operation that has lost track of 85,000 children, a number too large for most football stadiums. Our border czar, Kamala Harris, that means so bad, and we have enough bad, we need some good, we need goodness, was missing in action. Many Latinos came to America from countries where the few exploit and control the many. Today's Democratic Party sees this as their path to maintain power. Instead of lifting people out of poverty, their policies are making our lives worse. For many Latinos, it's déjà vu, although even though that's French. I don't know how to say that in Spanish, I'm sorry. The Cuban philosopher Jose Marti said, mankind is composed of two sorts of men, those who love and create and those who hate and destroy. Joe Biden and his allies show contempt for anyone who disagrees with them. Their hatred of Donald Trump knows no bounds. Their radical policies are wrecking our economy and destroying our lives. On the other hand, Donald Trump loves this country. He loves us, and he knows how to build and create. He understands that lasting prosperity is built on a foundation of family, faith, work, and freedom. And not the quicksand of government handouts. He believes we are blessed by God, and with a firm belief that with God, all things are possible, he will make America great again. Love you guys. Love you guys. Thank you.
Everyone's watching, see what you do. Everyone's looking at you. Everyone's wondering when you come out tonight. Everyone's trying to get it right, get it right. Everybody's working for the weekend. Everybody wants a new romance. Everybody's going off the deep end. Everybody needs a second chance. Oh, you want a piece of my heart? You better start from the start. You wanna be in the show? Come on, baby, let's go. Everyone's looking, see if it was you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota.
Good evening. You all look fantastic. I love the cowboy hats. And a shout out to South Dakota. Hi. Woo. Listen, I'm Governor Kristi Noem from the great state of South Dakota. Leadership has consequences. It matters who's in the White House. Now, I've been governor under both President Trump and Joe Biden. And people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference? And I tell them that President Trump honored the Constitution. He let me do my job. And he let me keep my people free. Now, leadership on the state level, it matters too. It certainly mattered in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy has been a beacon of freedom for America. Most of you probably first heard about me during COVID, didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business. We didn't mandate anything. We never ordered a single business or a church to close. I never even defined what an essential business was, because I don't believe that the government has the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. When other states were pushing mandates and lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty. We told our story and we invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state. Now, all of the things that conservatives have always talked about, we just did it, and it worked. Our economy took off, and since I've been governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%. In South Dakota, everybody works. We paid off state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads. We have a fully funded pension plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses, and we balance our budget every single year. And last year in South Dakota, we passed the largest tax cut in South Dakota history. Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%. Women-owned businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation. People are having babies because they're happy. And in South Dakota, we love babies. Our mental health challenges have gone down, our suicide rates are declining, and we are the #1 state in the country for a decline in overdoses because people have hope. We're growing so fast that we needed more workers to catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the history of South Dakota. And they have come by the thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those? Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota. We've seen a 44% increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom. And all of this happened because our people were bold. We took action, and I was strong. Now, South Dakota proved that freedom will make America wealthy again. And with President Trump in the White House, with Senator J.D. Vance by his side, we will prove it across America. Listen, 2 days ago, the whole world changed. Evil displayed itself in the very worst way, through a cowardly act. An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight. Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American. Wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address, and it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones in order to preserve this union we call the United States of America. Now, at that time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids? And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice and that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
USA, USA, USA. I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican. We built a lot of great buildings in the city with these people, and they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
We love Trump. We love Trump.
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not. President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members.
Trump's turn again. What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bobby Bartles Jr., Business Manager of Steamfitters Local 638.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bobby Bartels. I'm a proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638, and like many of my fellow union members, I've been a Democrat my whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians. In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Wollman ice rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair. Politicians made promise after promise to fix the rink, and yet they did nothing. That's when Donald Trump stepped up. He wasn't mayor, he wasn't running for anything, but he was a guy who cared about people, and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built. He did it using skilled local union labor like the men of Local 638. Together, we worked tirelessly on that project, completing it on time and ensuring kids would be skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden, that involved working outside the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Early one hot summer morning on that job, I saw Donald Trump visiting the site. I yelled out, "Are you here to buy us coffee?" President walked right over. He wasn't the president at the time, but he walked right over, grinning, and handed me some cash and told us it was too hot for coffee. Go buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone. Now, more than ever, we need a president who knows how to get things done. We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages. Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November. So that we can take back the middle class, take back the country, and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped build over so many years. God bless America. Thank you.
Please welcome Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida.
Good evening, Milwaukee. You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida. And I proudly represent the people of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York. Life was hard, and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you. But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice, and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change. And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
Breathing
Please welcome business leader and host of the All In podcast, David Sachs.
Good evening, America. Good evening, America. I'm David Sachs, a legal immigrant who worked hard to achieve the American dream. Thank you. Now I'm concerned those same opportunities won't be there for future generations. As I look out at this convention, I see a party that is strong and unified behind President Donald J. Trump and his pick for Vice President, Senator J.D. Vance. And what about the Democrats? They're in disarray after shielding President Biden from a vigorous primary and gaslighting the entire country about his fitness to serve. We still don't know which puppet Democrat Party bosses will install as their nominee, but we know what their agenda will be. 4 more years of chaos and failure, both at home and abroad. In my hometown of San Francisco, Democrat rule has turned the streets of our beautiful city into a cesspool of crime, homeless encampments, and open drug use. Democrats, led by border czar Kamala Harris, have allowed millions of illegal migrants to invade our country. They tasked Homeland Security not with stopping the illegal aliens, but with busing them all over our country. Democrats have recklessly spent trillions of dollars of wasteful and unnecessary government programs, setting off the worst inflation since Jimmy Carter. But worst of all, the Biden-Harris administration has taken a world that was at peace under President Trump, and they lit it on fire. First, President Biden botched the Afghanistan withdrawal, displaying incompetence and weakness for the whole world to see. Then, he provoked the Russians to invade Ukraine with talk of NATO expansion. Afterward, he rejected every opportunity for peace in Ukraine, including a deal to end the war just 2 months after it broke out. Now the war is deep into its 3rd year, with no end in sight. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars have gone up in smoke. President Biden sold us this new forever war by promising it would weaken Russia and strengthen America. Well, how does that look today? Russia's military is bigger than before, while our own stockpiles are dangerously depleted. Every day, there are new calls for escalation, and the world looks on in horror as Joe Biden's demented policy takes us to the brink of World War III. In the Middle East, America is now losing a war with the Houthis. And the administration's policy towards Gaza has been so incoherent that the only thing that pro-Israel and pro-Palestine protesters agree on is the chant, F Joe Biden. Rather than bolstering confidence in American leadership, as he promised, President Biden has become the symbol of an America in decline. This may be our present, but it does not have to be our future. We can replace the Biden-Harris cabal with a president who is strong and smart, rather than sleepy and senile. or in her case, clueless and embarrassing. A president who understands that you build the most powerful military in the world to keep America safe, not to play the world's policeman. A president who is willing to talk to adversaries as well as friends, because that is the only way to make peace. A president who will stand up to the warmongers instead of empowering them. My fellow Americans, we need a leader who commands respect and demands reciprocity from other nations. We need strength and savviness in the White House Situation Room, even if the crisis hits after Biden's bedtime. We need a president who can be president and lead, not a puppet controlled by his or her staff. We need order in our cities, order at our border, and order restored to a world on fire. My friends, we need President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Thank you.
Please welcome women's advocate Vanessa Fora.
Wow, you all look wonderful, beautiful from here. Look at that crowd. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, America. My name is Vanessa Fora. I was born in Peru, and my family migrated legally to the United States when I was 9 years old. Like millions of legal immigrants, my family didn't begin our pursuits of the American dream by breaking the law. We respected America, and we wanted to earn our citizenship. When we arrived in the Bronx, we lived on the 6th floor of a graffiti-painted building. Both my parents worked 2 jobs. At 18, I achieved one of my greatest aspirations. I became a United States citizen. I asked my father which party I should join. He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did. I believe that the most important institution is the family, that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document in history, and that every human being, born and unborn, is made in the image of God. Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America. I've had the honor of meeting thousands of moms. Since Biden took office, I've heard one message from mothers from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet. Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no longer living, we're surviving. It feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump, Hispanics' unemployment reached record lows, and our income reached a record high. to my fellow Hispanic Americans, and to all Americans. If you believe in faith, family, freedom, financial stability, join me in voting for Donald Trump this November. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Kirk.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. Together, the largest conservative grassroots organizations in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. I hear a lot from young people about their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. You see, young people are idealists. They respond to vision. For the past 4 years, they've seen the vision of the Biden-Harris regime. That vision is, you'll own nothing and be happy. The Democrats say, instead of owning a home, you'll rent a 400-square-foot studio apartment. Instead of owning a car, you'll rent a scooter using some app. Their vision is this: limit your dreams, give up, aim lower, be content with less. If you're a 20-something in America, life has been really tough. You've watched home prices rise 47% since 2020, 47%. Home ownership is now out of reach unless you make over $106,000 a year. Since I last spoke at the Republican convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father. In fact, we have 2 under 2. I think I get extra points for that. For millions of people my age, that is a dream that feels farther away than ever under the Biden-Harris administration. According to current projections, 1/3 of today's young Americans will never get married. The average American is having fewer children than ever before. Why? It's because for far too many, they simply can't afford them. The basic things our parents enjoyed are increasingly out of reach for Gen Z and millennials. You see, the American dream has become a luxury item for the wealthy elite. Happy countries have children. Broken countries have addiction, depression, and suffering. Democrats have given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegals and foreign nations, while Gen Z has to pinch pennies just so that they can never own a home, never marry, and work until they die, childless. Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again. Donald Trump is on a rescue mission to revive your birthright, one your grandparents and those before them gave everything to hand down to you. And listen carefully, everybody. This is why young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years. To all the Gen Zers watching this convention on TikTok right now, I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote. America's future is a series of choices. our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America. We are going to choose to work harder than ever before, to chase ballots, to vote early, to register new voters, and all of us together working harder than ever, we will fire the Biden-Harris regime and put Donald Trump back in the White House where he belongs. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the RNC Committee on the Platform, United States Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee.
And what a great evening it is. I am Marsha Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee. And yes, last week I did have the honor of chairing the Republican Platform Committee. We produced a different kind of platform, one that is dedicated to the forgotten men and women of America. People like Brad Bordeaux, a small businessman from White Bluff, Tennessee. Brad leads Bordeaux Metals. By the end of the Obama-Biden administration, high taxes, massive government spending, and over-regulation almost put him out of business. But things changed when we elected Donald Trump. Thanks to President Trump's tax and regulation cuts, Brad and those that worked for him prospered. He hired new workers, expanded the business. Life was good and getting better. But Bidenomics was a 4-letter word for Bordeaux Metals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their high inflation, high interest, high taxes, and Green New scam are destroying small businesses. Biden and Harris outsourced our energy supply, driving electricity prices up over 29%. The day Joe and Kamala walked into office, gas was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it is $3.54. Our platform says we will make America energy dominant. You know, And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know that's left-wing code for you gotta pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee, I led the fight against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So when Donald Trump was president, I helped him spread economic prosperity with the largest tax cut in American history. Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. But if Joe and Kamala are reelected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our party's platform commits to making the Trump tax cuts permanent. And you know who will return us to an era of prosperity? Donald Trump. Now, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts, they couldn't help themselves. They hired 85,000 new IRS agents to harass hard-working Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you a question. Who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired"? Donald Trump. Under Biden and Harris, people are also crushed by more regulations than at any time since Jimmy Carter. Their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt. Some are throwing up their hands in disgust. Our party's platform pledges 7 times to cut regulations that are killing jobs and costing you thousands of dollars. Now, you know who will slash that red tape and return this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump. The harmful Biden-Harris policies are why so many small business owners, like Shayna Gray, she is a black female owner of Gray Jet Cafe right here in Milwaukee. She voted for Biden in 2020, and in 24, she is voting for President Donald Trump. Our platform is a promise to people like Shayna, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time. So I've got one more question for you. Who should be the next President of the United States? Donald Trump. God bless you, protect you, and God bless and protect the United States. Thank you.
Now changed my mind. I thought love was a game I played around enough to find. But to ever say you made me realize the love I missed. So I love I couldn't quite resist. When it's like the light comes shining through. So caught up in you, little girl. You're the one that's got me down on my knees. So caught up in you, little girl, that I never wanna give myself free. Baby, it's true. You're the one. Tell me, could it be? Fill your days and your nights. No need to ever ask me twice. Oh no, whenever you want me. And if ever comes a day when you just turn and walk away, oh no, I can't live without you. So caught up in you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lee Greenwood.
Hello, RNC. Is there any doubt who's going to be the next president of the United States? Prayer works. This nation based on faith. Prayer works. Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country, and he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. Thank you everybody for being here tonight. Tonight we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in these United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies
there wasn't
and
any
gentlemen,
when President Trump was
please
president.
welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again, just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it! God bless the USA. As the next president of the United States. He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next president of the United States. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th President of the United States and soon to be the 47th President of the United States, please welcome Donald J. Trump. Defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Oh, and I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Mr. President.
Please welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
Good evening, I'm Mark Laws, and I live in Western Michigan. I'm not a senator or a governor or some other politician, but I'm just a regular guy. But to my kids and my grandkids who call me Peepaw, I'm the guy. I live on a fixed income, so I'm not one of the people that watch their portfolios. No, in the big boy Joe economy, I just worry about getting through the day. But I'm fortunate because I don't have a mortgage. If I did, I'm really not sure how I'd make it. The big boy Joe inflation has turned our dollars into nickels. And in Michigan, we got 180,000 plus people that are in tax lien foreclosure right now. So even though I don't have a mortgage, I still got to pay the government to rent my house. And if I don't, they take it away. When I'm asked how I'm doing, I answer honestly, I say, I'm doing okay. But don't you remember under President Trump, we didn't have to settle for just okay. We were doing great. I wanted to make some improvements to my home, but with inflation and the price of materials, that's not possible. So I don't want to go into debt, so I just put it off. I'd also like to spoil my grandkids with some great Peepaw unique gifts for their birthdays. But with the price of gas and groceries, I don't do that. I settle for cake and ice cream. Prices keep going up, but my income stays the same. I just keep putting things off, hoping that I'll be able to afford them again someday. It's got me thinking. I've been hoping for better days, but life is happening right now, and we can't waste any more time on the big boy Joe terrible economic policies. We need to bring Donald Trump back right now. We need to know and share the 20 promises that Donald Trump has made. We need to get involved with the Trump 47. And you remember, ballots win elections, so that's the best way to do it. I know a lot of folks just kind of tune the politics out, but we really can't afford to anymore because we're not living in the same country that we grew up in. Cutesy time is over. We need to, all of us, put our shoulder to the wheel and push along and get Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, to be number 47 again. Thank you, and God bless America.
Bidenomics doesn't just have seniors worried. It has them scared to death. Biden's inflation has retirees at risk of running out of money. The cost of groceries is forcing many seniors to choose between food and their prescriptions. Their Social Security isn't keeping up with inflation. And thanks to Biden and Harris's open border disaster, allowing over 10 million illegals in, the whole Social Security system is at risk. And now, many seniors are also struggling to afford their housing. It's no wonder one advocacy group calls this Biden's war on seniors. President Trump has seniors' backs. He got seniors' Medicare Advantage premiums cut 34%. And he'll fix Biden's broken economy and get inflation down.
just like he did before. And President Trump has made it crystal clear he will always protect seniors' Social Security and Medicare and oppose any cuts in their benefits. President Trump, he'll make America affordable again.
Please welcome Benjamin Joseph.
Hello, Michigan. Hello, my fellow patriots. I am the owner of a home remodeling business that my father Steve started in 1972. During the Trump boom, we were thriving. Under Biden, we are surviving. I know other business owners, like many of you in this room, can relate. With the financial strain caused by the Biden-Harris economy, many clients are tightening their belts, closing their wallets, and cutting back on their home remodeling projects. To keep work coming in, I've had to lower my margins, and I mean lower them. I'm now barely making payroll, and our family is just has enough to live on. But we can't build up any savings, and we can't move forward. As parents, we want to provide for our children. But more and more parents like myself have to look their little girl or their little boy in the eye when they're asked for something and say, "We can't afford it." Those 4 words are heartbreaking. We didn't have to say those words under Donald Trump when he was president. That's because Donald Trump is a businessman, not a crooked career politician. President Trump understands what business owners need to succeed because he is a business owner himself and has succeeded. He knew we could create millions of great jobs if given the chance, and we did. The Trump's tax cuts and regulation cuts empowered entrepreneurs like you and me and enabled us to expand our businesses. We need him back in the White House. As a representative of Michigan at this convention, I want to give a special Michigander thank you to President Trump for being our champion. He has inspired so many of us, even in this room, to step up and get involved in the fight to save America. With his leadership and our help, we will make America affordable again, wealthy again, and great again. May God bless each and every one of you. May God bless and continue to protect President Trump and his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome Amber Rose from South Philadelphia.
Hello, my name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you. But most importantly, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents, whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better country for our children. But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background, that the best chance we have to give our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician, and I don't want to be. But I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump. I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse, and I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the President and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am. And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control, and you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes. Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Please welcome Latino American Linda Fornos.
Years ago, I left Nicaragua for a better life in a fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Woo! America welcomed me, and I embraced the values of hard work, learning the language, and respecting the laws. It's the American thing to do. In 2022, my 3 boys and I faced a devastating house fire. We lost everything. And starting over in Joe Biden's economy was almost impossible. The Biden economy is driving prices through the roof. Rent, gas, groceries, everything. As a life insurance worker, I see the struggle of people trying to save for their future while barely managing their basic needs. I'm living that same struggle every day. Life is too hard right now. One of my sons works 3 jobs, and the other holds down 2. That makes 6 jobs for 3 people just to survive in Biden's economy. Our open borders are making this problem worse. It's upsetting to see millions of dollars being sent to help immigrants who came here illegally, while hardworking families who did it the right way are left struggling. The fact is that illegal immigration hurts legal immigrants the most. The Biden system is backwards and broken. In Biden's America, opportunities to get ahead are dwindling, and our education system is failing our children. What happened to teaching reading, writing, and math? Now, it's like our kids are getting a degree in pronoun studies. He, she, they, them. I have expected my son to come home with a diploma in advanced day 10 theory. Life was completely different under President Trump. We prosper. To my beloved Latino community, it's time to wake up and smell the cafecito. In 2020, I made a mistake that is hard to admit, especially in this room. In 2020, I voted for Joe Biden. I'm sorry. He has made me regret it. This November, my vote won't be taken for granted. And this time, I won't regret it. Please join me in voting for Donald J. Trump.
Please welcome the President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Sean O'Brien.
Greetings, delegates and guests. I'm Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. I'd like to give my peeps from the greatest state in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up? First, I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight. I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party. We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention. Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct if the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB. Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change. And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the Business Roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and to the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser. Corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants. But the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor-trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
For a benediction, please welcome Pastor James Remke.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe. And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed. You're going to be tired of being blessed. I guarantee it. Believe me. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace.
For a benediction, please welcome from California National Committee woman Harmeet Dillon.
Thank you, everyone. These last 48 hours have been some of the most intense, yet most prayerful of our lives. The heinous attack on President Trump and his supporters made all of us pause and seek answers and comfort. I come from a family of Sikh immigrants. I am honored to share with you, my fellow Republicans and guests tonight, a prayer from my faith tradition, practiced by over 25 million worldwide. We recite the Ardas prayer before any new endeavor, giving thanks to God and asking for his protection and help to uphold the values of humility, truth, courage, service, and justice for all. To show respect, we cover our heads when we pray. तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे तुमरी कृपा मैं सुख कनेरे कोई न जाने तुमरा अंत ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत सगल समगरी तुमरे सूत्रधारी तुम ते होए सो आज्ञाकारी तुमरी गत मित तुम ही जानी नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी. Dear Waheguru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for the Chardi Kala spirit that we have witnessed in President Trump. That is, the tireless and uplifting spirit that is sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like a founding father centuries ago. And we thank you, dear God, for protecting his life. We thank you for his examples of nirbha, fearlessness, and nirvair, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Bane Sarbata Pala. May your name forever be exalted, spreading happiness and blessings and good spirit, that everyone may prosper and enjoy the grace of your peace. Thank you.
Senator Vance, congratulations. President Trump, we are honored to have you here tonight, and on behalf of the entire Republican Party all across America, we are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America. The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Well, there you go. Live coverage, of course, from the RNC in Milwaukee. What a powerful moment there as President Trump, even before he came out to that arena, was inside that tunnel, and you can see his game face being on. Some 48 hours ago, of course, he was in the hospital, but now still showing the strength he showed just after that incident in Butler, Pennsylvania. What a powerful day in Milwaukee today, Bobby McNeely.
Oh, no question. And to cap it off, an evening of tremendous courage. I was really just struck by Sean O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters. We had read earlier that Reuters reported that there would be a no endorsement likely in this race, but clearly President Sean O'Brien of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the first president of that organization to address the RNC in 121 years, a historic night, a faith-filled night of many denominations, Catholic, Greek Orthodox, Protestant. We have Harmeet Dillon of the Sikh faith rendering a beautiful song of prayer and gratitude to God for saving President Trump's life. An extraordinary evening, historic.
You know, it's awesome. The Judeo-Christian principles that our country is founded on, and the fact that the God of the Bible was able to save President Trump that day was very powerful. Of course, President Trump looking strong as ever. Obviously, he is the man. He is Teflon Don, and he continues to move forward no matter what, Tim.
Oh, there's no question about that. And I enjoyed that humor. The gentleman, the pastor of the Greek Orthodox tradition, coming out and doing a tiny Trump impression before his benediction. Really a healing moment for the country.
It definitely was, and it's always good to laugh. We were talking about making comedy great again. I mean, it's something that needs to be done as we are healing and still reflecting on the terrible incident of the attempted assassination of our great president, Donald J. Trump, and of course, the leader of the free world. Some people might say, well, that's only reserved for the person that's actually in the White House, but we know that President Donald J. Trump is the actual leader of the free world.
Oh, no question. He's about to return to that as the 47th President of the United States. The Republican ticket is now full as he has selected Senator J.D. Vance, a young Republican at 39. If the ticket is successful, of course, he'll be 40 as an elected president or vice president. But we think back to Bush and Quayle and Eisenhower and Nixon, the differences in age, but clearly a baton potentially being passed to the next generation as a millennial is selected to be the running mate for President Donald J. Trump.
Exactly. A former Marine, of course, from the state of Ohio. So Senator J.D. Vance is officially now the vice presidential nominee. So it's a Trump-Vance ticket. We'll see what happens on the other side of the aisle, but we do know it was a great moment when everyday Americans had the opportunity to speak in front of millions of viewers, including a number of you right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And that's what's awesome about President Trump. He is that outsider. He is that regular guy in the sense of not a paid career politician. And he showed that by having these people speak tonight. What an awesome message by all of them.
Oh, it was very special. I especially was touched by the single mother. I come from a single parent household, and to see her riveting, a very genuine, candid witness to her feelings for President Donald Trump's policies. It was very moving, and the room was moved as well, full of delegates.
Definitely, and you can see that picture there with J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, and of course, President Trump saluting to Lee Greenwood. How awesome of a moment was that?
I think that was a special moment, and clearly Lee Greenwood was very moved by that. Had some very inspiring words while he sang his classic song, the song that made him #1 at the popular country charts back in the day.
Definitely, definitely. And also, you know, those of you watching that have been to Trump events or Trump rallies, you know, in Milwaukee at the Pfizer Forum tonight, when they were chanting USA, USA, when Donald Trump